Chapter 76, First Visit to the Hyuga clan, Facing the Byakugan. Yagyu's control over his future sister-in-law. Jiraiya-sama, welcome back. Tsunade-sama. 3 days later, Yagyu and his group of 7 finally returned to Konoha. The Chunin on duty at the village gates were still Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, the famous gatekeepers. While they were dozing off, they immediately noticed the towering figure of Jiraiya, who stood at an imposing 6 feet 3 inches, a height rarely seen in the ninja world. After exchanging greetings with Jiraiya, they noticed Tsunade, walking beside him with her characteristic sway. Seeing Tsunade, who had matured but was still as beautiful as ever compared to her appearance more than 10 years ago, Izumo and Kotetsu were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. "It's been many years since I was last here, but the village still looks the same," Tsunade said with a soft smile, shading her eyes with her hand as she gazed toward the Hokage rock and the towering Hokage building in the distance. Noticing Izumo and Kotetsu's stunned expressions, she chuckled, "You must be from the younger generation since I was last here. Could you please register us?" "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Izumo and Kotetsu replied, their voices filled with excitement. Tsunade was an idol for countless kunoichi in the ninja world and a dream figure for many men. She had saved numerous male shinobi, and all of them were her devoted fans. A powerful and beautiful woman like her could captivate both men and women alike. Izumo and Kotetsu quickly completed the registration for Tsunade and the others. After many years away, Tsunade had returned to Konoha. Her regal presence, along with Jiraiya by her side, quickly caused a sensation throughout the village. The news about Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, a master of medical ninjutsu, spread like wildfire through Konoha. For the village, which had lost the third Hokage, this news was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly restoring confidence to a population that had been on the verge of panic. The gloom hanging over Konoha began to lift. When the higher-ups of Konoha officially announced that Tsunade would become the 5th Hokage, the darkness would be completely dispelled, and the village would enter a new chapter in its history. "Yagyu, later you and Karin come to help me clean up. Stay for dinner tonight." "Okay, Tsunade-ne-san," Yagyu replied. After returning to the village, Tsunade and Shizun headed straight to the Hokage building. But before parting ways with Yagyu and Karin, Tsunade reminded them to stop by later. Yagyu readily agreed. He was eager for Karin to become closer to Tsunade, even harboring a few personal hopes. "Goodbye, Kurenai-sensei." "Goodbye, come by for a spar when you have time." "No problem." At an intersection, Yagyu and Karin parted ways with Kurenai Yuhi and headed to Yagyu's home. "Is this Yagyu-kun's house? It's so big!" Karin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at the 2-story house with its own small yard, her thoughts filled with anticipation for the future. Indeed, Karin would be living with Yagyu from now on. Tsunade had no objections to this arrangement, even fully supporting it. Just like Kurenai, Tsunade had easily seen Karin's reliance on Yagyu. During times of war, many orphans who were saved would develop the same kind of dependence on their saviors. Even Uzumaki Kushina had changed drastically after being saved by Minato Namikaze. In Tsunade's eyes, this was a good thing. Karin, with the right training, would become an exceptional assistant, just like Shizun. No, with her early awakening of both physical healing abilities and the mind's eye of the Kagura, Karin had the potential to surpass even Shizun. By teaching Karin the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, her medical ninjutsu, and the Senju clan's chakra-enhanced strength, Tsunade believed Karin would be an invaluable asset for Yagyu when he eventually became the 6th Hokage. What Tsunade didn't know was that Yagyu's ambitions were much grander, and he envisioned having more than just one trusted wing. "Welcome to my home, Karin," Yagyu said as he opened the door and ruffled her hair with a smile. "From now on, this is your home too." "MHM." Karin nodded excitedly, her voice trembling with emotion. "I'll take great care of everything here, Yagyu-kun. Then I'll be counting on you." Yagyu led Karin to the 2nd floor, giving her the room next to his own. Since Ino and a few other girls would often come over to help Yagyu clean, the room next door was already neat and tidy, needing only a little organization to be ready for use. Next, Yagyu took Karin out to buy new bedding and household items, helping her get acquainted with the neighborhood. After setting up her bed and hanging her clothes from Tanzaka town in the wardrobe, Yagyu suddenly smiled. Karin, let's go out. I'll introduce you to a few friends. Sure. Karin nodded eagerly, looking up at him with curiosity. Are they the friends with chakra control as good as mine that you mentioned the other day? Yes, and there are a few others too. They're all kind-hearted girls. I'm sure you'll get along well. Hee hee. I'm sure I'll make great friends with them. Yagyu couldn't help but pat her on the head again, and Karin closed her eyes, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Karin's personality was similar to Hinata's and the more refined version of Sakura, submissive and shy. She never made any moves to claim Yagyu for herself because she feared upsetting him and being abandoned. The mere thought of being cast out by Yagyu made her feel like she was falling into an icy abyss. To Karin, being abandoned by Yagyu was scarier than death itself. The current situation, where she lived with Yagyu and was close to him, was more than enough for her. Yagyu, unaware of her deep attachment, would have likely doted on her even more if he knew. Yagyu led Karin to the entrance of a large estate. The plaque above the gate displayed 2 characters, Hyuga. That's right, Yagyu had brought Karin to the Hyuga clan. He approached the 2 guards at the entrance, both wearing forehead protectors that likely concealed their cursed seals, and said, I'm Yagyu, a genin from Konoha. I'm Hinata's friend, and I'd like to see her. The 2 guards exchanged glances. After a moment, one of them nodded to Yagyu. Please wait here. He went inside, presumably to report to someone. Not long after, the guard returned, his attitude noticeably more respectful. Please come in, the clan leader is expecting you. Yagyu was slightly surprised. He had expected Hiashi Hyuga to allow Hinata to meet him at the gate, but he hadn't anticipated that the head of the Hyuga clan would personally want to see him. Was Hiashi that well informed? Had he learned so quickly that Tsunade had returned, or had he been paying attention to Yagyu for some time? Though his thoughts raced, Yagyu simply nodded and said, thank you. He followed the guard with Karin, making their way deeper into the Hyuga estate. It was Yagyu's first time inside the Hyuga compound, and his impression was that it was enormous. Unlike the Uchiha, who had been somewhat ostracized and moved to the outskirts of the village near the Naka River, the Hyuga still had prime real estate near the center of Konoha. Despite not having their own commercial street like the Uchiha, their estate was vast. The architecture became more traditional and ancient as they ventured deeper, with more walls within walls, clearly marking the homes of the Hyuga clan's main family and important figures. Along the way, Yagyu encountered many members of the Hyuga clan. Some had smooth foreheads, while others wore forehead protectors, bandages, or had long bangs to hide their cursed seals. The distinction between the main family and the branch family was obvious. At the same time, many pairs of Byakugan eyes turned toward Yagyu, their gazes full of curiosity and scrutiny. It was rare for outsiders to enter the Hyuga estate, especially someone as young as Yagyu. Of course, some Hyuga recognized him as Hinata's companion or as the rumored descendant of the Senju clan, who had mastered the second Hokage's hard whirlpool water blade. Yagyu had even used Shisui Uchiha's body flicker technique during the final Chunin exam match. He was also the top student in his class. With such strength and achievements, it wouldn't be surprising if Yagyu soon became a rising star among Konoha's Chunin once the village resumed its operations. Soon, Yagyu arrived in front of a traditional house surrounded by a wall and garden. Standing at the entrance was a small figure. The guard approached and respectfully addressed her, young lady Hanabi. You may go. Hanabi Hyuga, dressed in a yellow kimono adorned with flame patterns, stood with an air of seriousness far beyond her years. Yes. The guard bowed and left. However, Hanabi didn't immediately invite Yagyu and Karin in. Instead, she approached Yagyu, looking up at him with a stern expression similar to her father's, despite being nearly a foot shorter. Are you my sister's companion? Amused by her serious demeanor, Yagyu crouched down to meet her gaze and smiled. Yes, I am. Are you Hinata's little sister? Instead of answering, Hanabi continued, the Ino-ne-chan who often comes to play with my sister, was that you're doing? Yeah, I asked Ino to come over. So, you're the one who taught my sister to walk on water and use medical ninjutsu before she even graduated from the academy? That's right. Is something wrong with that? Well, Suddenly, Hanabi's stern tone faltered. Her eyes, which had been fixed on Yagyu, started to dart nervously to the side, and she spoke quietly, "Could you teach me? Father and my sister, they won't or don't have time to teach me." Watching her shift from serious to adorable, Yagyu felt like his heart had been pierced by an arrow. Having already liked Hanabi from the later parts of Naruto, Shippuden and Boruto as the top female character, he finally understood why every man's heart holds a soft spot for a little sister figure. She's way too cute. In just one meeting, Yagyu had been completely won over by his future sister-in-law. With a smile, he teased, "I could teach you, but you call Ino Ne-chan, so what should you call me?" "Oni. Oni-chan." Blushing, Hanabi shyly poked her fingers together, her face turning red as she uttered the word. "Good girl." Unable to resist, Yagyu scooped Hanabi into his arms and carried her toward the Hyuga clan leader's house. "Ah." Hanabi let out a surprised squeak, instinctively wrapping her arms around Yagyu's neck, feeling flustered and unsure. Since she had been raised as the successor to the main family, Hanabi couldn't remember the last time someone had carried her. This was the first time in her memory that a man had lifted her. Her first thought was how different Yagyu's embrace felt compared to her sister's. His arms and chest were strong and firm. His scent was also different from her sister's, but she didn't dislike it. As they neared the entrance, Hanabi, still trying to process her feelings, quickly said, "Oni-chan, put me down. If father sees, he'll be upset." "All right." Since it was his first visit, Yagyu didn't want to push his luck. He gently set Hanabi down and pulled out a small scroll from his pocket, slipping it into her sleeve. "This is a gift from your Oni-chan. Take a look at it later in secret, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. MHM. "Thank you, Oni-chan." Receiving a gift from Yagyu right after meeting him, and now sharing a secret between them, Hanabi's affection for Yagyu grew even stronger. She was also filled with curiosity about the scroll. It wasn't just any scroll, it contained the Ein seal technique, something Yagyu had copied several times to give to Kurenai, Hinata, and a few others. No woman could resist its allure. Although Hanabi was too young to fully understand the importance of eternal youth, the chakra storage ability of the Ein seal would certainly excite her. Even if she couldn't master this S-rank sealing jutsu at her age, Hanabi would undoubtedly work hard to learn it. And when she encountered difficulties, she would definitely seek Yagyu's help. This scroll was Yagyu's way of building a bond with his future sister-in-law, ensuring they stayed connected. With this, Yagyu, the master of grooming, could easily win over Hanabi and have her calling him Oni-chan for years to come. There was no way she'd ever give him the kind of trial she put Naruto through in the Ultimate Ninja Storm games. Chapter 77, Hiashi Hyuga's approval, admiration from his little sister-in-law. "Good day, uncle." With Hanabi leading the way, Yagyu soon met the head of the Hyuga clan, his future father-in-law. Dressed in a white kimono with a serious expression, Hiashi Hyuga sat before Yagyu, who respectfully bowed. Sit." Hiashi maintained a stoic expression, though he didn't show any hostility. It seemed he was simply upholding the dignity of an elder. Hiashi knelt on a tatami mat in front of a tea table and motioned for Yagyu to sit across from him. Yagyu, unused to such formal customs, nevertheless complied, kneeling down on a cushion opposite Hiashi. Hanabi pulled Karin to sit with her at the tea table. "Do you drink tea?" Hiashi asked as he poured hot water into a teapot. Yagyu shook his head honestly. "No, I don't like sour or bitter things." You're at an age where tea isn't quite suitable yet." Hiashi nodded, then cleaned the tea utensils and poured hot water for Yagyu, Karin, and Hanabi before brewing tea for himself. Suddenly, he placed his hands on his knees and slightly bowed to Yagyu, saying, "I thank you for taking care of my daughter these past years." "You're too kind, uncle." Yagyu, feeling somewhat flustered, quickly returned the bow. Hayashi's unexpectedly polite attitude was surprising but also confirmed that Yagyu's plans were working. In the eyes of high-ranking clan leaders like Hiashi, it was now certain that Yagyu was indeed a descendant of the Senju clan. They likely already knew who the fifth Hokage candidate was, and the news of Tsunade's return must have reached their ears. With Tsunade as the fifth Hokage and Yagyu, a descendant of the second Hokage, wielding techniques like the hard whirlpool water blade, Yagyu's status was comparable to that of Konohamaru during Hiruzen Sarutobi's term. In essence, he was Konoha's prince. With his obvious talent as a Senju, and the potential for another Senju Hokage soon, Yagyu was highly likely to become the sixth Hokage, if not the 7th. Knowing the influence of the Senju clan and the power of the Hokage position, Hiashi's favorable attitude was understandable. Yagyu smiled inwardly at this realization. Hiashi's demeanor had softened just because Tsunade was about to become Hokage. What would happen if he knew Yagyu could use would release? Yagyu also understood that Hiashi's attitude implicitly signaled his approval of Yagyu's relationship with Hinata. Feeling quite pleased, Yagyu's mood lightened considerably. Hanabi, go and bring your sister here. After setting the tone of the conversation, Hiashi turned to his younger daughter. Yes, father. Hanabi quickly responded and left the room. Hiashi then resumed his conversation with Yagyu, saying, "Thank you for showing mercy to Niji during the Chunin exams. Due to his father's circumstances, I've felt deeply indebted to him. You're too kind, uncle. I'm Hinata's teammate, and Niji is both her cousin and a fellow Konoha ninja. Of course, I wouldn't go too far. Even so, I must thank you. Your mercy gave me the opportunity to mend my relationship with Niji. I don't know the details, but I'm glad to hear you've reconciled. And this young lady is?" Hayashi's sharp gaze shifted to Karin, who was sitting quietly to the side. Noticing Karin's bright red hair and sensing her potent chakra and life force, a flash of insight crossed Hayashi's mind. He had an idea of who she might be. Yagyu confirmed his suspicions with his next words, "Her name is Karin. She's a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and, in a way, distantly related to me." "Ah, I see. It's good to know that the Uzumaki clan still has descendants." Hiashi expressed surprise but inwardly rejoiced. It was now undeniable that Yagyu was a descendant of the Senju clan. Moreover, he had an Uzumaki clan member by his side. Their relationship with Tsunade and Jiraiya was certainly not a coincidence. Hiashi began to think that perhaps Tsunade had known about Yagyu's existence all along. Whether Yagyu's techniques had been passed down through his family or secretly gifted by Tsunade, their bond was clear. Hayashi's earlier display of respect had been the correct move. Hello. I'm Karin." Feeling Hayashi's intense gaze on her, Karin stammered nervously, greeting him with an awkward bow. Having little formal education, Karin had no idea how to navigate such situations. Even Yagyu, who had lived 2 lives, found the political maneuvering exhausting. He disliked such games but knew he had to play along. The thought of such interactions becoming routine if he became Hokage made Yagyu feel queasy. If only his strength were greater. If he became the next god of shinobi, he wouldn't need to bother with all this nonsense. He could just make decisions on his own. Fortunately, the conversation soon came to an end. "Father, Yagyu-kun." Hinata, dressed in a white kimono, arrived with Hanabi, greeting both her father and Yagyu with a polite bow. Yagyu is here to see you. Entertain them well and don't bring shame to the clan." Hayashi's tone remained stern. "Yes, father." Hinata obediently nodded. "You young ones can talk. You don't need to inform me if you go out." Hiashi finished his tea and then stood, bowing slightly to Yagyu before leaving the room. However, he didn't call Hanabi to leave, so she stayed behind. Once Hayashi's chakra presence was far enough away, Yagyu immediately switched from kneeling to sitting cross-legged, as if relieved of a burden. He joked to Hinata, "Your father's aura is intense. You're much braver than me in that regard." Buffed. Hinata's ladylike demeanor cracked, and she couldn't help but laugh. Hanabi, who had also sat cross-legged next to Yagyu, looked at him with shining eyes and said, "Oni-chan, you're amazing. I've never seen father like that before." "Is that so?" "I think he's quite kind, just a bit too serious." Yagyu playfully pinched Hanabi's cheek. To his surprise, Hanabi didn't mind his touch. Hanabi, a precocious genius, was proud and competitive. But she also had a hidden admiration for the strong. Having been trained by Hiashi from a young age, she looked down on pranksters like Kimimaro, preferring to spend her time training with her father. However, unlike in the original story, Hanabi had never defeated her 5-year-older sister. Having trained alongside Yagyu and the others, Hinata was a different person in combat, never going easy on her opponents. When sparring with Sakura and Ino, Hinata never lost. And if she didn't hold back against her friends, there was no way she'd go easy on her younger sister. In unregulated matches, Hinata, who had learned medical ninjutsu, would even inject chakra into her sister's body. After all, it didn't matter if they got hurt, they could always heal afterward. This was something Sakura, Ino, and the others had learned from Yagyu, a result of his training philosophy. After mastering medical ninjutsu, Yagyu would often push Sakura and the others to their limits, helping them develop a high tolerance for pain from a young age. This was why Sakura hadn't panicked when she was beaten black and blue by Temari's sister, Kin. As a result, aside from her father, Hanabi greatly admired her sister. Seeing her sister go out to train or practice medical ninjutsu using fish, mastering shadow clone jutsu even before graduating from the academy, Hanabi grew increasingly curious about Hinata's circle of friends. Once Yagyu and his friends entered their 6th year at the academy, Hanabi became aware of Yagyu's presence. She had no choice. The trio of Ino, Sakura, and Hinata were too famous, considered rivals by countless girls at the academy. Even Hanabi, a first-year student at the time, frequently saw the trio surrounding Yagyu. That was when Hanabi first began to take notice of him. As she spent more time with her sister, Hanabi learned that many of Hinata's skills and techniques had been taught by Yagyu. A month earlier, after hearing that Niji had been defeated by Yagyu, Hanabi's curiosity and admiration for him grew. When she witnessed Yagyu defeat Shikamaru with his body flicker technique, stunning her father and countless other ninjas, Hanabi's admiration deepened even further. She wanted to be as exceptional as her sister, and she wanted to astonish her father just as Yagyu had. This desire led to her hesitant request for Yagyu to teach her earlier. Now, seeing how kind her father was being to Yagyu, a warmth she hadn't seen in years or couldn't remember, Hanabi's admiration for Yagyu became impossible to hide. Yagyu, unaware of how easily he had won over his future sister-in-law, simply enjoyed the moment. Seeing that Hanabi didn't reject his playful pinch, he patted her head affectionately before turning to Hinata with a smile. "Hinata, let me introduce you to a friend." Yagyu gestured toward Karin, repeating what he had told Hiashi earlier. "Her name is Karin. I met her during the 2nd round of the Chunin exams. She's a genin from Kusagakure and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, so she's distantly related to me." Distantly related? Hinata's eyes lit up as she asked, "Yagyu-kun, are you really a descendant of the Senju clan?" "Yes." Yagyu nodded without hesitation, continuing his lie. "I've actually known about my lineage since I was 7, but for certain reasons, I had to keep it hidden until now." "That's wonderful." Hinata, unable to contain her joy, beamed with delight. Just like she had hoped during the tournament, if Yagyu truly was a Senju, then she had a real chance to be with him. No wonder her father had treated Yagyu so kindly earlier, he must have known about Yagyu's identity all along. Did this mean her father approved of her relationship with Yagyu? Blushing, Hinata's body temperature rose at the thought. To distract herself, she quickly knelt before Karin and politely greeted her. "Hello, my name is Hinata Hyuga. Please take care of me." "Hello, I'm Karin. Please take care of me as well." Karin, nervous from Hinata's noble demeanor, hastily returned the greeting. The elegant aura Hinata radiated made Karin feel self-conscious and inferior. Were all of Yagyu's friends such aristocratic ladies? As an orphan from a small village, she felt completely out of her league. Would they even want to be friends with her? Sensing Karin's anxiety, Yagyu turned to Hinata with a smile and said, "Karin is just like how you were when you were little, so be sure to take care of her, just like Ino and Sakura took care of you." Hinata looked at Karin in surprise, then nodded firmly. "I understand." Just as Yagyu had once said to Sakura, Hinata immediately felt a connection to Karin, seeing her as a kindred spirit. Only those who had experienced bullying and loneliness could truly understand how painful it was. Yagyu, Sakura, and Ino had extended a hand of friendship to Hinata, and now it was her turn to do the same for Karin. After introducing the two, Yagyu smiled at Hinata again. "Do you have any homework to finish today? If not, let's go find Ino and Sakura. I have a place I want to take you all." "Okay, let me go change into something else." Hinata was about to return to her room when Yagyu stopped her. "No need to change. You look beautiful in your kimono. Let's go as you are." "All right." Blushing, Hinata nodded shyly. Just as Yagyu, Hinata, and Karin were about to leave, Hanabi suddenly grabbed Yagyu's sleeve and looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Oni-chan, can I come with you? Of course you can. Yagyu crouched down, scooping Hanabi into his arms again. You can come with your sister anytime, or you can come alone if you want. MHM. This time, Hanabi didn't ask to be put down. She clung to Yagyu's neck, a big smile spreading across her chubby, adorable face. Seeing her little sister get along so well with Yagyu, Hinata also smiled happily. Her father's approval, her sister's closeness, if she could truly be with Yagyu, it would be a dream come true. The very thought filled her with joy. Since Hiashi had said there was no need to notify him, Yagyu carried Hanabi out of the Hyuga estate, with Hinata and Karin by his side. Along the way, many members of the Hyuga clan were left dumbstruck. Whether they knew Yagyu or not, the sight of him carrying the clan's younger daughter, with the elder daughter following behind, left a lasting impression. Was this boy their future son-in-law? Chapter 78, Ino and the girls are shocked, these are his wings. Yagyu, who are these two? This little girl is Hanabi, Hinata's younger sister, and this is Karin, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and my distant relative. Hanabi, Karin, nice to meet you both. Wow, Hanabi is just as cute as Hinata was when she was young. You'll definitely grow up to be beautiful. Wait. Karin is your distant relative. Yagyu, are you really a descendant of the Senju clan? Yes, I've known about my lineage for a long time. I'm sorry for keeping it from you all for so long. No wonder your chakra is so strong, and your hair and eye color resemble the second Hokage in the books. So that's how it is. Yagyu, along with Hinata, first went to Ino's family flower shop and then to Konoha Hospital to pick up Ino and Sakura, who were helping at the shop and working as interns. He introduced Karin and Hanabi to both girls. Just as they had treated Hinata when she was younger, Ino and Sakura were warm and welcoming to Karin and Hanabi. When they found out Yagyu was a descendant of the Senju clan, both girls were surprised, but after Yagyu apologized for not telling them earlier, they quickly let it go. Unlike the prestigious Hyuga clan, Ino's family was more like an ordinary family. Her parents weren't the type to care about social status. Sakura's family was even simpler, just a regular ninja family. As long as their daughters liked someone, their parents would agree without fuss. Upon learning from Hinata that Karin had a background similar to hers, and after hearing from Yagyu about how Karin had been treated as a medical tool, both Ino and Sakura, who had already developed a good first impression because of Karin's connection to Yagyu, became even more affectionate towards her. At first, Karin was unsure of how to handle the warm welcome from Ino and the others, but soon, a sense of warmth flooded her heart. Although her sensory abilities weren't as advanced as those of Uzumaki Mito, who could sense good and evil, the genuine sincerity from Ino, Sakura, and Hinata was clear enough for anyone to see. Realizing they didn't look down on her, Karin sighed in relief, feeling touched. Just as Yagyu had said, they were indeed kind people. As Karin continued to interact with Ino and the others, her tone became less nervous, and she eventually smiled from the heart, beginning to resemble the Karin of the original series. Seeing her transformation, Yagyu couldn't help but smile. He had guessed correctly that only Ino and the others could help Karin truly come out of her shell. Karin's reliance on Yagyu was too strong, similar to how Haku was devoted to Zabuza or how Kimimaro was to Orochimaru. No matter how much Yagyu tried to correct her, Karin always placed herself in a position of extreme humility. But with Ino and the others, Karin could slowly regain her confidence and free herself from that mindset. Although having an extremely loyal and devoted follower wasn't a bad thing, Yagyu preferred to nurture a capable partner rather than someone overly dependent. Karin had that potential. Originally, Hinata had been the most talented among the girls, given her connection to the Akatsuki clan and the purity of her Byakugan, the most refined in the Hyuga clan for 1,000 years. If her bloodline were ever upgraded, her Byakugan might even evolve or mutate. But now, Hinata was no longer the most talented. Enhancing a bloodline was no easy task, unless someone of 6 paths level intervened or she consumed a chakra fruit or medicine refined from it. Otherwise, Hinata's potential would cap at that of a top-level jonin, like her father Hiashi. Even if Yagyu taught her many advanced techniques, her maximum potential might only reach Kaga level. Karin, on the other hand, was different. Even in the conditions of the original series, she had awakened the 3 unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Her chakra nature was the same as Yagyu's before he graduated: yin, yang, water, and earth. The Uzumaki bloodline came with an enormous amount of chakra and exceptional chakra control. This meant Karin could not only learn Yagyu's genjutsu and water release techniques, but also the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, the Senju clan's chakra bursts, and Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, including the Future 100 Healings technique, and perhaps even Sage Mode. If Karin mastered all these abilities along with her clan's unique powers, she would become the Uzumaki equivalent of Mito, capable of standing alongside Naruto, who could fully transform into a tailed beast, and Sasuke, who had obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. She would be part of a new generation of legendary Sannin. And turning Karin into this future version was far easier than upgrading Hinata's bloodline. Right now, Karin had the highest potential of the four girls. Both Tsunade and Yagyu had high hopes for her. Of course, Karin had no idea about this. If she did, she would likely be as driven as Kimimaro, making it her lifelong goal to achieve such heights. After successfully introducing Karin to Ino and the others and getting to know his future sister-in-law, Yagyu activated his Kagura Mind's Eye to locate Tsunade and Shizen's chakra. They had already left the Hokage building and were now somewhere near the center of Konoha. There wasn't another chakra presence near them, so they had likely returned to the Senju clan's old estate. Following the guidance of his Kagura Mind's Eye, Yagyu and the group arrived at a large house. Much like Hinata's home, the house had walls, a courtyard, and an ancient architectural style. "Yagyu, you're here." As Yagyu led the girls inside, the first thing they saw was several Shizen clones cleaning the house. Seeing them, one of the Shizuns, whether the real one or a clone, raised her hand and greeted him. Noticing the girls beside him, Shizen paused for a moment before asking, "Who are these girls?" "They're my classmates and good friends who grew up with me, and, well, they're my wings." The last part echoed in Yagyu's mind. Suddenly, Yagyu formed a hand sign and said a jutsu name that froze Ino and the girls in place. Wood style, multiple wood clone jutsu. There was no sound of an explosion like with a regular clone jutsu. Instead, green branches extended from Yagyu's body. As the branches broke off, they rapidly took on his shape and form, eventually transforming into over 20 identical wooden clones of Yagyu. Whoa! Wood style. By now, Ino, Sakura, Hinata, and Hanabi were all standing there in complete shock. As Yagyu had once told Naruto, the legendary Sannin were figures studied in second-grade history. And in first-grade history, the first prominent figure introduced was the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Anyone who attended the ninja academy knew about the first Hokage and his legendary bloodline limit, Wood style. Wood style was called a legendary bloodline limit because, aside from Hashirama, no one else in Konoha had ever possessed it. Now, they were seeing this legendary power displayed by Yagyu right in front of them. Yeah. Yagyu. Ino, the first to recover, was so stunned that her words came out stammered. "Is this the reason you kept your identity hidden?" "Yes." "And is this why Shikamaru said you suddenly became more confident?" "That's right. I had already awakened Wood style by then." "Wow." Seeing Yagyu confirm it, Ino let out a long breath. So cool." Sakura and Hinata were filled with awe. As for Hanabi, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Yagyu. At that moment, even Hanabi didn't realize that she was on the verge of becoming the type of fangirl she used to disdain at the academy. If she noticed, she might finally understand why so many girls admired strong, handsome boys. Already a highly accomplished individual, Yagyu's revelation of his wood style was like a morning sun suddenly becoming a blazing midday sun, so brilliant that looking directly at him could almost hurt the eyes. "Help with the cleaning first, and later I'll introduce you to someone important," Yagyu said, snapping the girls out of their daze. Together with his wood clones, he assisted Shizen with the cleaning. The girls quickly calmed down and used their shadow clone jutsu to join in. With Yagyu's multiple wood clones and the girls' shadow clones working together, they soon finished cleaning the massive estate, which hadn't been lived in for many years. By the time they were done, the sun was setting. As Yagyu and the others took a break, Shizen returned with groceries. "Yagyu, Karin, you're here." As night fell, Tsunade, who had been staying in a secluded area beneath the estate, finally appeared before Yagyu. Like Shizen, Tsunade first greeted Yagyu and Karin before turning her attention to the girls. She noticed Hinata and Hanabi's Byakugan, then observed Ino, Sakura, and their appearances. A knowing smile appeared on her face as she looked at Yagyu and asked, "Yagyu, aren't you going to introduce them to me?" Tsunade-sama. Before Yagyu could respond, Ino and the others stood frozen once again in awe. Ino was the first to snap out of it, rushing over to Tsunade with eyes full of admiration. "Are you the legendary Sannin, Tsunade-sama?" "Not bad, little girl." "You've got some knowledge," Tsunade praised, patting Ino's shoulder. As she did, she silently infused a bit of chakra into Ino to assess her condition. "Judging by your hair and in-release chakra, you must be from the Yamanaka clan, right?" "Yes, yes." Ino nodded vigorously, looking every bit like a starstruck fan. "My father is Inoichi Yamanaka." "Tsunade-sama, you're my idol." "Oh. So you're Inoichi's daughter," Tsunade said, slightly surprised, before teasing, "I didn't expect Inoichi to have such a cute daughter." Hee hee. Ino scratched her head, bashfully smiling at the compliment. At this point, Sakura, Hinata, and Hanabi also approached, their eyes filled with the same awe and admiration. Sakura and Hinata, in particular, had been studying medical ninjutsu since they were little under Yagyu's guidance. Anyone who learned medical ninjutsu knew how incredible Tsunade was. Both were huge fans of hers. Without needing Yagyu's introduction, Tsunade already knew who they were and even their father's names. Seeing this, Yagyu couldn't help but be amazed. It seemed he had underestimated Tsunade's influence. While Tsunade held her impromptu fan meeting, Yagyu left her to it and headed into the kitchen to help Shizune. Karin followed him. Soon, Karin was bringing out dish after dish and placing them on the dining table, which was a modern-style high table that contrasted with the traditional architecture. Before long, a lavish feast was ready. "Tsunade-ne-san, dinner's ready." After the final dish was served, Yagyu called out to the living room. A few moments later, Tsunade entered with her 4 adoring fans in tow. "Not bad, Yagyu. I didn't know you were a great cook too." Tsunade glanced over the dishes on the table. Having grown accustomed to Shizune's cooking, she could instantly tell which dishes Yagyu had prepared. The styles were different. Anyone who could create a distinctive style of cooking had to be a great chef. MHM. Yagyu's cooking is delicious, Ino, Sakura, and Hinata agreed, nodding in unison. That was why they never stopped Yagyu from cooking. As for Karin and Hanabi, they were both quietly drooling, with Karin feeling a rare pang of regret. She hadn't realized Yagyu was such a good cook. Had she not stopped him from entering the kitchen before, she could have enjoyed his cooking much sooner. "Let's eat before it gets cold," Yagyu said with a smile, unfazed by the compliments. They thought it tasted good because it was new to them. In Yagyu's opinion, his cooking was nothing special, just average. But compared to the limited food choices in Konoha, it made sense why they found his dishes so appealing. "Let's eat." Tsunade cheerfully invited Ino and the others to sit, taking the head of the table herself. She then turned to Shizune, who sat to her right, and asked, "Shizune, did you buy me some sake?" "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Shizune replied, fetching a bottle of sake and some soft drinks from the kitchen. "Let's raise a glass to celebrate, finding my little brother and getting to know all of you." Tsunade filled her cup with sake and raised it with a hearty gesture. "Cheers." Yagyu and the girls raised their glasses of juice, clinking them together with smiles on their faces. With Tsunade leading the conversation, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Even the normally reserved Shizune and Karin were drawn in, occasionally joining in on the discussion. But the biggest change was in Hanabi. Just like Hinata's first dinner with Yagyu and the others, Hanabi, who was used to the strict and quiet atmosphere of her own home, where meals were eaten in silence on tatami mats, discovered how lively and fun eating together could be. If she weren't so young and unable to fully join her sister's circle, Hanabi might have already started to show her more outgoing personality like she did later in Shippuden. Sensing Hanabi's change, Yagyu would occasionally clink glasses with her, bringing a bright smile to her adorable, chubby face. The young girl's affection for her future brother-in-law continued to grow. The dinner lasted much longer than expected, so long, in fact, that Yagyu lost track of time. The girls were having such a good time chatting. At first, they had been reserved, only asking Tsunade about interesting stories from her era. But as Tsunade drank more and began boasting about her legendary feats, the atmosphere heated up considerably. By the end, Ino, who was feeling envious of Hinata's figure, couldn't help but ask, in front of Yagyu, the burning question in her heart, "Tsunade-sama, how did you, get so big? Is there some sort of secret?" "Oh, you mean this?" Tsunade, completely unfazed by Yagyu's presence, proudly held up her assets and, with her face flushed from the alcohol, said with great satisfaction, "It's a gift from the heavens." "What?" Ino and Sakura, who had been hoping for some secret technique, were instantly devastated, turning to stone in disappointment. Shizune and Karin glanced down at their own flat chests, then back at 12-year-old Hinata, before also turning to stone. Watching the girls having such a wild time, Yagyu, who had been quietly sitting with his chin resting on his hand, couldn't help but smile. These girls were his wings. It was also because of them that Yagyu, at some point, had developed deep bonds with this world, integrating himself into it and no longer seeing himself as an outsider, finally saying goodbye to his previous life. Because of them, Yagyu had managed to keep himself grounded, avoiding extreme and dark paths in his pursuit of strength, still holding on to the light. To Sakura and Hinata, Yagyu was their savior. But to Yagyu, they had also saved him. Chapter 79, The Arrival of a New Era, The Privileges of the Prince of Konoha. After the feast, Yagyu finally set things up as planned for Hinata and the other girls. As long as they stayed close to Tsunade and continued their training with Yagyu's help, Ino and Hinata would, without a doubt, surpass their original limits by the time they turned 16. In the following days, Yagyu often brought Hinata and the others to Tsunade's house, helping her clean the yard and redecorate the house. When Hanabi wasn't busy with her training, she would join them from time to time. Tsunade grew fond of Hinata and the other girls. She was even more enthusiastic about them than Yagyu had expected. What Yagyu didn't know was that Tsunade's warmth towards the girls was all because of him. If it weren't for Yagyu being too young and the girls being present, Tsunade would have loved to give him a thumbs up, praising him for his excellent choice of companions. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, by maintaining good relations with these two girls, Yagyu essentially secured the support of 4 powerful clans. The Hyuga clan remained the only noble family left in Konoha, and the Ino Shikacho trio held key positions in the interrogation, logistics, and strategic departments. With the support of these 4 families, Yagyu's path to becoming the 6th Hokage was almost guaranteed, even without Wood's style. Not even the elders could stop him now. To pave the way for Yagyu, Tsunade naturally treated Hinata and the other girls kindly. Tsunade even entertained the idea of taking them under her wing after becoming the 5th Hokage, having them and Karin train with Shizune from a young age. By the time Yagyu ascended as the 6th Hokage, they would be ready to take charge of important departments without needing to be trained from scratch. Time flew by, and the day of Tsunade's inauguration as the 5th Hokage finally arrived. In the lead-up to the event, Konoha not only announced the news but also posted notices all over Konoha and the major cities of the Fire Country. The entire Fire Country, and even the ninja world, knew that Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, was set to become the 5th Hokage. After many years, Konoha's leadership was once again in the hands of the Senju clan. Konoha, Year 60, August 23rd. Yagyu-kun, here are your clothes. Thanks, Karin. And, you should wipe your nosebleed. Hee hee. Yagyu-kun's body is amazing. On the 2nd floor of Yagyu's house, Karin, with tissue stuffed up her nose, was staring at Yagyu with a dazed expression, a far cry from her previous shyness. Yagyu, fresh from his morning training, stood in front of her wearing nothing but boxer shorts. Standing at almost 170 centimeters, his height alone made him stand out among his peers. Years of dedicated early morning training, rain or shine, had sculpted his body into a well-defined figure, muscles toned and sleek, a perfect balance of strength and grace. With his freshly washed silver hair still damp and messy, he exuded an aura of raw masculinity, as if glowing with a golden shimmer. It wasn't just Karin who was overwhelmed, even Ino or Sakura would likely get nosebleeds from the sight, and Hinata, with her weak immunity, would probably faint instantly. After taking the clothes from Karin, Yagyu put them on. His outfit consisted of black pants and a white shirt, with a large red fire character embroidered on the back. This was the outfit for attending the Hokage inauguration ceremony. Yagyu had casually mentioned it a few days ago, and Tsunade adopted the idea, causing Konoha's clothing shops to suddenly experience a boom in business. Not only was Yagyu wearing such a shirt, but Karin was also dressed similarly. When the two stepped outside, they saw that many of the pedestrians were wearing the same style of clothing. At the designated meeting point, Hinata and the others were already waiting. Standing beside Hinata was the small figure of Hanabi. They were all wearing the same white shirts with the red fire symbol. Oniai-chan, over here, over here. For once, Hanabi wasn't wearing her usual kimono. She waved her small hand excitedly at Yagyu. Yagyu smiled and waved back. As he approached, Hanabi eagerly jumped into his arms, hugging his neck and whispering something in his ear. Soon, she climbed onto Yagyu's back, her face beaming with joy. In just a few days, Yagyu had completely won over Hanabi, who had been a stranger to him not long ago. Even though Hanabi was wise beyond her years, she was still just a 7-year-old child. It was hard to resist Yagyu's charms, especially after he gifted her an S-rank sealing technique, one specifically marked with red ink, that could store chakra. Hanabi had instantly become Yagyu's loyal follower. With Yagyu's gentle demeanor, similar to that of her older sister, and the fact that she didn't need to follow the strict etiquette required by her father and the clan elders when she was around him, Hanabi's naturally lively personality quickly shone through. Let's go. The ceremony should be starting soon. With Hanabi on his back, Yagyu and the others chatted as they made their way to the plaza in front of the Hokage Tower. By the time they arrived, the plaza was already packed, and the surrounding streets were equally crowded. Some people, unable to find a spot, had even climbed up utility poles. Most of the crowd, like Yagyu's group, wore white shirts with red fire symbols. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, waiting for the beautiful figure to appear. Yagyu's group found a spot a little further back but still with a good view of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade didn't keep the crowd waiting long. Soon, she appeared on the rooftop. Despite wearing a loose, tea-green cloak similar to a kimono, her curvaceous figure was still evident. Her light blonde hair glowed in the sunlight, as if bathed in golden light. Upon seeing her, countless civilians and ninja, both young and old, looked at her with fanatical admiration, just as Ino and the others had a few days prior. Excited voices could be heard from various directions. It's Tsunade-sama. I'm finally seeing her in person. She's so beautiful, just like the picture in the textbooks. After all these years, Tsunade-sama hasn't aged a bit. How does she keep her skin so flawless? Looking down at the crowd, Tsunade saw many familiar faces. She smiled and pulled out a hat with the fire character on it, raising it high. In a bold voice, she declared, "Sorry to keep you waiting. From today onward, Konoha is under my leadership. I am the 5th Hokage." Unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, who liked to give long speeches, Tsunade didn't waste any words. She directly declared her authority. Woohoo! Tsunade-sama. 5th Hokage-sama. The atmosphere below exploded in an instant. Civilians and ninja alike cheered Tsunade's name, their voices echoing throughout the sky. Watching Tsunade wave to the crowd from the rooftop, Yagyu smiled. From this moment, Konoha had officially entered Tsunade's era. And from this moment, Yagyu had become the Prince of Konoha, second only to Tsunade in authority. With Tsunade's protection, he no longer had to worry about being targeted or accused of treason for resisting any plots against him. Now, he had the privilege to act with impunity. No matter what mistakes he made, Tsunade would shield him. And once he revealed his wood style, all of Konoha would support him. Anyone who opposed him would be labeled a traitor. Aside from a few sensitive abilities, Yagyu no longer had to hide his strength. He could now step into the spotlight of Konoha and the entire ninja world. The privileges of Konoha's prince turned out to be even greater than Yagyu had imagined. The first wave of benefits from his new status came sooner than expected. The day after the inauguration ceremony, Yagyu found himself in the newly renovated Hokage office. As Tsunade glanced at Ino and the other girls helping Shizen clear out Hiruzen's old belongings, she suddenly turned to Yagyu, who was sitting on a couch sorting scrolls and documents. "Yagyu, what are your chakra natures?" "Water, earth, wind, and lightning," Yagyu replied without looking up. "4, huh?" Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. "Adding in Yin for genjutsu and Yang for wood style, that makes 6 natures. You're just one fire nature away from having all the elements, just like your second granduncle." After saying this, Tsunade opened a drawer and pulled out 2 scrolls, tossing them to Yagyu. Catch. Yagyu caught the scrolls, puzzled. Tsunade-ne-san, what's this? One is a transportation scroll, similar to reverse summoning. The other is a sealing technique to unlock the scroll of seals, Tsunade explained, pointing to a compartment in the Hokage's office. She smiled. After you study the sealing technique, go to the compartment and activate the transportation scroll like you would a storage scroll by channeling chakra into it. You'll be transported to the forbidden jutsu library. In there, you can read any jutsu you like, including the scroll of seals. Ah. Yagyu stared at Tsunade in shock, his face unusually dumbfounded. Tsunade seemed quite pleased with his reaction and teased, "What's with the Are you not happy with your gift from your sister?" But. Yagyu stammered, an unusual occurrence for him. Isn't the scroll of seals a forbidden text, only meant for the Hokage to read? Yep. And now that I'm the Hokage, I can do whatever I want with it, Tsunade said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Besides, the scroll of seals was created by the first Hokage to lock away the dangerous jutsu developed by the second Hokage. Most of the jutsu in there were created by him, so you could say it's part of the Senju clan's inheritance. What's the harm in letting you read it? Standing up, Tsunade walked over to Yagyu and patted his head. She smiled warmly and said, "You're the perfect creation of our Senju clan. You've not only awakened the first Hokage's wood style, but you've also inherited the second Hokage's water style and his talent for jutsu. Such gifts shouldn't be wasted. Since you were wise enough to hide your abilities at such a young age, I trust that with your intelligence and maturity, you won't fall into the temptation of forbidden jutsu. Instead, you'll be like the second Hokage, mastering them and turning them into your weapons." Tsunade-ne-san. Feeling the confidence Tsunade had in him, a warm sensation surged through Yagyu's heart, and for once, he felt a rare pang of guilt. He hadn't expected Tsunade to treat him this well. On her second day as the 5th Hokage, she had already given him access to the Forbidden Jutsu Library and the Scroll of Seals. Though it was true that the scroll was created by the first Hokage and most of the jutsu were developed by the second Hokage, it was also true that only the Hokage was supposed to read it. Even those with exceptional battle achievements could only exchange their merit for a single Forbidden Jutsu scroll, and it had to be returned after a certain time, with no permission to pass it on to others. Because of these rules, Yagyu's original plan didn't involve getting access to the Scroll of Seals or the Forbidden Jutsu Library through Tsunade. His plan had been to use the Uzumaki clan's Reaper Death Seal mask to free the souls of the previous Hokage and then use his Senju heritage to obtain all of the second Hokage's Forbidden Jutsu and the first Hokage's wood-style techniques directly from their souls. But now, Tsunade had broken the rules on her second day as Hokage, handing him the keys to the Forbidden Jutsu Library and the Scroll of Seals, allowing him free access. This unexpected gift left Yagyu feeling overwhelmed. Tsunade's affection was too heavy a burden for him. After all, only Yagyu knew that his identity as a Senju clan descendant was a lie. Tsunade's kindness made Yagyu feel a rare sense of guilt for deceiving her. But he couldn't deny that Tsunade's actions made his affection for her skyrocket. Just like how he felt indebted to Karin for her mentorship, Yagyu now felt that he owed Tsunade a great deal and would have to repay her someday. Clutching the scrolls tightly, Yagyu's eyes grew resolute as he gave Tsunade a confident smile and said, "Thank you, Tsunade-ne-san. I won't let you down. Good boy." Tsunade affectionately ruffled Yagyu's hair again. Then, as if remembering something, she added, "By the way, you can only use the transportation scroll inside the Hokage building. That way, you won't trigger the sensory barrier." After the recent mysterious intruder and Orochimaru's break-in, the location of the Forbidden Jutsu Library has been hidden. Only by using the scroll can you access it. If you want to study jutsu, come to the room next to mine. Got it. Yagyu nodded obediently, his face looking as innocent as ever. Chapter 80, the first collaboration between Team 8 and Team Guy, Captain Yagyu. Tsunade's sudden indulgence led Yagyu to acquire the forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals in a way even he hadn't anticipated. After quickly helping Tsunade organize scrolls, books, and documents, Yagyu opened the scroll containing the sealing technique. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes the moment he glanced at it. Before Hinata and the others returned, Yagyu informed Tsunade, who was still busy working, and then entered the private room in the Hokage's office. He activated the transportation scroll by channeling Chakra into it. Boom. Just like with summoning jutsu, numerous tadpole-like runes spread out, forming a jutsu array. Yagyu, standing within it, was enveloped in a puff of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yagyu's figure had vanished. Now, he stood in a dimly lit, windowless room with no doors, illuminated only by two faint yellow lights. The room was narrow, filled with bookshelves packed with scrolls, and the space was tight. Beneath Yagyu's feet was a permanent jutsu array, something that hadn't been there the last time he visited. Clearly, this transportation array had become the only entrance and exit to the forbidden jutsu library. The walls were also covered with tadpole-like runes, which seemed to be part of a barrier technique. Scanning the room, Yagyu quickly spotted the scroll of seals, now placed prominently on a shelf by itself, no longer hidden in a secret compartment. Activating his Sharingan, he confirmed it was the genuine scroll of seals. With a hand seal, Yagyu channeled Chakra into the large seal symbol on the scroll. Yes, Yagyu had already mastered the sealing technique to unlock the scroll of seals. He had previously captured an image of the sealing jutsu, though at the time, he hadn't realized it was the key to opening the scroll. As his chakra flowed into the scroll, the large seal symbol began to glow with a blinding red light. After a moment, the red glow and the seal vanished. Yagyu eagerly opened the scroll of seals, ready to examine the forbidden jutsu inside. I see. Upon opening the scroll, Yagyu realized why he hadn't found individual forbidden jutsu scrolls during his previous visit. He also confirmed that the version Naruto had stolen had been a fake. The opened scroll of seals didn't contain dense text or diagrams illustrating training methods. Instead, it listed only the names of the forbidden jutsu. Below the list, the scroll's surface was blank, resembling a storage scroll. Locating Naruto's much-envied shadow clone jutsu, Yagyu activated the scroll by inputting chakra into it, much like a storage scroll. Poof! A small cloud of white smoke appeared, and when it cleared, an individual scroll materialized on the surface. So the massive scroll of seals was essentially a large-scale storage scroll, just like the ones Tenten used to store weapons. The scroll contained other scrolls within it. Opening the independent scroll, Yagyu began to study the principles and training method for the shadow clone jutsu. He then took both the individual scroll and the scroll of seals to a spot under the dim lights and began reading through the forbidden jutsu right in the library. Since Tsunade was protecting him, the Hokage's office and the forbidden jutsu library had essentially become his second home. He could come and go as he pleased, there was no need for him to steal anything. That wasn't the most important part, though. The key benefit was that Yagyu could bring Hinata and the others with him, allowing them to stay close to Tsunade and make a good impression. For the next few days, Yagyu brought Hinata and the other girls to the Hokage's office regularly. While Yagyu studied forbidden jutsu in the library, Hinata and the others helped Shizun lighten Tsunade's workload. During this time, every ninja who came and went from the Hokage's office took note of Yagyu and Hinata's group. The rumors about Yagyu being a Senju descendant were now solidified, and word spread that both Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and Ino, the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, were being highly regarded by the Hokage. Upon hearing the news, Hiashi Hyuga was pleased with his decision. Tsunade's favor toward Yagyu indicated that his chances of becoming the sixth Hokage were high. If Yagyu became Hokage and ended up with Hinata, Hiashi could persuade the clan elders to allow Hinata to marry out of the clan. This way, his eldest daughter would marry outside, and his younger daughter would inherit the clan, neither of them needing to bear the caged bird seal. The Hyuga clan would also become the primary supporter of the Hokage, a plan with multiple benefits. A few more days passed, and soon more than a week had gone by since Tsunade's inauguration. After half a month of downtime, the mission system in Konoha was finally back in operation. A flood of missions inundated the mission request center in the Hokage's office. With too many missions and the need to quickly assist clients, most of the Jonin had been dispatched. Even some experienced genin teams with Chunin captains had been sent out. Ino and Sakura, who had been helping Shizun, returned to their respective teams, leaving Konoha without even time to say goodbye to Yagyu. Soon, Yagyu himself had no time to study jutsu in the library. One day, as Yagyu brought Karin and Hinata to the Hokage's office like usual, Tsunade asked Karin to assist Shizun but kept Yagyu and Hinata back, her expression serious. Yagyu, doesn't your team 8 have another member? Yes, it does. Yagyu nodded. Go get him. I have an important mission for your team once you return. Understood, Hokage-sama. Slightly surprised, Yagyu nodded seriously, the formality in his tone signaling the shift in responsibility. Yagyu and Hinata left the Hokage's office. With the help of his Kagura's mind-eye and Hinata's Byakugan, they quickly found Shino Abirame in a forest near Konoha, collecting insects. A mission finally? Yes, Kurenai-sensei and the other Jonin have been sent out on missions. After the system was down for so long, the backlog of requests has overwhelmed the village. You're right. I haven't seen many of the Jonin around the village lately. So it's just the three of us for this mission. Does that mean we'll start doing missions on our own now? Maybe it's just because of the current situation. The Chunin exam results haven't been finalized yet, so we probably won't be taking on solo missions until someone in our team is promoted. If it's based on skill, only you and Rock Lee stand a chance of being promoted this time. You have a good chance too, Shino. After all, you captured that puppet master from Tsunade on your own. Suna had to pay quite a hefty price to get him back recently. As they chatted, Team 8 made their way back to the Hokage's office. When they entered, they were surprised to see three familiar figures already there. Hey, Yagyu. Rock Lee immediately flashed a thumbs up and grinned widely. Niji Hyuga, having mended his relationship with Hiashi and letting go of his grudge against the main branch, crossed his arms and nodded toward Yagyu. Niji Nisan. Hinata shyly greeted Niji, who responded with a respectful nod, much more polite than in the past. Yagyu smiled and said, "Long time no see. Are you here for a mission too?" "No, we're waiting for you." The one who answered was Ten, wearing her usual white chipao and sporting her signature double bun hairstyle with two small braids hanging down. Raising an eyebrow, Yagyu turned to Tsunade, who was seated at her desk, exuding the authority of the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, is this a joint mission?" "That's right," Tsunade confirmed with a nod, her tone serious. During the third round of the Chunin exams, Konoha invited many wealthy and noble figures to observe. Unfortunately, the unexpected attack caused the mission system to shut down, leaving some of those important guests stranded in Konoha. Most of the Jonin are out on missions now, and the village's available forces are limited to you newer generation ninjas. But since you're still genin without much experience in completing missions on your own, this will be a joint B-rank mission. Tsunade pulled out a scroll from her desk and tossed it to Yagyu. The client is a noble from the land of birds. They specifically requested you to lead the team, Yagyu. You'll be responsible for negotiating with them. Understood, Hokage-sama. Yagyu respectfully nodded. Tsunade turned her gaze to Team Guy and instructed, "You're last year's Team 3 and also lack experience in completing missions on your own. Don't look down on your juniors just because you're older. For this mission, follow your captain's orders, understood?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." Team 3 replied just as respectfully. Soon, Team 8 and Team 3 left the Hokage's office. In the hallway, Rock Lee walked alongside Yagyu, facing backward as he spoke, his expression grateful. "Yagyu, Guy-sensei told me everything. Thank you for your help at the central tower." Yagyu smiled, "It was nothing. We're all Konoha shinobi. Anyone else would have done the same in that situation, I just reacted a little faster. And besides, I technically interfered in your match. I hope you're not upset." "Of course not. I'm very grateful." Lee quickly shook his head and gave Yagyu a deep bow. "I accept your thanks," Yagyu said, patting Lee on the shoulder before turning to Niji and Ten. "I've seen your skills in action. In terms of overall strength, your Team 3 is definitely the strongest among the genin squads. I look forward to working with you on this mission." Instead of feeling looked down on for being all eliminated in the exams, Niji and Ten were pleased by Yagyu's words, their fondness for him growing. Niji, who had already felt indebted to Yagyu due to his mended relationship with Hiashi, silently vowed to follow Yagyu's lead. Given Yagyu's close relationship with Hinata, Niji considered him likely to become a part of the Hyuga family, someone he'd need to serve in the future. With Yagyu's skillful diplomacy, Team 3, already full of gratitude and goodwill, quickly accepted him as their captain. After leaving the Hokage building, Yagyu led both teams to a guest house where they found the steward of the noble from the land of birds, negotiated the details, and set the departure time. The nobles, having already explored every corner of Konoha, were eager to return home and wished to leave as soon as possible. After informing them to pack their belongings and obtain exit permits from the Hokage's office, Yagyu sent the teams to gather their gear and meet at the village gates. Yagyu, meanwhile, headed to the Hokage's office to get the exit permits for both teams. Normally, this would be the role of the Jonin leader, but with all the Jonin out on missions, it fell to the captain. After getting the necessary documents, Yagyu arrived at the village gates, awaiting the arrival of Team 3, Team 8, and the noble's entourage. Konoha's ninjas were efficient, and within 15 minutes, both teams arrived, each member carrying a backpack. Yagyu, didn't you bring anything? Seeing Yagyu empty-handed, Lee, like Shino earlier, asked curiously. I packed everything in a storage scroll, Yagyu said, showing them a scroll. Oh, I see. Lee nodded in understanding. Tenten's eyes sparkled at the idea. Why hadn't she thought of that? If she used a storage scroll for everyday items, she could pack even more on missions. By the way. Lee, Niji, what's with those bandages? Are you injured? I know some medical ninjutsu, want me to help? Knowing that Team 8 and Team 3 were unfamiliar with each other, Yagyu worked to keep the conversation flowing, further boosting the third team's favorable impression of him. However, both Lee and Niji declined Yagyu's offer. As dedicated fighters, they were used to their injuries and didn't want to waste Yagyu's chakra on something that would soon return. Yagyu continued to skillfully steer the conversation, even complimenting Tenten's impressive shurikenjutsu during the exams, making the atmosphere between the two teams grow warmer. Finally, after about an hour of waiting, the noble's entourage from the land of birds arrived at the village gates. Chapter 81, The Men Who Fought the God of Shinobi, Yagyu's Silence. Next, we'll leave it to you, Lord Yagyu. It's my duty. Yagyu exchanged some polite words with the noble's steward, then both handed over their travel permits to the Chunin gatekeepers. After several days, Yagyu was leaving Konoha once again. Yagyu never saw the noble throughout this entire process, and it seemed that the noble had no intention of meeting him either. After some careful observation, Yagyu realized it wasn't the noble who had specifically requested him for the escort. Instead, it was the sharp-witted steward who had suggested Yagyu. The steward was clearly adept at gathering information and must have caught wind of Yagyu's identity recently. Or perhaps he had witnessed Yagyu's abilities during the official stage of the Chunin exams and knew of the phantom body flicker technique. He might even know about Yagyu's Team 8 and Team 3, which had members with the Byakugan, and thus directly requested both teams. It could even be a combination of all three. Otherwise, how could the noble be so ignorant of basic social etiquette? Thus, Yagyu wasn't curious anymore about why he had been chosen to lead the mission. He commanded Team 3 and Team 8 to position themselves on either side of the carriage, the closest possible distance, and instructed them to activate the Byakugan occasionally or send out insects for remote and close-range sensing. The Land of Birds is one of the neighboring countries of the Land of Wind. According to the map of the ninja world, to its north lies the Land of Earth, to the east the Land of Rain, to the south the Land of Wind, and to the west the Land of Bears. There are three possible routes from the Land of Fire to the Land of Birds. The first is through the Land of Rivers, the second through the Land of Rain, and the third through the Land of Grass. The first route requires traveling through mountainous terrain. The third route goes across vast grasslands, and one would need to pass either the borders of the Land of Rain or the Land of Earth. So, the most suitable route was to pass through the Land of Rain. The noble, eager to return to the Land of Birds, directly requested that Yagyu and the others take the second route. Yagyu didn't refuse. After all, the customer is always right, as long as it's not someone like Tsunade, who had no money, lied about the mission rank, and then tried to morally blackmail them after being exposed. Thus, Team 8 resumed the tedious journey on foot. The carriage was slow, and even with the favorable terrain of the Land of Fire, to reach the nearest border of the Land of Rivers, they had to travel non-stop without any breaks during the day, which took 3 days just to leave the Land of Fire. For example, during Team 8's first C-rank mission, the merchant convoy had been in a hurry to return and distribute profits to the villagers of the Iron Ore village. They had feared encountering trouble on the road, so they didn't stop anywhere. But the noble from the Land of Birds was clearly not someone who could endure hardship. In this world without cement roads, the noble could only handle a few hours of bumpy carriage rides before needing to rest. When passing through bustling small towns, they always stopped to buy things, and whenever the sun began to set, they stayed at the nearest town. Both Team 3 and Team 8 were exasperated but said nothing. At least the noble was generous, covering the food and lodging expenses for both teams. Every night, Team 8 and Team 3 took turns standing guard. It took a full 10 days for the convoy to finally leave the Land of Fire, triple the time it had taken the merchant convoy to reach the iron ore village. The thought of still needing to pass through the Land of Rain and walk a bit further in the Land of Birds made Yagyu feel like throwing up. From now on, hearing about escort missions would probably trigger an immediate stress response for him. He would rather go assassinate the 5 Kage than take on this kind of mission again. However, the real torture had just begun. The ninja continent is a very unique landmass. Each region on the continent has its own distinct climate and terrain. The countries and ninja villages established in these places are named after these characteristics. For example, the Land of Wind is known for its deserts and gales. The Land of Earth is characterized by rocks and mountains. The Land of Lightning is known for its towering peaks and the sound of thunder. The Land of Rivers is known for its mountains, rivers, and streams. The Land of Rain, as its name suggests, experiences rainfall year-round, with all 4 seasons being rainy. Within the country, it's not too bad, there are quite a few sunny days each month. But Omega Kure, governed by the Akatsuki, is truly outlandish. Except on Sundays when it clears up, the other 6 days of the week are constantly enveloped by Nagato's rain tiger at will technique. However, Yagyu and the others weren't so lucky. Shortly after the convoy entered the Land of Rain, the sky turned dark with thick clouds, and soon it began to pour heavily. When the rainwater mixed with the yellow mud, the ground became like a swamp, making it impossible for the carriage to move. The already slow pace became even slower. The wheels would frequently get stuck in water-filled potholes, halting them for long stretches. Team 3 and Team 8, now wearing raincoats, stood speechless. Finally, the warm-heartedly couldn't hold back anymore and went to help push the carriage. By the time the convoy finally left the Land of Rain, 5 days had passed. A small country had taken them 5 full days to cross. By this point, it had been half a month since they had left Konoha. This further solidified Yagyu's resolve to never take on escort missions again. As Yagyu and the others entered the Land of Birds and slowly made their way toward their destination. On a desolate forest path in the Land of Birds, inside a roadside tea house, complaints could be heard. "Hey, Kakuzu, we're almost back to the Land of Rain. Do you really need to take on another job? If I don't work, where will we get money? Who paid for all your food and drinks on the way? Even so, isn't it a bit much to hunt targets, work, and then work again on the way back? You said your religion could make money, which is why I teamed up with you, but your religion hasn't earned a single cent. If your head wasn't worthless, I would have already sold it to the black market. Hey, that's too much. I've given all the money I earned from work and hunting to you. If not for that, you would have been dead long ago. But, Kakuzu, you've got principles. You didn't kill the shopkeeper. His head isn't worth anything, and he pays me. Killing him isn't worth it. I might have the chance to work for him again in the future." The scene zoomed in on a young man with gray slick-back hair, dressed in plain clothes with a white apron tied around his waist, and a towel draped over his shoulder. He sat at the entrance of the tea house, looking bored as he tried to start a conversation. His conversation partner was a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of a shopkeeper, with a black mask covering his face and an expression that didn't suggest he was a good person. However, this fierce-looking man was diligently wiping tables and cleaning the tea house, creating a strong sense of contrast. These two were none other than the immortal duo of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu and Hyden. "Hey! Kakuzu, we've got company." At that moment, Hyden, who had been picking his nose, suddenly noticed something and quickly shouted. "Go welcome the customers. We get a commission for every job we complete." Got it. Hyden immediately walked to the door and began waving his towel at the approaching convoy. "Lord Kikuwa, there's a tea house ahead. Shall we take a short break?" The noble's steward saw this and promptly asked the noble inside the carriage for instructions. "All right, let's stop and rest for a bit." With the noble's approval, the steward gave the order, "Pull over and rest for a while." "Yes." The coachman and guards immediately pulled the carriage to the side of the road. The plump nobleman, supported by the steward, got off the carriage and headed toward the tea house. Team 3 and Team 8 followed closely behind. When Hyden saw the headbands worn by Team 3 and Team 8, his eyebrow twitched, and he thought to himself, that headband. Konoha's shinobi. Outwardly, however, he warmly greeted them, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come in." He had to be enthusiastic, or Kakuzu would reprimand him later. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" Once the nobleman was seated, Kakuzu came over with a teapot and politely asked. However, when he saw Team 3 and Team 8 standing behind the noble, especially Hinata, whose forehead was smooth and clean with her headband hanging around her neck, a sharp gleam flashed deep in his green eyes. Outwardly, though, he simply handed the menu to the nobleman, waiting for his order. "Just bring some snacks. I don't like the other pig slop." The noble barely glanced at the menu before responding disdainfully. "Understood." Kakuzu said nothing, turning to leave. As he walked away, Niji Hyuga furrowed his brow slightly and made a few hand signs toward Yagyu, standard communication codes taught at the Ninja Academy. Niji's message was simple: that man is not ordinary. Yagyu responded with a series of hand signs, indicating that he knew, and that both the shopkeeper and the staff here were extraordinary, with powerful chakra inside them, so they should not act rashly. At the same time, Yagyu began to speculate about their identities. Unlike instantly recognizing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, Yagyu didn't immediately identify the Immortal Duo. After all, neither of them wore the Akatsuki uniform or bore the headbands of rogue shinobi. But their chakra was strong, no less powerful than elite jonin like Sarutobi Asuma or Hatake Kakashi. At the very least, they were elite jonin-level shinobi, and there were two of them. Why would such powerful shinobi be working in a small tea house in this tiny country? Could they have retired and chosen to live in seclusion here? Yagyu didn't know, but just as he had reminded Niji, they shouldn't make any rash moves. Since the other party showed no hostility, it was better to pretend not to recognize them. Otherwise, fighting here could endanger their client's life, which would be a significant failure. They would not only lose half a month of effort, but they wouldn't earn any money either. Upon returning, Tsunade might give them a stern lecture, and their record would have a glaring negative mark. Yagyu didn't want his first mission as a team leader to be tainted by such a failure. So, he remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on Kakuzu and Hyden. He discreetly activated his Sharingan to check if Kakuzu had tampered with the food. Fortunately, the two seemed to be truly living in seclusion, as they didn't tamper with the snacks, which were soon brought out. The noble from the land of birds ate the snacks and drank the tea while instructing the steward to purchase several jars of tea and a large quantity of snacks to be delivered to the coachmen and guards. He also invited Yagyu and his team to sit down and eat, but they declined. As shinobi on a mission, they typically only consumed military rations unless they were certain they were stopping to rest, in order to avoid any physical issues that could delay their mission. The noble seemed to understand shinobi customs and didn't insist further. After resting for half an hour, the noble's convoy resumed their journey. Safe travels. Please visit again. Hyden waved his towel as he saw them off, then sat back down on the bench at the entrance, sighing, "Man, working is way more exhausting than killing people. There's no such thing as an easy way to make money in this world." Kakuzu suddenly pulled two bundles from under the counter, tossing one to Hyden as he spoke, "Put your clothes on. We've got work to do." "Huh?" Hyden blinked in confusion, asking, "Aren't we going back to work? We found our target. Why bother working anymore?" Kakuzu replied in a low voice while putting on the Akatsuki uniform, "A Byakugan from the Hyuga clan's main branch is worth a fortune. It's a priceless treasure on the black market." "The main branch's Byakugan? You mean those Konoha shinobi with the white eyes?" Hyden removed his apron and began putting on his uniform, asking curiously, "Then why didn't you attack them earlier?" "Idiot, I'm an employee here. If we destroy the place, we'll have to pay for it, and we won't get our wages. Then these past few days would have been for nothing." "Kakuzu, you're obsessed with money." At that moment, far from the tea house, Yagyu's expression suddenly changed. He quickly made a hand sign with one hand, shadow clone jutsu. With two puffs of smoke, two shadow clones appeared. Yagyu immediately turned to the steward and said, "Enemies are coming. You need to speed up and leave. We'll hold them off." "Understood." Please take care of it. The steward's face paled, and he quickly nodded, urging the coachman, faster. Yes. The coachman snapped the whip, and the carriage picked up speed. Yagu's 2 shadow clones followed the carriage, while Team 3 and Team 8 stopped where they were. Whoosh. Not even 10 seconds after they stopped, a sharp, whistling sound cut through the air. Veins bulging from his temples, Niji Hyuga immediately shot a burst of distorted air toward the source of the sound. 8 trigrams palm, vacuum palm. With a metallic clang, a red triple-bladed scythe, its handle attached to a chain, fell to the ground. A figure appeared next to the scythe, picking it up. Another figure suddenly appeared on the opposite side of Team 3 and Team 8, blocking both their path forward and their retreat. Seeing these 2 figures, Niji and Hinata, who had activated their Byakugan, began to sweat as if realizing something. Even Lee, usually cheerful and carefree, along with the lively Tenten, became extremely serious. It was clear they could all sense the overwhelming danger. Yagyu and Shino Aburame's faces also grew solemn. Upon seeing their uniforms, Yagyu finally recognized Kakuzu and Haiden. He was speechless. His first C-rank mission had involved facing Raiga Kurosuke, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His second time leaving Konoha had led him to encounter Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, the strongest duo in the Akatsuki. Now, on his third mission outside Konoha, he had run into the Immortal Duo. What kind of luck was this? Could it be that when he unleashed Ajura's chakra from Naruto, he also triggered Naruto's protagonist aura, drawing in all this unwanted attention? Even when Naruto faced mission accidents, they weren't this extreme. Chapter 82, you said you fought the first Hokage, so why run when you see with style? What a fantastic expression. Hunting really is the best. Haiden gripped the chain connected to his blood-soaked triple scythe, spinning it like a deadly weapon. His face, which had once shown the warm enthusiasm of a server, now twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. He looked excitedly at Yagyu and his group, shouting loudly, Kakuzu, are both of those with the white eyes your targets? Only the girl is. You can deal with the others as you please. Kakuzu crossed his arms, leaning against a tree with no intention of making a move. He had only noticed Hinata's eyes earlier, but now, upon closer inspection, he realized that all 6 of these kids were genin without the signature green flak jackets of a jonin-led team. Although he wasn't sure why there wasn't a jonin accompanying these 6 genin, Kakuzu wasn't one to pass up such an easy payday. Yahoo, then I'll take them without hesitation. Haiden cheered, then yelled toward Yagu's group, Konoha brats, your blood must be delicious. Let Lord Haiden perform a ritual and send you to meet the Jashin-sama. As soon as he finished speaking, Haiden threw his blood-soaked triple scythe toward Yagu's group once again. However, Yagyu and his team didn't dodge. Boom. Before the bloody scythe could reach them, 2 black shadows flew from Yagu's group. One collided with the incoming scythe, both falling to the ground. The other black shadow slammed into the unprepared Haiden. Ugh. Haiden spat blood as he was sent flying. The black shadow that collided with the scythe landed on the ground, causing a tremendous tremor, with a loud explosion that sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Kakuzu, who had been leisurely watching from the sidelines, suddenly had his eyes widen in shock. He had seen everything clearly from his vantage point. Those 2 black shadows were none other than the heavy ankle weights that the thick-browed kid in the green jumpsuit had removed from his feet. It was these 2 pieces of weight that had not only made Haiden cough up blood but also kicked up an incredible amount of dust. Just how heavy were those weights to produce such power? At that moment, Kakuzu finally understood why these 6 genin didn't have a jonin instructor with them. With 2 members of the Hyuga clan, one of them from the main branch, yet still unafraid of having their Byakugan stolen, it was clear that these kids were some of the most talented of Konoha's new generation. Realizing this, Kakuzu immediately dismissed the idea of sitting back to watch. He lowered his arms and prepared to launch a sneak attack on Yagu's group from behind. Before either Hinata or Niji, with their activated Byakugan, could warn the others, Yagyu turned his head toward Kakuzu. He spat out a stream of water from his mouth that quickly formed into a straight water column, slicing through the air and shooting toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he locked gazes with Yagyu, his movements momentarily pausing. Fortunately, the masked creature inside Kakuzu's body wriggled, disrupting his chakra flow and instantly freeing him from the hold of Yagu's shadow chakra. Looking at the incoming water column, Kakuzu didn't have time to form hand signs to counter it with a jutsu. He had no choice but to disappear in a flash. Rumble. The water column crashed through the trees, cutting them down one by one as it tore through the forest, accompanied by a deafening noise and another cloud of dust. After forcing Kakuzu back, Yagyu turned to Niji and the others, speaking quietly, "Be careful of the guy with the scythe. His chakra is completely different from when we were at the tea house, it's full of evil and malice." "Yes." Niji and the others responded promptly. Niji and Hinata exchanged a glance and both nodded. 8 trigrams palm, vacuum palm. Hinata stood beside Niji as they both activated their Byakugan. They unleashed 2 distorted air currents, which merged into one larger and even more powerful air cannon, shooting into the dust cloud and hitting Haydn just as he was getting up. "Oh. It hurts, it hurts." Haydn, once again coughing up blood, didn't appear to be seriously injured. Instead, he lay on the ground, screaming in pain, his voice still full of vigor. Niji and the others didn't seem to notice this detail. Hearing Haydn's cries, Tenten immediately identified his location. She leaped into the air, pulling out her large scroll and releasing a barrage of ninja tools into the dust cloud like a torrential downpour. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh echoed, mixed with Haydn's screams. A sudden gust of wind blew away the thick dust cloud. Niji and the others, seeing the scene before them, were left drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't help it, the sight was too visually shocking. Haydn, who had first been hit by Lee's weights, then by the combined vacuum palm of Niji and Hinata, and finally by Tenten's rain of weapons, looked utterly pitiful. His Akatsuki cloak was torn to shreds. His body was riddled with kunai and shuriken from head to toe, his head, neck, chest, abdomen, arms, and legs were all impaled. Any normal person would have been either dead or critically injured by being hit in so many vital spots. But Haydn, standing as if nothing had happened, cursed angrily, "Now I'm really pissed off. I'll curse you all and make you feel my pain." With that, Haydn moved to retrieve his fallen scythe. Boom. But before he could grab it, his body was sent flying again. Lee had appeared in front of him with blinding speed, delivering a fierce kick to Haydn's chin. The immense force lifted Haydn off the ground, making his head spin. In the next instant, Lee appeared behind him, wrapping him in white bandages before spinning rapidly in the air, drilling Haydn into the ground like a corkscrew. Boom. The earth shook again, and a massive cloud of dust erupted. As Lee launched his lethal front lotus technique, Yagyu, who had already moved away from the group, came face to face with Kakuzu, the men who had once fought the god of shinobi. The shadow paralysis jutsu even got me, such mastery of shadow chakra and illusion techniques. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a jonin in disguise, purposely hiding your identity by not wearing the flak jacket. Kakuzu glanced briefly at Haydn being beaten up, uninterested in his partner's one-sided beating, then turned his gaze back to Yagyu. While forming hand signs to use Earth Style, Earth Spear to harden his body, he attempted to divert Yagyu's attention by speaking, "That water-style jutsu of yours was impressive. Your hair, eyes, and headband remind me of a pair of brothers." Yagyu knew who Kakuzu was referring to, but he still asked, feigning ignorance, "Which brothers?" "Your first Hokage and second Hokage." Kakuzu couldn't help but boast, "Decades ago, I fought your first Hokage." Whenever Kakuzu mentioned this feat, he usually saw people's shocked expressions, which always satisfied him. However, this time, he didn't see any familiar reaction on Yagyu's face. Just as Kakuzu was about to sigh in disappointment, lamenting how even Konoha shinobi had forgotten the power of the god of shinobi, Yagyu suddenly spoke slowly, "You say you fought the first Hokage. Did you witness the legendary wood style?" "Of course." Kakuzu said proudly, "It's a power beyond your comprehension." Although he had only fought against a wood clone of Hashirama, Kakuzu was indeed one of the few shinobi of that era, besides Madara Uchiha, to have experienced the power of wood style firsthand. "I see." Yagyu's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile that left Kakuzu confused and with an inexplicable sense of dread. Clap. In the next moment, Yagyu clapped his hands together and said, "Since you fought the first Hokage, I'd like you to evaluate how far I am from his power." Before Kakuzu could process Yagyu's words, his body froze as he heard Yagyu utter a terrifying jutsu preface, "Wood style. Impossible." Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock, but before he could scream, Yagu's voice rang out, "Deep forest emergence." Rumble. A violent earthquake erupted, shaking the ground beneath Kakuzu, Niji, and the others. Kakuzu steadied himself and saw cracks forming on the ground, from which massive branches began to rise. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. To hesitate even for a second would be to disrespect his own life. However, in his panicked state, Kakuzu forgot one crucial rule. Never turn your back on a wood-style user. Kakuzu leaped a dozen meters with each stride, fleeing as a blur of motion through the air. But as he fled, he noticed the cracks in the ground racing ahead of him, and before he could react, massive branches surged upward like serpents, attempting to bind and whip him. Other branches rapidly sprouted leaves and grew into towering trees, turning the already forested terrain into a dense woodland in the blink of an eye. Unlike when Yagyu had used deep forest emergence against Orochimaru and Manda, he didn't use his full power this time. There wasn't even a blue chakra aura around him. Even so, the scale of the forest he created was terrifying. The trees formed a cage, trapping Kakuzu, who couldn't fly, inside. Fire style, flame bullet. Kakuzu weaved hand signs as he dodged the branches, spitting a fireball from his mouth. The fireball seemed to ignite the air itself, turning into a massive wave of fire that collided with the surging branches. In an instant, one section of the forest was engulfed in flames. Had it been a normal forest, the fire would have spread, turning the entire area into a sea of flames. But just as the fire bloomed, it quickly dissipated. The massive branches, large enough for several people to embrace, were scorched, but the flames were quickly extinguished, leaving only smoke and charred bark. The injured branches then began to heal at a visible rate, resuming their attack on Kakuzu. Seeing this, Kakuzu's heart sank. This life force, it truly is wood style. Back when he fought Hashirama, his powerful fire-style attacks had been snuffed out like candle flames. The branches had merely waved, and his fire was gone. Logically, fire should be strong against wood. Had it been Yamato's wood style, Kakuzu's earlier fire wave would have turned the forest into an inferno. Yamato's wood style lacked vitality. It couldn't resist powerful fire-style techniques and might even fuel them. However, Yagyu, with his Azura chakra and sage body, possessed wood style akin to Hashirama's. His wood style teemed with boundless life energy. Not only did the fire fail to ignite the branches, but the wood style absorbed the chakra within the flames, allowing the branches to heal and grow stronger. This was true wood style. It was this kind of wood style that had subdued the fire-wielding Madara Uchiha. You said you fought the first Hokage, right? At that moment, the branches, now fully healed, stopped their assault. Yagyu's voice echoed from all directions, reaching Kakuzu's ears. Around him, the branches of towering trees morphed into numerous Yagyus, each with a playful smile. In unison, they said, "If you fought the first Hokage, why are you running from wood style?" Realizing he was surrounded by Yagyus wood clones and trapped within a wood style scene technique, Kakuzu snorted coldly, "Kid, don't get cocky. I was slaughtering my way through the ninja world before you were even born." With that, Kakuzu discarded his Akatsuki cloak, revealing his body covered in stitches and the masks embedded in his back. He formed hand signs to summon the creatures within his masks using Earth Grudge Fear. But in the next second, his face twisted in shock. The four Yagyu clones positioned at the north, south, east, and west suddenly clasped their hands together, crouched, and shouted in unison, "Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation." 4 purple translucent barriers shot into the sky, forming a rectangular box that encased both Kakuzu and the other Yagyu clones. The remaining clones all formed hand signs, unleashing massive torrents of water from the ground. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Countless waves surged from all directions, flooding over Kakuzu before he could even voice his rage. Had Orochimaru been there, he would have sighed in admiration. The deep forest emergence scene technique was already overpowered. But then Yagyu followed up with a barrier and a group water-style attack. No wonder he was a descendant of his idol, his tactics were truly devious. Chapter 83, The all-powerful and inescapable wood style, the Immortal Duo is dead. The space inside the barrier wasn't large, and each of Yagyu's wood clones possessed a significant amount of chakra. The water-style techniques they unleashed were just as powerful as those of Yagyu's original body. As waves surged forward, they quickly overwhelmed Kakuzu, who hadn't had time to release the masked creatures from his back to use Earth Grudge Fear or cast a complex jutsu to destroy the forest. At the same time, the water rapidly filled the space inside the four violet flames formation barrier. In just a few moments, the rectangular barrier had turned into a pool filled with water. Had the barrier not been so sturdy, with its purple, transparent walls that could burn with fire, it might have burst under the pressure of the water. Even now, the barrier was beginning to evaporate some of the water. Submerged in the waves, Kakuzu was not only battered by the water but also lost his ability to move or escape. However, one of the hearts within Kakuzu's body had the power to use powerful water-style techniques. Even though Kakuzu hadn't separated this heart from his body, his water-style proficiency was strong enough that he didn't lose his combat ability right away. If he were only facing Yagyus with clones, Kakuzu was confident he could still turn the tables. But in the next moment, a scene unfolded that plunged Kakuzu into despair. The trees inside the barrier, as if imbued with life by some creator, suddenly came alive. Branches, like tentacles, stretched toward Kakuzu, attempting to bind him. Kakuzu used his water-style proficiency, dodging through the water with the agility of a swordfish. However, more branches grew from the trees, and vines sprouted from those branches, quickly filling the water like seaweed. Without a 360-degree field of vision, Kakuzu focused on dodging the branches and vines in front and to the sides, but in a moment of inattention, a vine wrapped around him from behind. At that instant, Kakuzu's eyes widened. He knew he was done for. Sure enough. In no time, the branches and vines completely bound Kakuzu, wrapping him up like a mummy. Kakuzu felt the chakra in his body draining rapidly, and soon, he became incredibly weak. Meanwhile, the vines and branches binding him grew even tougher. In just a few breaths, Kakuzu, whose chakra reserves were comparable to those of an elite jonin, had been completely drained of his chakra. This was the most inescapable power of wood style and the reason why Hashirama Senju alone could make the entire ninja world obey and avoid war. In the face of wood style, the so-called sheer numbers strategy was meaningless. In fact, the more enemies there were, the stronger wood style became. With just one technique, deep forest emergence, all non-flying shinobi were left in utter despair. The entire forest was created from Hashirama's chakra. Within this forest, Hashirama had the perspective of a god and could control every tree to use wood-style jutsu. Even if the enemy could fly or burrow underground, Hashirama could manipulate tree roots or transform the trees into wood dragons to attack them. And the enemy's elemental jutsu had no effect on deep forest emergence. All the chakra within those jutsu would be absorbed by the branches, only enhancing the forest's power. Those caught by the branches would be wrapped up like mummies, continuously providing chakra to the forest, making the trees even tougher. This wasn't even Hashirama's full power. If he wanted to end a battle quickly, he could make flowers bloom on the trees, releasing paralyzing pollen. Even a Kage-level shinobi would lose their combat abilities after inhaling just a small amount of this upgraded flowering deep forest emergence. Against such an enemy, even those on his level would be heavily suppressed, let alone those weaker than him. When all the shinobi of the world together weren't enough to face him, that person was no different from a god. This is why Hashirama Senju was called the god of shinobi. His wood style was an all-encompassing Kekkei Genkai, with abilities in offense, defense, support, sealing, and large-scale attacks. This is why Konoha's higher-ups secretly conducted wood-style experiments, hoping to produce a second wood-style user. If Konoha had another wood-style user with the ability to absorb chakra, they wouldn't need to fear the Jinchuriki of enemy villages. Just like the Sharingan, wood style was a natural counter to tailed beasts. Thud, thud, thud. After the branches and vines drained Kakuzu's chakra, they released him. Without the restraints, Kakuzu floated in the water, lifeless. As he was about to drown, 6 sharp branches stabbed into Kakuzu's head and into the 5 hearts inside his body. The sound of weapons piercing flesh echoed, and the masks on Kakuzu's back shattered. Whoosh! As Kakuzu's life came to an end, blue and white light suddenly burst from his body. Several beams of light flew out, forming numerous blue and white orbs floating in the water, visible only to Yagyu. Swoosh! Seeing that Kakuzu was dead, Yagyu's wood clones quickly deactivated the 4 violet flames formation. Tons of water immediately flooded the surrounding trees. The water level rose to about 2/3 the height of the tree trunks. But soon, the water seeped into the ground and gradually disappeared. All of the wood clones, except for one, dissolved back into trees. The remaining wood clones swiftly moved to Kakuzu's corpse, picking it up with a look of slight disgust. There was no helping it, Kakuzu's body was now grotesque and revolting. His masks had shattered, and with his death, all the stitches in his body had burst open, with countless black tendrils wriggling out, remnants of Taki village's forbidden jutsu, Earth Grudge Fear. Perhaps because Kakuzu had just died, the tendrils were still writhing slightly. Watching the blue and white orbs that had automatically flown toward the real Yagyu, the wood clone silently prayed that none of the orbs contained Earth Grudge Fear. Though it granted longevity, Yagyu definitely didn't want to end up looking like Kakuzu. So if Earth Grudge Fear did appear, Yagyu had no intention of using it. It would only take up space in his inventory. In a Megakure, inside a steel-like building. The moment Kakuzu lost his life, Nagato, who was in a dimly lit, enclosed space, suddenly opened his Rinnegan, the purple ripples in his eyes widening. Noticing the change, Konan, who was always by his side, worried that something was wrong with his body and asked anxiously, "Nagato, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine, but..." Nagato shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Something must have happened to Kakuzu." "Something happened?" Konan was slightly startled. "What happened?" "I don't know. I just sensed through the ring that his chakra disappeared." Nagato formed a seal with his hands, as if sensing something, and then opened his eyes. "Even the chakra linked to his ring is gone. Haiden's chakra is also changing. They must have encountered a powerful enemy, and Kakuzu is likely dead. Could his arm have been severed?" Konan suggested. "Kakuzu has 5 hearts and 5 chakra natures. Apart from you, there are few in the ninja world capable of killing him." "I don't know." Nagato shook his head and closed his eyes again, making a hand sign. "They're in the land of birds. I'll have Zetsu check it out." Before he could finish his sentence, Nagato opened his eyes again, saying in a heavy tone, "Haiden's chakra has disappeared as well." Hearing this, Konan's expression finally changed in shock. Could they have betrayed us? No, Haiden's chakra faded gradually. Nagato's face darkened. He was likely killed slowly. The enemy probably discovered his immortality and used some technique to destroy his body. "I'll go check it out myself." Konan turned to leave. "Don't. Let Zetsu investigate first." Nagato immediately stopped her. If they were able to kill both Kakuzu and Haiden so quickly, it must be someone of great importance in the ninja world. Now is not the time for you to expose yourself. "I understand." Konan's expression darkened as she remembered something. "Kakuzu is our treasurer. I hope he didn't take the fund scroll with him on this mission. Go check it." "All right." Just as Nagato had said, Haiden was indeed dead, and he had been killed slowly. Other than Black and White Zetsu, who were almost non-combatants, Haiden was the weakest member of the Akatsuki, though also one of the most dangerous. As long as Haiden obtained his target's blood and performed his ritual, his opponent was almost guaranteed to die unless they had some special ability or countermeasure. Of course, his curse technique had its limits. But where those limits lay, Yagyu didn't know, and didn't want to find out. Fearing that Hinata and the others would get hurt by Haiden, Yagyu had immediately used Deep Forest Emergence and then employed his nearly unbeatable strategy. Deep Forest Emergence plus 4 Violet Flames formation plus Exploding Water Colliding Wave. Without a way to escape the barrier or the power to destroy it, being trapped in Yagyu's formation meant certain death. Kakuzu hadn't even had the chance to use Earth Grudge Fear or any combination jutsu before being ruthlessly killed by Yagyu. After eliminating Kakuzu, Yagyu didn't wait for the orbs to fly to him. He immediately used the body flicker technique to return to Team 3 and Team 8. At that moment, it was still Lee's showcase. Even though Haiden had his skull and neck smashed by Lee's front lotus, he still wasn't dead. So, without hesitation, Lee opened the first gate of the 8 gates to counter the side effects of front lotus, boosting his speed to 100%. He gradually opened more gates, just like when he fought Gaara, treating Haiden like a punching bag. Unlike Gaara, who had the sand armor, Haiden, who often fought by exchanging injuries and starting rituals after drawing blood, was terrible at taijutsu. If not for the fear of Haiden's abilities, even Choji Akimichi could have easily taken him down. Facing a faster and stronger Lee, and without his blood-soaked triple scythe, Haiden had no choice but to endure the beating. But when Lee opened the fourth gate and used the reverse lotus to slam Haiden into the ground, creating a massive dust-filled crater, Haiden still didn't die. He soon crawled out of the pit, covered in blood, and sneered at Lee. "Kid, are you done yet? It's my turn now." With that, Haiden, like a rabid dog, charged toward Lee, who was barely able to stand, incapable of moving quickly and staggering as he walked. Haiden no longer cared about retrieving his scythe. He was determined to tear a chunk of flesh from Lee and begin his ritual immediately. Seeing this, Niji and the others, who had been unable to intervene earlier, prepared to act. But just then, a branch burst from the ground, wrapping around Haiden's legs like a tentacle and quickly coiling around his body like a snake. I can't move." Haiden struggled to speak, his voice strained. "It's with style. Yagyu is back," Hinata exclaimed joyfully. Niji and the others turned to the forest behind them, only now realizing the source of the earlier earthquake. "So this is Yagyu's hidden trump card." Shino tried to sound calm, but his voice trembled slightly. Veins bulging from his temples, Niji's eyes shook as he said, "Such a large area, this level of chakra. Is this the god of shinobi's Kekkei Genkai?" Gulp. Tenten swallowed hard, unable to utter a word out of pure shock. Like Naruto, her entire worldview seemed to shatter. Her strongest technique was throwing weapons, with a range comparable to some ordinary ninjutsu. But her junior, who was a year younger than her, could summon an entire forest. Anyone would feel dumbfounded by that. Having never seen a jutsu of such magnitude, Tenten felt as if she and Yagyu weren't even from the same world. Meanwhile, Yagyu had already appeared in front of Haiden, who was immobilized by the silent strangling jutsu. Ignoring Haiden's angry glare, Yagyu made a hand sign. Splat. In the next second, a sharp branch shot up from the ground, piercing Haiden's skull. "You can't kill me." The intense pain didn't kill Haiden, and he even had the strength to mock Yagyu. But in the next moment, Haiden's eyes widened in shock. His face and skin began to shrivel at a visible rate, as if all the moisture in his body had been drained. That's exactly what was happening. The branch that pierced Haiden not only drained his chakra but also all the nutrients from his body. Within moments, Haiden's body lost all its functions and became a dried-up corpse. Haiden's immortality wasn't true immortality. Even the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and Sage-level shinobi didn't possess true immortality, so how could Haiden, who wasn't even Kaga level, have such an ability? In the original story, Haiden was buried alive and starved to death from a lack of nutrients. Now, as a dried-up corpse, there was no way Haiden could survive. With Haiden's death, it marked the end of the Akatsuki's Immortal Duo, both of them were now dead. Chapter 84, Wood Style Exposed, Nagato and Uchiha Obito's Reactions. Move out. After defeating Haiden, Yagyu immediately took out a storage scroll, sealed away Haiden's corpse, and issued orders to Niji and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Yagyu was the first to leap away. Niji quickly carried the weakened Lee on his back, while Tenten and Team 8 followed closely behind. Shino Abirame caught up and directly asked the crucial question, "Yagyu, their uniforms are identical. Are they part of an organization?" "Yeah." Yagyu nodded. "Kurinai-sensei and I encountered some of their comrades. The members of this organization are all S-rank rogue ninjas from different nations. The ones we met were Konoha's Uchiha Itachi and the Monster of the Hidden Mist, Kisame Hoshigaki." "Then why did you destroy their brains?" Shino asked, puzzled. "Wouldn't it have been better to bring their brains back to the village for intelligence gathering?" "I did it deliberately. I'll report the details to Lady Hokage later." Yagyu's response implied that Shino shouldn't ask further. Shino nodded slightly, showing no signs of being upset. He knew Yagyu's character well. If Yagyu didn't want to explain, it meant that the organization they had encountered was beyond his current rank to deal with. As for why Yagyu had destroyed the brains of both Kakuzu and Haiden, the reasons were simple. There were two. First, Yagyu, as a time traveler, already knew far more than what Kakuzu and Haiden's brains could reveal. When necessary, Yagyu would disclose key information to Tsunade. For now, however, the intel in their brains was not only useless but could also lead to misinformation. If Konoha were to find out about the Akatsuki's Rinnegan too early, Jiraiya might remember Nagato and think his student was still alive, or worse, that someone had stolen his Rinnegan. This could lead to Jiraiya infiltrating Omega-Kure, triggering all sorts of butterfly effects. Yagyu's current strength wasn't enough to save Jiraiya from pain. Even without having fought him, Yagyu could estimate Nagato's current power based on the original series. Although Nagato was the gatekeeper of Kage-level power, he was already on a level far beyond the 5 Kage, a completely different tier of strength. Yagyu was also certain that Nagato's current power surpassed what he had in Shippuden. Nagato's health would only worsen over time. In the original series, the 6 Paths of Pain attacked Konoha in year 64, while it was currently only year 60. In the original story, Naruto defeated Pain not only because Nagato's health had declined but also because Nagato had exhausted a significant amount of chakra before fighting Naruto, using Shinra Tensei on a massive scale. Without using that large-scale Shinra Tensei, Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain would have been much more formidable, with almost unlimited use of Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and possibly even repeated use of Chibaka Tensei. Considering Nagato's current state in year 60, his power would be far greater. The second reason was that Yagyu planned to use the destroyed bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden to carry out some schemes of his own. If successful, this would pave the way for Yagyu to further increase his power. Not long after Yagyu and his team left, a figure slowly emerged from the ground near the crater Lee had created with his reverse lotus. This figure wore a black cloak with red clouds and had a pitcher plant-like structure on his head. His face was half black and half white. It was none other than Zetsu, the Genbu of the Akatsuki. There's a lot of blood here. Looks like the battle was intense. White Zetsu commented playfully as he surfaced. I don't see any signs of fire-style burning, so Haiden wasn't reduced to ashes. Black Zetsu ignored White Zetsu, scanning the battlefield before turning to another area. This is wood style. Black Zetsu immediately recognized the nature of the trees before him. Shocked, he muttered in a deep voice, no wonder they got into trouble. They encountered a wood-style user. Really? White Zetsu sounded skeptical. Could it be the same as the wood style that Toby and I have? No, this is a real wood style user, not an experiment. Black Zetsu's tone grew serious. This level of yang release chakra, I've only seen it in the reincarnations of Ashura throughout history. Most likely, this generation's reincarnation of Ashura has awakened the wood-style Kekkei Genkai. I thought the Senju clan was extinct. How could Ashura's chakra reincarnate into a Senju descendant? White Zetsu asked. The Senju clan hasn't disappeared. They've just merged into Konoha, which makes it harder to identify who awakened wood-style. Is this wood-style user from Konoha? I don't know. It's possible they're a descendant of the Senju or Uzumaki clans living outside of Konoha. Both clans are descendants of Ashura, and the previous host of Ashura's chakra was Hashirama Senju. It's not impossible that this generation's reincarnation inherited the wood-style Kekkei Genkai. So, what should we do next? White Zetsu asked. First, we'll report this to Lord Madara and Nagato. Then, we'll send out White Zetsu clones to investigate. Should we search the area to see if we can find Kakuzu and Haiden's bodies? Let's search. Hopefully, Kakuzu didn't bring the Akatsuki's funds scroll with him. If he did, we might not have enough funds to wait for the Three Tails to be resurrected. Got it. Zetsu quickly left after a brief search yielded no results. They immediately headed back to report to Uchiha Obito and Nagato. Meanwhile, Yagyu felt a surge of surprise. To avoid the enemy tracking the noble of the land of birds through their scent, Team 3 and Team 8 kept a kilometer's distance while escorting them. With Hinata and Niji using their Byakugan to monitor the noble's convoy, Yagyu summoned his virtual panel to check the light orbs dropped by Kakuzu. After Kakuzu's death, he dropped 12 light orbs, 4 blue and 8 white. What surprised Yagyu most were the 4 blue orbs. The information on the 4 blue orbs read as follows. Space pouch, fire attribute, blue, space pouch, water attribute, blue, space pouch, earth attribute, blue, space pouch, wind attribute, blue. Yes, all 4 blue orbs were chakra attributes. One of them, fire, was an attribute Yagyu didn't possess. If he fused with it, Yagyu would gain all 5 chakra natures, just like Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Orochimaru, making him one of the rare shinobi with all elemental affinities. What surprised Yagyu even more were the other 3 blue orbs. He already had the attributes for water, earth, and wind. Could it be that he could obtain duplicates of abilities he already possessed? Until now, Yagyu had never received duplicate abilities from enemies. He had assumed that once he acquired something, enemies wouldn't drop it. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. What would happen if he fused with attributes he already had? Would it improve his elemental transformations, or something else? If it enhanced his elemental transformations, could he keep collecting these attributes and eventually raise them to the highest level, forming new jutsu, possibly even Kekkei Genkai? Countless ideas flashed through Yagyu's mind, and he found them highly plausible. Thinking this over, Yagyu's mood instantly brightened. He had thought he'd already understood the system, but now it seemed the system still had hidden surprises. What a miscalculation. If Yagyu had known about this when he was younger, he would have had his shadow clones attend school instead. As long as his shadow clones had less chakra than his classmates, the drop rate would be much higher. He might have already collected numerous chakra attributes and wouldn't have needed to rely on Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura for drops over the past 6 years. He had been too strong. But knowing this now wasn't too late. Originally, Yagyu had hated escort missions, but now he didn't mind wasting time on them. From now on, he could go on missions and send his wood clones to capture rogue ninjas and shinobi from other nations, binding them until they dropped chakra attributes. With that in mind, Yagyu silently merged the 4 blue orbs and the 8 white orbs. The 8 white orbs contained Kakuzu's 5 elemental jutsu and combination techniques. Even powerful combination jutsu were still rated as white orbs in the system. Only certain unique secret techniques were rated blue, such as the Nara clan's shadow imitation jutsu. Over an hour later, Yagyu's wood clones had successfully escorted the nobles' convoy to their destination in the Land of Birds. After receiving the final payment and a well-rated mission scroll from the steward, the clones immediately returned to Yagyu. Having spent half a month outside the village, Team 3 and Team 8 began their journey back to Konoha. Their return was far faster than their journey there. If they didn't rest and just ate soldier pills when they were tired, they could return to Konoha from the Land of Birds in just one day. Would style. Are you certain? At this moment, Zetsu had already reported the gathered intel to Uchiha Obito, who had rushed over to meet with Tendo Pain. Hearing that Kakuzu and Haiden had been killed by a wood-style user, Obito, whose face was hidden beneath his mask, and Nagato, who was controlling Tendo Pain, both showed expressions of disbelief. For them, the appearance of wood style, such a legendary Kekkei Genkai, at such a crucial moment was far from good news. Obito asked cautiously, "Are you sure it was real wood style?" "Yes." Black Zetsu confirmed, "The chakra contained in that wood style is on the same level as the wood style that Lord Madara fought against Hashirama Senju." "Who is it?" Obito asked in a low voice, "Is it a descendant of Hashirama?" "I don't know." Black Zetsu shook his head. "By the time we got there, the battle was over. All we found was some blood, but neither Kakuzu, Haiden, nor their enemy. Wood style has only ever belonged to Hashirama. Only those of the Senju bloodline can truly wield its full power." Obito said with certainty, "It's unlikely this is a rogue descendant of the Senju clan. This wood style user is likely a shinobi from Konoha, perhaps even one of their hidden trump cards. If this wood style user really is from Konoha, then it means Kakuzu and Haiden's bodies have fallen into their hands." Tendo Pain spoke coldly. While Kakuzu and Haiden didn't know about the Geto statue, they were aware of my Rinnegan and Amagekyu's secrets. Hearing this, Obito's face beneath the mask darkened. A few seconds later, he spoke with a feigned calm, "Leave it to me. I won't let any of you be exposed." "Are you sure?" Tendo Pain glanced deeply at Obito. "It's a simple matter." Obito replied confidently. "The only ones in Konoha capable of reading memories from living people and corpses are the Yamanaka clan with their mind-reading jutsu. If that wood-style user is truly from Konoha, then Kakuzu and Haiden's bodies will certainly be sent to their interrogation unit. I'll strike then." "Very well, it's in your hands." Tendo Pain nodded. "The Three Tails will likely revive in a few years. I don't want to accelerate the plan or relocate the Akatsuki's base prematurely. Don't worry." With those words, Obito wiped his hand over his body, disappearing into thin air as he phased into the Kamui dimension. At the same time, Zetsu sank into the ground using the mayfly technique, vanishing from sight. In no time, Obito and Zetsu had left a Megakure and reappeared in a sunny location. Black Zetsu, send some white Zetsu clones to infiltrate Konoha. Have them gather intel on this wood-style user and keep an eye on their interrogation unit. Obito commanded, and just in case this wood-style user really is a rogue descendant of the Senju clan, spread more white Zetsu clones across the nations. If they used wood-style once, they're bound to use it again. I understand. Black Zetsu nodded. He was even more concerned about this wood-style user than Obito and Nagato. After all, only he knew that this wood-style user was undoubtedly the reincarnation of Ashura. Once the wood-style user's identity was confirmed, he would know where this generation's reincarnation of Indra was. If the wood-style user was a Konoha shinobi, Indra's reincarnation was almost certainly Uchiha Sasuke. If the wood-style user was a rogue descendant of the Senju clan, it would mean that a rogue Uchiha also existed, and that this Uchiha had a higher chance of being Indra's reincarnation than Sasuke. Indra and Ashura were destined to cross paths. It was a fate that spanned millennia, a rule of the universe. In every generation, Ashura and Indra's reincarnations were always the most powerful and exceptional members of the Senju and Uchiha clans. If this wood-style user really was a rogue descendant of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, then Uchiha Itachi could also be a potential candidate for Indra's reincarnation. After all, only 3 living Uchiha were known to exist: Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. Obito could be ruled out. If he were Indra's reincarnation, possessing half of Hashirama's cells would have caused his ocular powers to surge uncontrollably long ago. A Uchiha whose ocular power had reached its peak could summon Susanoo with a single eye, or even without eyes. Obito clearly didn't have that capability. If Itachi wasn't Indra's reincarnation, it would mean there was a 4th unknown Uchiha still alive somewhere, which would be very bad news for the ninja world. With this in mind, Black Zetsu once again sank into the ground, preparing to send out a large number of white Zetsu clones to gather intel across the nations. Chapter 85, Yagyu becomes a Chunin, Uchiha Sasuke defects. By the afternoon of the following day, after taking a brief rest during their journey, Team 3 and Team 8 finally returned to Konoha after many days. However, before Yagyu could dismiss the teams to rest while he went alone to report to Tsunade, a Chunin at the gate said, "Chunin Yagyu, Lady Hokage instructed us to tell you to bring Team 3 and Team 8 to her office immediately upon your return." Chunin Yagyu. Hearing this, Team 3 and Team 8 raised their eyebrows in surprise but quickly nodded. Given Yagyu's strength, it was long overdue for him to be promoted to Chunin. With his mastery of wood style, it wouldn't have surprised anyone if he had been promoted to Jonin or even Elite Jonin. Yagyu himself was slightly surprised but more focused on Tsunade's urgent instruction rather than his promotion. Smiling, Yagyu nodded and said, "I understand. Thanks for the message." After completing their registration, Yagyu led Team 3 and Team 8 to the Hokage's office. "Lady Hokage, we've returned. You've come back just in time. I have an urgent mission for you," Tsunade interrupted Yagyu before he could finish his greeting. With a serious expression, Tsunade explained, "Last night, Uchiha Sasuke either defected or was lured away by Orochimaru and has left Konoha. According to the reports from the sensory and barrier teams, it was the Sound 4, those who used the 4 Violet Flames formation during the Chunin exams, who took him. Right now, most of the village's Jonin are away on missions, so I've temporarily promoted Nara Shikamaru to Chunin and assigned him to lead Teams 7 and 10 to retrieve Sasuke. Karin is also with them. But earlier today, I received information from Shizen that Genma and the others encountered the Sound 4 and were injured. Those guys are using Orochimaru's cursed seals, and I'm worried that Naruto and the others are in danger. Your return is timely." After finishing, Tsunade walked over to a cabinet, pulled out a green vest, and tossed it to Yagyu. She said seriously, "Yagyu, I officially promote you to Chunin. You are now in charge of leading Teams 3 and 8 to assist Shikamaru and the others." "Yes, Lady Hokage." Yagyu caught the vest, respectfully nodding in acknowledgement, though he felt a bit of excitement internally. "So, it's finally this time period. Go now. Head in the direction of the land of rice fields. The Aburaim clan's insects should be able to pick up their scent," Tsunade instructed. "If you can't find them, Yagyu, you can contact Karin with a slug, she also has a contract with Ryuchi Cave. Understood, Lady Hokage. With that, Yagyu led teams 3 and 8 out of the Hokage's office. After completing the necessary travel permits, they left Konoha once more. On the road, Yagyu turned to Shino and asked, Shino, have your insects picked up Shikamaru or Naruto's scent? No. Shino checked the insects on his finger and shook his head. Too much time has passed. Even without rain, any lingering scent has already dissipated. In that case, let's follow Lady Hokage's suggestion and head toward the land of rice fields, Yagyu said, pulling out a map and quickly leading teams 3 and 8 northward. The land of rice fields was one of the neighboring nations of the land of fire, located to the north. Its neighbors included the land of iron and the land of hot water. To reach the land of rice fields from Konoha, they had to cross a vast, undeveloped forest. Even for shinobi, traversing the forest would take most of the day. At the edge of the forest lay the Valley of the End, where the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara fought their legendary battle. Since it was already afternoon when they left the village, the sun soon began to set. Not long after, nightfall covered the land. Eager to support Shikamaru and the others, Yagyu and his group didn't rest. They simply consumed soldier pills and continued moving at full speed. By the time midnight approached, they finally reached the vast, unrooted forest. I found their scent. Shino reported as soon as they entered the forest. Great. Lead the way, Shino. Since his Kagura mines I couldn't locate them, Yagyu entrusted Shino with leading the group. Shino nodded and moved ahead, guiding the group through the forest. After 2 hours of traveling, Shino suddenly slowed down and rejoined the group. As they moved, he reported to Yagyu, I've detected 3 familiar scents ahead, but they aren't Naruto's group. However, anyone my insects remember must be someone we know or have interacted with recently. Byakugan, activate. Before Yagyu could respond, both Niji and Hinata activated their Byakugan. Niji then said, it's the Sand Trio from the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, Lee and Tenten's expressions changed slightly as they recalled Gaara and Temari. Yagyu, however, calmly said, since the 5th Hokage took office, Tsunade has sent representatives to renew their alliance with Konoha. They are not our enemies now. Let's go and talk to them. Yes. Teams 3 and 8 quickly increased their pace and soon caught up with Gaara and his siblings. It's you guys. Gaara's group, also traveling at night, noticed Yagyu's team approaching. Seeing Lee, Yagyu, and Shino, who had defeated them during the Chunin exams, Temari and Kankuro's expressions shifted slightly. However, recalling the renewed alliance between their villages, Temari quickly regained her composure and explained, we didn't mean to enter the land of fire. Your 5th Hokage sent a request for assistance to Tsunade. I see. Yagyu said with a polite smile. Thank you for your help. Konoha has indeed been short on manpower recently. Understandable, understandable. Temari and Kankuro awkwardly smiled, feeling somewhat guilty. Although they had also lost their father, and Tsunade had lost the 4th Kazekage, Tsunade still bore some responsibility for the death of Konoha's 3rd Hokage. As a result, Tsunade had quickly renewed their alliance with Konoha and couldn't blame the village for the 4th Kazekage's death at the hands of a Konoha rogue ninja. This mission to support Konoha was part of their efforts to make amends. At this point, Gaara turned toward Yagyu's group and greeted them, it's been a while, Yagyu, and Rock Lee. It's been a while, you. Lee instinctively responded, but then his eyes widened as he stared at Gaara in shock. His expression mirrored the surprise on Tenten and Hinata's faces. None of them had expected that Gaara, who had once been filled with killing intent and hidden behind the sand armor, would now greet them so calmly. It's been a while. Yagyu said with a smile. You've changed quite a bit. Have you come to terms with something? Yes. Gaara nodded, staring into the dark forest ahead as if seeing a shadowy figure from his past. He quietly said, I want to change the way I used to think. I want to understand how that person felt back then. Then keep at it. The conversation quickly became awkward. Having once been enemies, neither side had much to say to each other. Moreover, it was already late, and they needed to conserve their energy for the mission ahead. Thus, the group of 9 continued in silence. Sometime later, As the black night sky slowly gave way to dawn, Hinata, who had been periodically using her Byakugan, suddenly said, "Yagyu-kun, I see Choji. His condition is very bad. I sense it too. His life force is dangerously weak." Yagyu said as he made a hand sign, creating a wood clone from an extending tree branch. Wha? Wood style. The sight nearly made Temari and Kankuro's jaws drop. Gaara, too, narrowed his eyes in shock. Clearly, they were all astonished by Yagyu's display of wood style. Gulp. Temari and Kankuro couldn't help but swallow hard. Having thought that Lee was the strongest among the group, they now realized why Yagyu was the only one wearing the green Chunin vest. The shinobi who had demonstrated formidable water-style techniques and the phantom body flicker during the Chunin exams was also a wood-style user, a legendary Kekkei Genkai. This meant Yagyu was truly a descendant of the Senju clan. Realizing this, Temari and Kankuro felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thankfully, Yagyu had been a rational fighter during the Chunin exams. He had seen the outcome of the battle before it was over and didn't attack them. Otherwise, the three of them might have perished in Konoha. At the same time, the siblings silently decided that once they returned to Tsunade, they would report this information to Lady Chiyo. A new wood-style user in Konoha, after the first Hokage, was bound to be earth-shattering news in the ninja world. Yagyu, meanwhile, acted as if he hadn't noticed their reactions. After creating the wood clone, he turned to Lee and said, "Lee, Choji's condition is critical. My wood clone will heal him, but it might disappear afterward. Please stay with it and protect him." "No problem, leave it to me." Lee, ever the straightforward one, didn't overthink the situation. He gave a thumbs up and grinned. With that, Lee and the wood clone split from the group. The remaining 8 continued onward. Soon, the dawn broke, and the morning light illuminated the forest. "Yagyu-kun, I see Shikamaru. He's fighting an enemy." Hinata reported once again. "The enemy uses arrows and spider silk. Shikamaru's in trouble. He's been dodging and running. Shino, Niji, go help Shikamaru." "Yes." As Shino and Niji rushed ahead, Gaara turned to Kankuro. "Kankuro, you go help as well." "Understood." Kankuro nodded and followed. The group of 8 quickly dwindled to 5. A short while later, Hinata said, "Yagyu-kun, I see Karin, Sakura, and Ino. I sense their chakra too." "It seems they're all right," Yagyu nodded. In truth, Yagyu had already sensed everyone's positions earlier with his Kagura mind's eye, even before dawn. He had deliberately arranged things this way. Just like in the original story, Choji's opponent was Jirobo. Choji was now on the verge of death, likely due to having taken the 3 pills to enter his butterfly state. This ordeal, in Yagyu's view, was actually a blessing in disguise for Choji. Shikamaru's opponent, Kidomaru, was using the curse mark level 2, making it impossible for Shikamaru to win. Shikamaru had likely been using the forest to his advantage, trying to survive by delaying Kidomaru's attacks. As for Karin, Sakura, and Ino's opponent, it was Taijutsu, who specialized in summoning and sound-based genjutsu. Although both used sound-based techniques, Taijutsu was far stronger than Kin, one of Orochimaru's former Sound 4. Without Karin, Tsunade wouldn't have sent Ino and Sakura on this mission. They were simply too weak. Fortunately, Karin was with them. Having learned numerous water-style techniques from Yagyu, Karin's strength was second only to Naruto's, who could use mass Raise-Non. Additionally, Karin, Ino, and Sakura had excellent chakra control. With Ino's clan's secret jutsu helping them break free from genjutsu, even Taijutsu in her cursed form would struggle against them. However, the 3 of them would also find it difficult to defeat Taijutsu. Yagyu then gave another order. "Hinata, Tenten, go help Karin and the others." "Yes." Hinata and Tenten nodded and left the group. Gaara turned to Temari and said, "Temari, go assist them as well." "I got it." Temari nodded and followed. The 9-person group was now down to Yagyu and Gaara. "Get out of my way and give me Sasuke back, Raise-Non." Soon after Hinata, Tenten, and Temari left, Yagyu and Gaara, who were moving at full speed, suddenly heard Naruto's enraged shout. The sound echoed, as if many people were yelling together, extremely loud and powerful. Hearing Naruto's fury, Gaara's expression changed slightly. Moments later, they saw countless orange-clad figures, Naruto's shadow clones, surrounded by red chakra, all wielding a blue energy sphere in their hands, slamming toward a single figure. Boom. All the shadow clones collided with a tree. The explosion from the mass rays created an earth-shattering sound, sending dust and debris flying. "Gaara, go help Naruto," Yagyu said sternly. "There's another chakra signature ahead. Sasuke is likely with them. I'll go after him." Sizzling sounds of lightning filled the air, and before Gaara could respond, Yagyu vanished into a blue and white blur. Chapter 86, The Bloodline Limit Best Suited for Wood Style, and the Possibility of All-Killing Ash Bones. "Since you're awake, let's move forward," came the weak voice of Kimimaro as he received the barrel containing Uchiha Sasuke from Sakon and Yukon. Sasuke had just emerged in his Cursed Seal Level 2 state, and Kimimaro spoke, "Ignore those behind us, I will hold them off. Your mission is to reach Lord Orochimaru as quickly as possible." Uchiha Sasuke, gradually exiting his Cursed Seal Level 2 form, glanced at the ailing Kimimaro and then at the forest behind him. Without a word, he used body flicker to dash forward. Having made the decision to join Orochimaru, and even consuming the awakening pill that brought him to the brink of death, Sasuke had no intention of looking back. Whoosh! Just as Sasuke disappeared, Yagyu shot out of the forest in a blur, hot on his trail. "Stop right here," Kimimaro said, extending a sharp bone from his palm to form a bone sword. He pointed it at Yagyu, saying, "If you want to chase Uchiha Sasuke, you'll have to get through me first." Yagyu smiled knowingly and replied, "Chasing Sasuke isn't my mission. You are my target." "Then let's begin," Kimimaro responded, not understanding but knowing he had little time to waste. Without further words, he charged at Yagyu. Yagyu quickly formed a one-handed seal. "Wood style, wood lariat," he said. Several green tree branches shot out from the ground around Kimimaro, coiling and whipping toward him like snakes. Kimimaro's pupils contracted slightly. His body immediately became covered in black markings as he activated Cursed Seal Level 1. In the next instant, the branches missed their target. With his increased speed, Kimimaro easily dodged the attack and appeared to Yagyu's right, charging once more. Unfortunately for him, Yagyu's Sharingan had already tracked his movements. As Kimimaro appeared on Yagyu's right, Yagyu swiftly finished another hand seal, and a fine red powder materialized around him, quickly forming two phantom clones that lunged toward Kimimaro. Kimimaro was puzzled. Having not participated in Konoha's destruction plan due to his worsening illness, Kimimaro had no knowledge of Yagyu. However, being trained by Orochimaru from a young age, he quickly recognized the phantom clones as basic illusions. "Why is this person using distractions against me?" Kimimaro thought but continued his assault, slashing through the two phantom clones with his bone sword. Just as expected, the bone sword passed through the clones without any sensation of hitting a solid body. But in the next moment, a sense of mortal danger overwhelmed Kimimaro. His skin rapidly darkened, turning brown-black as he activated Cursed Seal Level 2. The phantom clone that had just been slashed reformed, and before Kimimaro could react, it completed a seal and shot a jet of water toward him. Kimimaro barely managed to dodge with another body flicker. Boom! The water jet slammed into the ground, carving a deep trench across the plains. "Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Seedling Fern," Kimimaro called out as his speed further increased in Cursed Seal Level 2. However, Kimimaro no longer rushed directly toward Yagyu. After just 2 exchanges, he had already gauged Yagyu's strength and understood how dangerous he was. The clones were peculiar, and the power of Yagyu's water style was formidable. Kimimaro reappeared a dozen meters away, immediately unleashing his ultimate technique, a large-scale battlefield jutsu. The ground shook violently once more, but this time, instead of cracks, massive sharp bones burst from the earth, growing like trees. These bones branched out, forming countless spikes, much like the branches of a forest. The number of bones was overwhelming, forming a sea of white that surged toward Yagyu like a tidal wave. Kimimaro's technique rivaled the destructive power of Yagyu's tree world birth. With this one move, Kimimaro's power was enough to threaten even Kaga-level opponents. Anyone without the ability to fly or the necessary speed would be impaled and skewered by the sea of bones. But Yagyu was unfazed. With a single seal, a serpentine tree branch burst from the ground beneath him, lifting him skyward. As Yagyu ascended on the branch, he effortlessly evaded the bone forest that surged beneath him. The bone spikes continued to erupt for a while before finally halting, leaving the once grassy plains transformed into a white bone forest. Naruto, who had just escaped from Sakon and Yukon's pursuit with Gaara's help, emerged from the forest and was stunned by the sight of the bone forest. Sensing Naruto's chakra, Yagyu glanced toward his direction and shouted, "Naruto, Sasuke hasn't gone far. Head that way, and you should catch up with him." "Got it." "Thanks, Yagyu." Naruto shouted back before dashing around the bone forest in pursuit of Sasuke. A closer look revealed that Naruto's eyes had turned red with slitted pupils, and the whisker marks on his face had darkened and thickened. The more he used the Nine-Tails chakra, the more his body showed signs of its influence. If he continued at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he entered a state where he could no longer control the Nine-Tails chakra and would instead manifest the berserk-tailed beast cloak. Yagyu's expression suddenly changed as he looked down. Bone spikes began growing from the tree branch beneath him, rapidly ascending toward him. "Impressive ability," Yagyu remarked, not with fear but with excitement. Without hesitation, Yagyu clapped his hands, channeling wood-style chakra through the tree branch and into the ground. "Wood-style, tree world birth," he declared. Boom. The earth shook once again as saplings sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing into towering trees that intertwined with the white bone forest, creating a bizarre landscape of green and white. Now that the battlefield was split evenly between their respective terrain jutsu, Yagyu leaped down from the tree branch, landing lightly on a tree canopy. Red powder surrounded him, concealing his form. At the same time, a tree branch extended from the treetop, transforming into a wooden clone of Yagyu. Water-style, water-severing wave. The clone immediately formed a seal and shot a powerful water jet, slicing through both the trees and bones in its path. One of the massive bone pillars shattered, revealing Kimimaro, who quickly leaped to another bone structure and melded into it like liquid. This was one of the most terrifying aspects of the dance of the seedling fern. Kimimaro could travel freely through the bone forest, much like Haku with his demonic ice mirrors. Unless one could destroy the entire bone forest, Kimimaro had an absolute terrain advantage, similar to how Yagyu did with his tree world birth. Unfortunately for Kimimaro, he gained no advantage over Yagyu. With Yagyu's red-eye vision, Kimimaro's massive chakra signature was easily trackable, no matter how much he moved through the bones. Moreover, it seemed that Kimimaro lacked a bird's-eye view and had been deceived by the genjutsu of Yagyu's red eye. Kimimaro, deducing the location of Yagyu's wooden clone from the direction of the water-severing wave, launched a desperate charge, his time running out due to his illness. With little regard for his own safety, he aimed to take Yagyu down with him. From a nearby bone spike, Kimimaro emerged, transforming his arm into a bone spear, and lunged at Yagyu's wooden clone with a fatal thrust. The wooden clone's expression appeared to change in surprise. Unable to dodge, the clone extended a sharp tree branch from its palm, aiming at Kimimaro. SHHK. Kimimaro's bone spear pierced through the wooden clone, while the clone's tree branch stabbed into Kimimaro's body. However, the clone did not bleed. Instead, its expression shifted from shock to a smile. It quietly said, "Wood-style, insertion technique. SHHK SHHK SHHK." A series of sharp sounds echoed as numerous wooden spikes erupted from within Kimimaro's body, instantly covering him in piercings. Gazing at the clone, which began reverting to wood, Kimimaro's eyes showed a trace of regret. Before the darkness completely engulfed his consciousness, he murmured, "Forgive me, Lord Orochimaru." With those words, Kimimaro's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Whoosh! In the next moment, a red glow appeared around Kimimaro's corpse, a special effect visible only to Yagyu. A red beam of light shot out, forming a floating red orb above Kimimaro's body. Yagyu instantly moved to the orb and collected it. Summoning his virtual panel, Yagyu checked the information of the glowing orb that now occupied the first slot in his inventory. Space storage, bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku, red. Seeing the words, a satisfied smile crept across Yagyu's face. He was very pleased. Yagyu now possessed numerous abilities, but ever since obtaining wood style, his main focus had been on wood style and water style, with other abilities as secondary. Once his Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, his focus would shift to wood style and the Mangekyo, with everything else becoming secondary. At that point, aside from certain forbidden techniques, most other powers would be irrelevant. Thus, few bloodline limits, ninjutsu, or secret techniques caught Yagyu's interest anymore. Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku was one of those exceptions. Shikatsumiyaku, the Kekkei Genkai of the Kagaya clan, whose members bore a striking resemblance to the Otsutsuki clan, especially Kagaya Otsutsuki, who used the deadly all-killing ash bones. There might indeed be a connection between the Kagaya clan and Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. After discovering the new mechanics of the system, Yagyu had a bold idea. If he could continuously fuse the same chakra nature attributes and raise their transformation levels to the extreme, perhaps he could eventually combine the 7 chakra nature transformations into truth-seeking orbs, or even reach the level of the bloodline selection. Just the thought that he could potentially obtain the bloodline selection without becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki or relying on equipment from Kagaya Otsutsuki gave Yagyu goosebumps. This was why he had been so determined to obtain Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku. If this theory proved correct, Shikatsumiyaku could be the foundation for developing the all-killing ash bones. Moreover, unlike the now useless Byakugan, Shikatsumiyaku was currently very practical. It would not only enhance the power of his wood style but also increase his defense. The bones generated by Shikatsumiyaku were incredibly tough, able to withstand even the chakra-infused strikes of Iron Country's samurai. Even without growing bone spikes all over his body, Yagyu's bone density and durability would now be significantly increased. And if he did grow bone spikes, he would become a nightmare for any taijutsu expert. Best of all, Yagyu, with his Azura chakra, wouldn't have to worry about the Kagaya clan's genetic disease. Filled with excitement, Yagyu merged the Shikatsumiyaku into his body. As the red light left the space inventory and entered his body, Yagyu felt the changes immediately, just as he had when he fused with ice release. Now, he could manipulate his bones at will. Clenching his fist, Yagyu could sense that his bones had become several times harder than before. From now on, he no longer had to fear bone fractures. Even if someone managed to break his bones, Yagyu could automatically heal them or expel the broken bones and regenerate new, stronger ones. Most importantly, Yagyu no longer had to worry about opponents who specialized in taijutsu. His spirits lifted, Yagyu decided against testing Shikatsumiyaku on the spot. Instead, he took out a storage scroll and sealed away Kimimaro's body, then quickly headed toward the Valley of the End. As Yagyu swiftly left the eerie forest behind, a figure hidden within a giant tree, the familiar shape of a Zetsu, watched his retreating figure. Well, that was easier than expected, White Zetsu quipped. Looks like the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden are with him. Black Zetsu, however, remained silent, burdened with an ominous feeling. Now that it was clear Yagyu was the reincarnation of Azura in this era, Black Zetsu was also certain that Uchiha Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra. But the difference in strength between the two was astonishing. When Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were young, they had been evenly matched. But now, in this generation, the reincarnation of Azura already possessed such immense power at a young age. For Black Zetsu, who had been planning for millennia, creating the second set of Rinnegan only a few decades ago and preparing to enact his plan in this era, this vast power disparity gave him an uneasy premonition. Chapter 87, Temari's Curiosity, and the Blossoming of the Flowers in a Different Way. Using his red-eye illusion to conceal himself, Yagyu quickly arrived at the Valley of the End to witness the battle that would once again mark the rekindling of the fateful conflict between Azura and Indra's reincarnations. At this point in the battle, Uchiha Sasuke held the absolute advantage. This was due to Sasuke's Sharingan having evolved into the three-tomo form, which is a major turning point for the Sharingan. Not only does it unlock genjutsu and hypnotic abilities, but it also greatly enhances his insight and copying abilities. With his Sharingan at the three-tomo stage, Sasuke's already flawless foundational skills became even more refined. As a result, Naruto, whose techniques were far less polished, was no match for him, even with the boost from the Nine-Tails chakra. Naruto's numerous shadow clones were no more than fragile balloons, popping with a single strike. Just as Sasuke, in a dominating position, defeated Naruto and threw him into the lake, preparing to leave, a sudden explosion of water erupted from the lake. A dark and ominous energy emerged, causing Sasuke's expression to change dramatically. The defeated Naruto reappeared on the surface of the lake, now enveloped in the red chakra of the Nine-Tails once again. However, This time, unlike before when only the red chakra surrounded him, Naruto's entire body was covered in a translucent red cloak of chakra, with a single red tail formed behind him, making him crouch on all fours like a fox. Naruto, you. Sasuke muttered as he stared at Naruto, whose whiskers had thickened, his eyes turned into red slitted pupils, and fangs protruding from his snarling mouth. Sasuke suddenly recalled overhearing the villagers' whispers about Naruto when they were younger. Demon Fox. So Naruto, you really are a monster. As if responding to Naruto, the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck began to burn, and the black patterns quickly spread across his body, turning his skin a dark brown color. This was the second stage of the Heaven Curse mark, a more advanced form than the Earth Curse mark. Raise Nan! Naruto shouted. Chidori. Sasuke responded. In his tailed beast cloak form, Naruto clashed with Sasuke in his second stage of the curse mark, igniting a series of explosions and splashes across the lake. In the end, one of them wielded a spiraling blue ball of energy, while the other held a crackling blue-white bolt of lightning, both colliding to form a black sphere of energy. Boom. A massive explosion followed, though it didn't damage the statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, nor did it lead to any loss of limbs. Ultimately, Sasuke remained conscious and won the battle. Dragging Naruto's unconscious body to the shore, Sasuke took one last deep look at the boy who, despite their similarities, evoked an unexplainable sense of kinship. Then, stumbling, Sasuke left the Valley of the End. Yagyu, watching Sasuke's retreating back, did not move to stop him. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With a single-hand seal, Yagyu created a wood clone beside him, concealing it with his red eye illusion as it silently followed Sasuke. As for Yagyu's main body, he began to make his way back the way he came. He didn't take Naruto with him, knowing that his Kagura mind's eye had already detected Kakashi Hataki's chakra signature approaching. Like his sensei, Kakashi had arrived late at this crucial moment. By the time Kakashi arrived, Sasuke had already been picked up by Kabuto. Upon returning to the forest, Yagyu quickly located Hinata and the others using his sensory abilities. At this point, the girls had already finished their battle. Taijutsu, even after entering her Cursed Seal Level 2, was unable to defeat Karin. Facing the combined might of Temari, Hinata, and Tenten, she didn't stand a chance. Taijutsu lay lifeless on the ground, covered in wounds and pierced by numerous ninja tools. Around her lay countless trees with smooth, clean cuts, evidence of Temari's handiwork. Among the group, Temari was currently the strongest. Her powerful wind techniques, which required no hand seals, were unmatched, even Karin was no match for her. Yagyu, you're back. Ino, who had spent the whole battle on the sidelines, admiring the strength of Karin and the others, immediately rushed into Yagyu's arms, as energetic and affectionate as ever. Ah. I'm glad to see you all are safe, Yagyu said, smiling as he patted Ino on the head, using his height advantage to gently praise her. You all did a great job. Hee hee. It was all thanks to Karin and the others, Ino stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Sakura and I were too weak. We were lucky not to slow Karin down. That's not true. Ino, you and Sakura helped a lot, Karin walked over, shaking her head. If it wasn't for you two disrupting her chakra flow, I would have been caught in her genjutsu. Alright, enough with the modesty, Yagyu laughed as he ruffled Ino's and Karin's hair. When we get back, I'll teach you some new jutsu. Next time you face opponents like this, it won't be so difficult. Really? That's awesome. Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she jumped up and down in Yagyu's arms, hugging him tightly. While Ino was excited about learning new jutsu, what thrilled her more was the prospect of training with Yagyu again. Ever since graduating in March, it had been difficult for her and Sakura to even see Yagyu, let alone train with him. The last time they spent so much time together was when Konoha's mission system was down. Now, both Ino and Sakura longed for the days back at the Ninja Academy, when they could always be with Yagyu, whether it was during class, after school, or on holidays. Thank you for helping us, Temari, Yagyu said, gently pushing Ino aside as he approached Temari with a warm smile of gratitude. There's no need to thank me. I should be thanking you instead, Temari replied, a little taken aback, and quickly returned the gesture. What she was grateful for was Yagyu sparing her during the Chunin exams. Thinking back, she couldn't help but feel a chill. It was only after witnessing Yagyu's wood clone that she fully realized how terrifying his power and intelligence were. Wood style was a legendary bloodline limit and a symbol of Konoha itself. Anyone who awakened the wood style would not only become famous in Konoha but also in the entire ninja world. Clearly, Yagyu hadn't just awakened the wood style. But in the information that Temari and Kankuro had gathered after the first exam, Yagyu had only been described as a genius civilian. It wasn't until the preliminary matches that he revealed his astonishing chakra reserves and mastery of water style, leading to speculation that he might be a descendant of the Senju clan. Yet, during the final exam in front of all the spectators, he didn't display his wood style at all. Then, after the war began, Yagyu didn't take part in the battle at all. He even stopped his teammates from killing Kankuro, predicting the outcome of the war before it had ended. Now that the granddaughter of the first Hokage had taken up the mantle as the fifth Hokage, Yagyu no longer concealed his abilities, revealing his wood-style bloodline limit in front of her, an outsider. He's so young. This person, Temari thought, is someone we can never make an enemy of. At the same time, Temari couldn't help but feel a growing curiosity about Yagyu. What had he gone through to be so capable of patience and restraint at such a young age? Yagyu had no idea what Temari was thinking. If he had known, he would have been impressed by the Sand Princess. It was remarkable that she had deduced so much with only a few pieces of information. After exchanging pleasantries with Temari, Yagyu led the girls to the other battlefields. By this time, the battle on Gaara and Shikamaru's side had already ended as well. Unlike the original storyline, where the six-man squad was assisted by Gaara's team, this time the rescue effort included Konoha's strongest new generation squads, Team 8 and Team 3, as well as Gaara's siblings. Even with their Cursed Seal Level 2 forms, the Sound 4 were no match for them. "You look rough, Shikamaru," Yagyu teased when he arrived at the battlefield and saw Shikamaru slumped on the ground, exhausted. He hadn't rested for a whole day, and if it weren't for the rations pills, Kidomaru would have killed him by now. "Thank goodness you arrived in time. I almost thought my ninja career was over," Shikamaru responded, too tired to argue. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked, "By the way, how's Choji?" "It's not looking good." "Choji took the third pill," Yagyu said with a serious expression. "My clone reported that he and Lee are already heading back to the village. Only Lady Tsunade can save him now." Shikamaru's face went pale, and he looked ashamed. "It's all my fault. I'm too weak." In that moment, Shikamaru found himself hating his usual laziness. If he had trained in his family's secret techniques from a young age, perhaps things would have been different now. Yagyu didn't offer words of comfort. This mission to retrieve Sasuke would bring growth to Choji, Shikamaru, and Naruto, a rare and valuable transformation. After healing Shikamaru's wounds, Yagyu finished just as Kakashi arrived, carrying Naruto and accompanied by Gaara. "Sorry, everyone. My student caused you all a lot of trouble," Kakashi said as he apologized to Yagyu and the others. "Kakashi-sensei, did you manage to catch Sasuke?" Sakura quickly asked. "Was he kidnapped by Orochimaru's men, or was he tricked?" Kakashi and Naruto, now awake, both looked down, their eyes filled with sorrow. "I'll report everything to Lady Hokage." "You all did well," Kakashi said, seemingly reluctant to say more, not wanting to tell them that Sasuke had willingly defected. But his attitude gave them all the answer they needed. It wasn't that Sasuke had been kidnapped, he had chosen to join Orochimaru. Sakura's expression became confused and uncertain. With Sasuke gone, did that mean Team 7 would disband? And if the team disbanded, would Kakashi no longer be her sensei? Would she still be able to go on missions? If she couldn't go on missions, would she be forced to become a medical ninja and work at Konoha Hospital? At that moment, everyone in Team 7 felt lost. Under the leadership of Kakashi, Yagyu, and Shikamaru, the entire group began their journey back to Konoha, having failed to retrieve Sasuke. After leaving the forest, they bid farewell to Gaara and his siblings, thanking them once again for their assistance. The help from Gaara and his siblings had greatly improved their image among Konoha's new generation, with many even developing a fondness for them. By the afternoon, Yagyu and the others finally returned to Konoha. As soon as they entered the village, Shikamaru rushed to the hospital, eager to check on Choji's condition. Naruto was also taken to the hospital by Kakashi. Although the Ninetales was already healing his physical wounds, the battle with Sasuke had left a deep emotional scar. Naruto now needed time to rest and recover. Watching their departing figures, Sakura was feeling down. She rarely did this, but she tugged on Yagyu's sleeve, her voice uncertain as she asked, "Yagyu, I feel like I couldn't help at all. What should I do now?" Yagyu gently stroked Sakura's pink hair, his face full of affection as he reassured her. "Don't think too much about it. Sasuke is burdened with deep hatred, and he's willing to pay any price to avenge the Uchiha clan. His resolve isn't something you can stop. If you feel weak, then work hard and train. I'll teach you all some powerful new jutsu." "All right," Sakura nodded firmly, her eyes suddenly filled with determination. Sasuke's departure, combined with the looks in Naruto's and Kakashi's eyes, had deeply impacted the girl, who had now built strong bonds with her teammates. Sakura, who had previously lacked a strong desire for power and only trained to earn Yagyu's praise, now yearned for strength. If she had been as strong as Karin or that woman from the Sand Village, she wouldn't have been a burden to Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps she could have helped Naruto bring Sasuke back. Seeing this transformation in Sakura, Yagyu smiled with satisfaction. This meant that the confident and bold Sakura was about to be born. The original 4 flowers of Konoha were all distinct. But Yagyu's arrival had altered their destinies, causing Hinata and Sakura to develop similar attributes. Even Ino was only different from them in being more bold and passionate. Only after graduation had Hinata, Sakura, and Ino begun their transformations, becoming both like and unlike their original selves. Hinata, for example, was completely different in her regular demeanor compared to her combat state. Sakura, who had yet to awaken her second personality, was now about to bid farewell to her old self and take her first step toward her transformation. And once Ino grew stronger, she would undoubtedly change as well. Together with Karin, the 4 girls were each becoming unique in their own ways. Filled with new motivation, Yagyu was ready to train them into the individuals he envisioned. But for now, he had more important matters to attend to. A slight smile played on Yagyu's lips, and a flash of red glinted briefly in his eyes. Chapter 88, The 2 Most Powerful Techniques in the Shinobi World, All Acquired. It was 9:30 in the evening. After performing surgery on Choji Akimichi, Tsunade handed over the follow-up treatment to Karin, who had been learning under her. She comforted the guilt-ridden and tearful Shikamaru Nara, then, exhausted, she headed home. However, before even reaching the front door, she noticed that the lights were already on inside her mansion. Tsunade paused for a moment, then a smile slowly formed on her lips. As she stepped inside and changed her shoes in the entryway, the aroma of food hit her nose. That familiar scent could only come from one of Yagyu's dishes. Walking into the living room, her eyes immediately fell on Yagyu, busy at work in the kitchen. "Tsunade-Nizan, you're just in time," Yagyu called out with a smile as he flipped something in a pan. "Go take a bath first, dinner will be ready when you're done." "All right," Tsunade replied with a smile, nodding. As she removed her light green outer robe, she freed herself from the constraining weight of her assets, their impressive bounce catching the eye as she headed to the bathroom. After soaking in a warm bath and putting on a loose-fitting white robe, Tsunade emerged just as Yagyu brought out the final dish of soup. "You worked hard today, Tsunade-Nizan. Come and eat," Yagyu said with a smile as he took off his apron. Before he could set the apron down, a strong arm pulled him into a soft embrace, pressing his face into a certain ample, comforting place. The lingering fragrance of her bath and the breathless sensation overwhelmed Yagyu's mind, and he squirmed, trapped in the generous embrace of Tsunade. Just like how Yagyu treated Ino and the others, Tsunade playfully ruffled his hair before letting him go. Then she cupped his face and planted a firm kiss on his forehead. "You're such a good boy. Always thinking of your big sister," she teased. With that, Tsunade, unconcerned about the revealing state of her robe, sat down confidently in the main seat and, with no hesitation, instructed Yagyu, "Go warm up some sake for me. After a long day like this, I need a drink." "Yes, yes." Yagyu replied with a helpless smile before heading back into the kitchen. In no time, he returned with a small ceramic cup and a flask of sake, pouring a cup for Tsunade as he sat beside her. Unlike Ino and the other girls who ate their meals with grace, Tsunade, being the bold and heroic woman she was, devoured her food as if she were in the middle of a storm. If Yagyu had left a whole drumstick, she would have grabbed it in one hand while holding a cup in the other, not to mention that she might have snatched the flask of sake right out of his hand. As expected, after just a few cups, Tsunade started to get tipsy. Soon, she was no longer satisfied with the small servings in the cup and took the sake flask straight from Yagyu's hand, continuing to eat and drink. Oh, right, Yagyu. Why did this mission take so long? Was the noble from the land of birds difficult to deal with? Tsunade asked between bites. He wasn't difficult, just couldn't handle hardship. He needed to rest every few hours, Yagyu replied, resting his chin on his hand as he smiled at the sight of Tsunade wolfing down her food. The main reason for the delay was that we ran into a few unexpected events on the road. I'll report everything to you once you finish eating. All right, Tsunade nodded, suddenly realizing this might be the real reason Yagyu had come so late to cook dinner for her. With that in mind, she quickened her pace and soon devoured half of the food, leaving Yagyu slightly amazed. Wow, she sure can eat, he thought. And just like Hinata, no matter how much she eats, she never gains weight. No wonder. Yagyu mused, glancing at her ample figure. Ah, I'm stuffed, Tsunade finally said, placing her chopsticks down. She didn't seem to mind the oil on her fingers as she patted her stomach with satisfaction, which her loose robe hid well. Having a little brother who can cook is great. I can enjoy such delicious food anytime. Wipe your hands first, Yagyu gently reminded her while cleaning up the dishes. You've gotten your clothes dirty. Tsunade looked puzzled. Aren't you eating? I've already eaten. It's so late, Yagyu explained. That's true. Well then, you finish tidying up while I wait for you in the living room, Tsunade said, wiping her mouth and hands with a napkin before taking what was left of the sake and lounging on the sofa, sipping it slowly as she waited for Yagyu to come out and give his report. After finishing up in the kitchen, Yagyu joined Tsunade in the living room and handed her a piece of paper. What's this? Tsunade was about to put her arm around Yagyu's shoulders, intending to get closer to her little brother, but paused in surprise when she saw the paper. She took it, glanced at the writing, and her flushed face quickly became serious. Uchiha Itachi, and these names. This is the full list of Akatsuki members and some of their abilities, Yagyu explained. Aside from Orochimaru, whom they've already expelled, the organization has 9 members. I don't know the names or abilities of the leader and his partner, but the other 7 are all S-ranked rogue ninjas from various nations. You ran into them again? Tsunade asked, her hand resting on Yagyu as she sent chakra through his body, confirming that he wasn't injured. Only then did she speak again. How did you get this list? I encountered Kakuzu from the hidden waterfall village and Haiden from the hidden hot water village. After sealing them with wood style, I gathered this information from their brains, Yagyu said. Wait. You learned the spirit transformation technique? Tsunade asked, surprised. No, it's a new genjutsu I developed, Yagyu replied casually, dodging the question. He then took out a storage scroll, walked to a more open space, and unsealed the bodies of Kakuzu and Haiden. Seeing the corpses with holes in their heads, Tsunade frowned slightly. You damaged their brains. Yes, I did it on purpose, Yagyu explained, recounting his well-prepared cover story. Aside from those 9 members, there's also a mysterious figure behind Akatsuki, the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident 12 years ago. Tsunade's eyes widened, and she immediately asked, who is he? I don't know. Based on these two's memories, it seems he's not an official member of Akatsuki, Yagyu said, lying without hesitation before shifting the topic. But he possesses a space-time ninjutsu that can bypass Konoha's barrier. He and Akatsuki were also involved in the Uchiha massacre years ago. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade's expression became even more serious. What do you plan to do? The organization's goal is to capture Jinchuriki, but they seem to be in the preparation stage and don't want their existence revealed yet, Yagyu explained his plan. They don't know I've already obtained information on them and will assume we'll try to extract intelligence from the corpses. Besides that space-time user, there's another member with the codename Zetsu, who can pass through any barrier and move freely underground. Akatsuki will likely send him to spy on Konoha's interrogation department, and if they try to extract information from the brains, the space-time user might act. So I intentionally damaged these bodies' brains to lure them in while protecting the interrogation team. We might even capture Zetsu. After hearing Yagyu's plan, Tsunade's serious expression gradually relaxed, and she smiled with approval. You're already thinking ahead with such limited information, just like my granduncle, Tobirama. Smart thinking. Tsunade then added some advice. Your plan is solid, but you were a bit too obvious in your execution. The holes in their heads look deliberate. Before handing these bodies to the interrogation unit, use your water-style technique to dismember them, maybe even slice off part of one of their heads. I'll order the interrogation team to attempt to reconstruct their brains, making it look more believable. Great idea. Yagyu's eyes lit up, and he gave Tsunade a thumbs up, deliberately flattering her. As expected of the Hokage. Impressive. Of course. That's why I'm your big sister. Tsunade said proudly, raising her chin. Throughout their conversation, Tsunade never doubted the truth of Yagyu's words, trusting him completely. Yagyu was her younger brother, her sole emotional support. As long as he didn't destroy the village their grandfather had founded, she would forgive him for anything, even cover for him. Besides, Yagyu damaging the body's brains was to protect the interrogation team and to catch an Akatsuki member. He possessed their grandfather's wood style and kind heart, combined with their granduncle's intelligence and pragmatism. Just as Tsunade had said, Yagyu was the perfect product of the Senju clan. After reaching an agreement with Tsunade, Yagyu proceeded to dismember Kakuzu and Haiden's bodies, making it look like they had been killed by water-style and wood-style techniques while also damaging their brains. The next day, the incident regarding Sasuke Uchiha's departure from Konoha came to an official close. Kakashi, who had rushed back late, was once again sent on another mission, while Naruto lay in the hospital, reflecting on his memories with Sasuke and the rest of Team 7 over the past few months. As if making a firm decision, he suddenly jumped out of his hospital bed, escaping through the window and heading straight for the Hokage's office. Naruto had made up his mind, he would plead with Tsunade not to label Sasuke as a rogue ninja. He would bring Sasuke back, no matter what. Tsunade readily agreed to Naruto's request. Before Naruto, Kakashi had already requested the same thing. It wasn't just Naruto and his teacher Kakashi, even Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane had approached Tsunade, urging her not to officially mark Sasuke as a rogue ninja. Why? Because Uchiha Itachi was actually a spy that Konoha had placed within Akatsuki. When Tsunade learned of this, her mind nearly exploded. So Konoha's higher-ups were involved in the Uchiha massacre as well. No, more accurately, they were the masterminds. It made sense. Even though the Uchiha clan had been relocated near the Naka River, far from Konoha's central streets, Konoha would have known what was happening there. Without their approval, or even their assistance, there was no way Itachi and that mysterious figure could have carried out the massacre without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to punch those old men. Did they even realize the danger of collaborating with such dangerous individuals? At the same time, Tsunade grew more concerned about Yagyu's plan. A person who could bypass barriers was already troublesome enough. There was no way she would allow two such dangerous figures to freely come and go from Konoha as they pleased. After dealing with Naruto, Tsunade instructed Karin, who had temporarily taken Shizen's place as her assistant, to inform Yagyu to come to her office to report on the mission. When Yagyu and Tsunade, who had already discussed the plan, began their performance in the Hokage's office, the medical team soon arrived to transport Kakuzu and Haiden's dismembered bodies to the interrogation unit. The head medical ninja also received a mission scroll from Tsunade, a task for the interrogation department. As the medical team left the Hokage's office, carrying the bodies on stretchers, many people noticed the dismembered remains. Due to the extensive dismemberment, no one recognized the corpses as two S-ranked rogue ninjas. However, the black cloaks with red clouds embroidered on them caught the attention of a figure who had been discreetly watching from within the walls of the Hokage building. In an empty corridor, just after the medical team had passed, a strange face suddenly emerged from the ceiling. The face, protruding slightly from the wall, quickly turned white. Seeing the dismembered bodies on the stretchers, the white Zetsu clone immediately shared the information with the original Zetsu. Then, the face retracted back into the ceiling and, using the mayfly technique, swiftly fled. The mayfly technique was the strongest non-space-time instant movement and infiltration technique in the shinobi world. It allowed the user to merge with the earth and plants, moving rapidly through underground plant roots or water channels. During its use, the user cut off all traces of their presence, making it nearly impossible for even the strongest sensory ninja to detect them. This was because the user became one with the land and plants, the land and plants were the user, and the user was the land and plants. Even Yagyu's red eyes, Byakugan, and Sage Mode sensory abilities couldn't detect the presence of a white Zetsu clone. However, the moment the white Zetsu clone emerged from the ceiling, a brief flicker of its chakra was caught by one of Yagyu's wood-style clones, which were stationed around Konoha with their red eyes and sensory abilities activated. Almost immediately, just as the white Zetsu clone was using the mayfly technique to flee, a surge of wood-style chakra infiltrated the ground. As the Zetsu clone sped through the tree roots, one of the roots suddenly came to life, wrapping itself around the clone. The absorbing properties of wood-style quickly drained a significant amount of the clone's chakra, leaving it too weak to struggle. At the same time, both Yagyu and the real Black Zetsu's expressions changed. Noticing Yagyu's reaction, Tsunade immediately asked, "Did the target appear?" "Yes, they appeared, but..." Yagyu nodded, though with a hint of disappointment. "It was just a clone of that Black Zetsu. It's already fled." "That was expected. The fact that we managed to deceive them is enough. At least we have the advantage of knowing their movements," Tsunade said, not appearing too disheartened. Her expression turned serious. "But it's likely that their spies are spread all over Konoha. We'll need to strengthen the detection barriers around all the key locations. There's no need to waste unnecessary manpower and resources, Tsunade Nizan," Yagyu replied, a knowing smile forming on his face. "Once I master the technique, I'll root out every one of these rats and ensure they never dare infiltrate Konoha again." Meanwhile, on the other side, Zetsu's normally playful expression had turned unusually serious. The clone was captured while using the mayfly technique, White Zetsu reported, his face no longer playful. Though Black Zetsu lacked significant combat abilities, possessing both yin-yang release and wood style, even they had always been fearless in the face of enemies. Black Zetsu, after all, was effectively immortal, while White Zetsu had the mayfly technique. Whenever they used the mayfly technique, their concealment and mobility were unparalleled in the shinobi world, second only to space-time ninjutsu in its effectiveness. This was why Black Zetsu, one of the masterminds of the shinobi world, had always acted with such impunity. But now, their mayfly technique had been countered. More accurately, it had been forcibly interrupted. This sudden feeling of having found their weakness unsettled White Zetsu. But Black Zetsu, ever calm, simply stated, "It's not surprising. The mayfly technique merges with the earth and plants, utilizing underground roots and water channels. Wood style, being a combination of water and earth chakra, naturally counters it. So, what do we do next?" "Don't worry. The clone was only detected because it cancelled the mayfly technique. This means they can't sense the technique's presence, nor can they see through our disguises. We just need to remind the other clones to be more cautious." "I understand." At the same time, Yagyu's wood clone had already pulled the captured White Zetsu clone from the ground using wood style and sealed its senses. The clone then created several more wood clones with minimal chakra reserves and began a relentless process. Each time the White Zetsu clone neared death, a wood clone would heal it. When its chakra was depleted, they would feed it a military ration pill and continue. After over a day of this, the White Zetsu clone finally emitted a blue glow, 2 distinct blue glows. When the 2 blue orbs automatically flew across a great distance and were absorbed into Yagyu's body, he summoned the virtual panel to check the items in his inventory. A satisfied smile crept across Yagyu's face when he saw the information. Inventory, mayfly technique, blue. Inventory, disguise technique, blue. The strongest non-space-time movement technique and the ultimate transformation and infiltration technique, 2 of the most powerful abilities for assassination and subterfuge, were now in his possession. Chapter 89, A Wood Release Test Subject. No, I am Senju Yagyu. Indeed, Yagyu's plan to capture Black Zetsu was a ruse. His true goal was to capture the White Zetsu clone and extract the mayfly technique and impersonation technique. In Yagyu's view, these 2 techniques were on the level of divine abilities in terms of support ninjutsu. When combined with his red eye illusion and wood clone technique, his wood clones would surpass even the White Zetsu clones seen in the Fourth Shinobi World War. White Zetsu clones, once they revealed themselves, would be detected by any strong sensory ability. However, if Yagyu's wood clones used the red eye illusion to conceal themselves, not even the Byakugan, an eye adept at detecting hidden enemies, could perceive them. Additionally, Yagyu's wood clones could function like white Zetsu clones, able to relay real-time information to him even from great distances. With the mayfly technique and impersonation technique, his clones could absorb other people's chakra and transform into them, matching their chakra signatures perfectly, making them the ultimate spies. More importantly, when the wood clones ran low on chakra, they could absorb more from others to replenish themselves. Yagyu wouldn't need to constantly produce new wood clones, they would be self-sufficient. By deploying a large number of wood clones, Yagyu could achieve an information advantage akin to that of Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu, who commanded an army of white Zetsu clones. With these thoughts in mind, Yagyu quickly fused with the blue energy orbs containing the mayfly and impersonation techniques, acquiring both skills. Eager to test the mayfly technique, Yagyu activated his chakra, causing the ground beneath him to soften like a swamp, pulling him into the earth. As his body sank into the ground, Yagyu didn't feel any discomfort or suffocation. Moreover, he could still see the outside world. It was like being within the deep forest emergence technique, his chakra fused with the earth, making him one with the land and its plant life. Now, Yagyu could observe the surface through the eyes of the plants and trees, seamlessly switching his perspective. At that moment, Yagyu realized that this ability was even more powerful than he had anticipated. The only limitation was that Yagyu couldn't hear sounds from afar unless he physically moved to the area in question, like an eavesdropper hiding in a closet. While merged with the earth and plants, Yagyu also lost all trace of his presence. Only someone with sensory abilities at the Six Paths level, capable of perceiving other dimensions, could sense his chakra or presence. Traveling swiftly through underground plant roots and water streams, Yagyu bypassed all guards and barriers and quickly arrived at the Hyuga clan compound. He then visited the Yamanaka flower shop, the ninja academy, and finally the Hokage building. Before he even reached it, Yagyu sensed large amounts of chakra through the plant roots and water channels beneath the ground. These chakras weren't on the surface, they, like him, were merged with the earth and plants. Yagyu infused the ground with a significant amount of wood-release chakra. The tree roots and water streams reacted as if given life by a creator, rapidly writhing and growing. They ensnared the white Zetsu clones stationed around Konoha, particularly those monitoring the Hokage building, and quickly drained their chakra. The white Zetsu clones around Konoha have all been discovered and lost contact. That would release kid, he really can detect the mayfly technique, White Zetsu exclaimed in shock as soon as the clones were eliminated. Black Zetsu immediately asked, how were they detected and cut off? They were bound by tree roots, it's definitely would release, White Zetsu confirmed. So that kids would release sensing can now extend underground. Black Zetsu said, deeply concerned. Is he combining would release with sensory abilities, or is he using yang release chakra to sense life underground? Either way, this showed that the current reincarnation of Asura had taken a path different from that of Hashirama Senju. At this young age, he was already this formidable, far more gifted than Hashirama had been. Black Zetsu decided they couldn't wait any longer. Once the three tails revived, they would have to begin their plan immediately, using Nagato to capture the tailed beasts, weakening him with the 5 great nations' combined forces, and then taking control of Nagato to resurrect Uchiha Madara using the Rinne Tensei. Once Uchiha Madara was revived, neither this generation's Asura reincarnation nor even the previous one, Hashirama Senju, would stand a chance against Madara's Rinnegan. With this in mind, Black Zetsu warned, don't send any more white Zetsu clones there. Doing so will only alert them. There's a chance they could track the white Zetsu clones back to Omegakure and the ghetto statue's location. I understand, White Zetsu responded, still shaken. In his eyes, Yagyu had now become the most terrifying existence in the world. He would never use the mayfly technique to approach Yagyu again, lest he meet the same fate as the white Zetsu clones. Unlike Black Zetsu, who had an immortal body, White Zetsu wasn't invulnerable. As the smartest of the white Zetsu clones, he valued his life. After rooting out all the rats, Yagyu dispelled the mayfly technique and returned to his home. Soon after, several large bundles emerged from the ground, each one sealing a white Zetsu clone. Yes, Yagyu hadn't killed any of the white Zetsu clones, not even the one that had granted him the mayfly technique and impersonation technique. These byproducts of infinite Tsukimi were far too valuable, especially for Yagyu's upcoming experiments. He tossed the bundled-up clones into his basement and left a wood clone to guard them. Meanwhile, Yagyu's real body headed to the Hokage building. Yo, Yagyu, a familiar voice called out just as Yagyu pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Jiraiya was sitting on the couch, sipping tea. He raised his hand to greet Yagyu. Lord Jiraiya, Yagyu responded respectfully with a nod. As expected of the top student, always so polite, Jiraiya teased. But being so mature at such a young age, aren't you missing out on a lot of fun? I have 3 childhood friends. My childhood was plenty of fun, Yagyu replied bluntly, delivering a metaphorical stab to Jiraiya's heart. The legendary ninja immediately spat out the tea he had just sipped. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya responded with jealousy, "You devious brat. You planned ahead with your mature thinking, such a sneaky move. I envy you." "No, wait, that's despicable." "That's because Yagyu is handsome," Tsunade chimed in, twisting the knife deeper. "Even if you were smart when you were young, no girl would have gone near you." Damn it. Jiraiya was even more envious now, his jealousy spilling over as he cried out, "Is being handsome really all it takes to get away with anything?" Yagyu almost responded instinctively to that, but he held back. Sitting down opposite Jiraiya, Yagyu poured him some tea and asked, "When did you return, Lord Jiraiya?" "Just got back," Jiraiya replied, his expression suddenly shifting. He signaled a few hand signs for communication, but before he could finish, Yagyu smiled and said, "You can speak freely. I've already rooted out all the spies." "That fast?" Tsunade, who had been reviewing documents, looked up in surprise. "Yagyu, how did you do it?" "It's simple. I used the special sensing properties of deep forest emergence to develop a new sensory technique, allowing me to detect things underground," Yagyu explained, mixing truth with lies. "That guy with the codename Genbu can burrow underground using some earth-release ninjutsu that hides his presence. But as long as he moves through the earth, he can't avoid the plant roots and underground water. Wood release, being a combination of water and earth release, is the perfect counter." "I see," Tsunade and Jiraiya both nodded in realization, accepting Yagyu's explanation. Jiraiya gave Yagyu a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, truly genius thinking." Hearing Jiraiya's praise, Tsunade couldn't help but feel proud. With Yagyu being so capable, she figured she wouldn't need to stay Hokage much longer, she could retire early and pass on the mantle. Having made up her mind, Tsunade's eyes briefly flashed with determination. Before she stepped down, she would have to accelerate the training of Karin and the others. It was time to take on a few more disciples. At this point, Yagyu turned back to Jiraiya. "You were saying something earlier, Lord Jiraiya." "I'm taking Naruto to the land of rice fields," Jiraiya said, setting down his teacup with a troubled expression. "I originally came back to take Naruto on a training journey, but Sasuke's departure hit him hard. He's afraid Orochimaru has already taken over Sasuke's body and keeps begging me to take him to rescue Sasuke. With his current mindset, if I don't take him to investigate, he won't be able to focus on his training." "I see," Yagyu nodded in understanding and offered, "Do you need help?" "No, no need. Orochimaru lost his soul-imbued hands. Even if he managed to take over Sasuke's body, he still wouldn't be a match for me," Jiraiya replied confidently before standing up. "I just came here to let Tsunade know so that the old council members don't complain about me taking Naruto." "Alright, this toad sage is off," Jiraiya exclaimed as he leaped out of the window, leaving as dramatically as ever. Once Jiraiya had left, Tsunade put down her pen and official stamp, turning her gaze to Yagyu. "You didn't come here just to report on that, did you?" "You see through me, Tsunade-nichan," Yagyu said with a flattering smile as he moved behind her to massage her shoulders. "Now that Sasuke has left, Team 7 is temporarily disbanded. Sakura's chakra control is excellent, on par with Karin's. Could I let her assist you as an apprentice?" Tsunade enjoyed Yagyu's massage and teased, "Just an assistant?" Yagyu nearly lost his composure for a moment, but kept his cool, replying with a flattering smile, "If Tsunade-nichan were to take Sakura as a disciple, that would be even better." "Look at you," Tsunade chuckled, squeezing Yagyu's cheek before confessing, "I was already considering it. And not just Sakura, if Team 8 isn't on a mission, you can send Hinata over too. Ino as well. I'll have Shizen teach them, and I'll personally train them when I can." "Really? Thank you so much, Tsunade-nichan." Yagyu responded with mock excitement, even though he had already anticipated her answer. After all, he had spent the past few days bringing Hinata and the others to visit Tsunade, steadily increasing their bond. It was clear that after all this time, Tsunade had seen the potential in Hinata and the others and would want to pass on her skills to them. "Don't thank me too quickly. I have conditions," Tsunade said with a playful grin as she continued to squeeze Yagyu's cheeks. "From now on, whenever you're free, you have to cook for me every day." "No problem." After spending about half an hour in the Hokage's office, Yagyu finally left the building. Instead of immediately sharing the good news with Sakura and the others, he slipped into an empty alleyway, sank into the ground, and used the mayfly technique to leave Konoha at incredible speed. Jiraiya intended to take Naruto to the land of rice fields to investigate, and though Yagyu didn't recall this from the original story and hadn't recorded it in his journal from his previous life, it was clear that Jiraiya was serious. This meant that once Jiraiya entered the land of rice fields, Orochimaru would soon learn of his presence. Without his hands, Orochimaru was no match for Jiraiya, and he would undoubtedly move his base. Yagyu had planned to wait a little longer, but now he decided to act early and lend Orochimaru a hand. Using the mayfly technique, Yagyu sped toward the Sound Village in the land of rice fields. At full speed, the mayfly technique was astonishingly fast, far beyond even the high-speed trains of Yagyu's previous life. It was like flying on land. At top speed, the body flicker technique was already comparable to a high-speed train, leaving only a faint afterimage visible to the naked eye. However, the body flicker technique required a foothold to launch each movement. In contrast, the mayfly technique ignored all obstacles and didn't require any foothold, allowing for constant high-speed travel. What would take half a day of continuous body flicker movements to cross the vast, untamed forest took Yagyu just over 2 hours with the mayfly technique. In under 4 hours, Yagyu arrived in the land of rice fields. Soon after, Yagyu appeared beside one of his wood clones, which had been following Sasuke and Kabuto the whole time. After dismissing the wood clone, Yagyu activated his red eye to observe Orochimaru. As in the original story, Orochimaru hadn't waited for Sasuke to arrive. He had already been forced to perform his living corpse reincarnation technique, unable to endure his body's breakdown any longer. You could say Orochimaru had incredible luck, at least surviving a few more years. Had Sasuke arrived earlier, Orochimaru would have been doomed. Not only would his current body perish, but the soul fragments embedded in both Anko Mitarashi and Sasuke's cursed seals of heaven would likely be destroyed as well. With the Gedo statue already summoned back to the shinobi continent from the moon, the Sage of the Six Paths was surely aware of this. This generation's reincarnations of Asura and Indra were the sages most important in over 1,000 years. Orochimaru's attempt to target Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke, was effectively sabotaging the sage's plans. It was clear Orochimaru didn't understand the danger he was courting. Even if the Sage of the Six Paths couldn't intervene directly, he had plenty of ways to ensure that Sasuke would defeat Orochimaru. In this sense, Orochimaru had narrowly avoided death by choosing to reincarnate early. Having just completed the living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru's new body was weak and heavily bandaged, covering even half his face, leaving only one vertical pupil visible. At that moment, Orochimaru was speaking with Kabuto, seemingly giving instructions. Yagyu sank into the ground once more. As Orochimaru and Kabuto stood in the dimly lit room, suddenly, their bodies became immobile. Looking down, Orochimaru saw tree branches, like snakes, crawling up his body. In disbelief, he murmured, "Would release, when did?" Kabuto's expression mirrored his master's shock. Neither had realized what was happening until it was too late. In truth, even Yagyu himself was astonished at how quickly he had activated the silent strangle jutsu by channeling would-release chakra into the tree roots underground. If only he could perform jutsu while underground, combining the mayfly technique with would-release would be unstoppable. He could remain hidden beneath the ground, attacking with would-release while his enemies remained completely unaware of his location. No sensory abilities would be able to detect his presence. But as Uchiha Itachi once said, no jutsu is perfect, even divine techniques have their flaws. "It's been a while, Lord Orochimaru," Yagyu said with a polite smile, stepping out of the shadows and greeting the immobilized Orochimaru. "It's you." Orochimaru's pupils contracted as he recognized Yagyu, the boy who had nearly killed him and Kabuto not long ago. The memory of that overwhelming forest was seared into his mind. Seeing that it was Yagyu, Orochimaru's mind raced, and he asked, Are you here to take Sasuke back? No. Sasuke chose to join you. That's his decision, Yagyu replied, revealing the truth. With his hatred for Uchiha Itachi, unless Konoha is willing to mobilize the entire village to help him kill Itachi, even if I forcibly take him back, he'll just leave again to find you. So, I won't waste my energy on pointless efforts. Heh. Hearing Yagyu's words, Orochimaru realized that Yagyu had come for another reason. His fear subsided, and he let out a hoarse laugh. As expected of the top student, always overshadowing Sasuke. You really do understand him well. Orochimaru didn't rush to ask Yagyu's true purpose for coming. Instead, as if recalling something, he couldn't resist testing the waters. Speaking of which, ever since that day, I've been curious. Are you truly a descendant of the Senju clan, or are you one of those 50 experimental subjects? Perhaps a second-generation experiment by Danzo and the old men. Yumina would release test subject. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm no copy, Yagyu said, crossing his arms with a raised finger. His red eyes locked onto the shocked expressions of Orochimaru and Kabuto as he proudly introduced himself, I am Senju Yagyu. At that moment, the tree branches binding Orochimaru and Kabuto began to glow with a blue chakra aura. Orochimaru and Kabuto's chakra was being absorbed. This was a unique property of true wood release. More accurately, it was a trait that only wood release, fueled by a boundless source of life energy, could possess, the ability to absorb chakra. Chapter 90, A Being from Another Dimension. The difference in strength, don't seek your own demise. In just a few moments, the chakra of both Orochimaru, a Kage-level ninja, and Kabuto, who wasn't afraid of Kakashi, had been mostly drained by the branches wrapped around them. Yagyu didn't drain all their chakra. Once they were in a weakened state, he stopped the chakra absorption and released the silent strangle jutsu that had bound them. Even though they were freed, neither attempted to flee. They both knew that in their current condition, escaping was impossible. Orochimaru, who had left fragments of his soul in the cursed seal of heaven on both Sasuke Uchiha and Anko Mitarashi, was not terribly afraid of death. Furthermore, from the earlier conversation, Orochimaru had discerned that Yagyu wasn't here for Sasuke but for him. Calming himself quickly, Orochimaru, his mouth concealed by bandages, let out his raspy laugh again. Such a powerful wood release and chakra. It's clear you're not one of those clones infused with Hashirama's cells. It seems the long-dormant Senju clan is ready to return to the pinnacle of the ninja world. After this flattery, Orochimaru went straight to the point. Since you haven't come to take Sasuke and have spared us both twice now, I assume you need my help with something, correct? His tone was filled with certainty. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin, you remain so rational in a situation like this, Yagyu complimented before stepping closer to Orochimaru. He reached into the inner pocket of his black cloak with a smile and said, I've come this time to propose a trade, Orochimaru. With that, Yagyu pulled out a mask, a ghastly, white demon-like mask. What's that? Orochimaru's one visible eye was filled with confusion. At this point, he hadn't yet discovered the Reaper Death Seal or how to break it, so he had no idea what this mask was. But Yagyu's next words shook Orochimaru to his core. Casually handling the mask, Yagyu chuckled, this is the Shinigami mask, the only way to undo the Reaper Death Seal. Orochimaru abruptly stood up, his pupils dilated, and he stared intently at the mask in Yagyu's hand. His breathing quickened, and his body trembled slightly. If not for his remaining rationality suppressing his impulses, both Yagyu and Kabuto were certain Orochimaru would have lunged at the Shinigami mask. Both Yagyu and Kabuto understood Orochimaru's feelings well. Yagyu, being a time traveler, and Kabuto, as Orochimaru's most trusted assistant, knew how obsessed Orochimaru was with immortality and learning every ninjutsu, far more so than anyone else could imagine. Orochimaru would give up anything for immortality and to master all ninjutsu. For him, losing the use of his hands, thanks to Hiruzen Sarutobi's Reaper Death Seal, was a fate worse than death. Now, with the opportunity to regain his hands right in front of him, the fact that Orochimaru was able to restrain himself was remarkable. Yagyu, observing Orochimaru's rapid breathing, didn't back away. Instead, he held the mask even closer, watching Orochimaru's reactions through his eyes, which are said to be the windows to the soul. But this action prompted Orochimaru to quickly regain his composure. What do you want? Orochimaru asked, staring directly into Yagyu's eyes. There was no need for probing. Orochimaru already knew that the mask and Yagyu's words were true. Undoubtedly, the deal Yagyu wanted to make required one of Orochimaru's jutsu, and there was only one jutsu he knew that Yagyu might be interested in. If that weren't the case, Yagyu wouldn't have brought out the Shinigami mask, nor would he be so eager to help Orochimaru regain his hands. As expected of a prominent figure like you. Impressive self-control, Yagyu praised, acknowledging how Orochimaru had quickly recovered his rationality without trying to steal the Shinigami mask. Yagyu then tossed the mask to the wide-eyed Kabuto and continued, the Reaper Death Seal involves offering one's soul in a pact with the Shinigami to sever and take the enemy's soul. The Shinigami mask, on the other hand, allows one to make a deal with the Shinigami to exchange one's soul to reclaim a soul previously consumed by it. If you want your hands back, Orochimaru, you'll need a sacrifice, someone willing to die for you. Who will wear the mask? Yagyu explained. My terms are simple. I want the soul of the previous Hokage to be freed at the same time your hands are restored. So that's it. Your goal is to rescue the souls of your predecessors. Orochimaru said, his gaze fixed on the Shinigami mask in Kabuto's hands. He then glanced at Kabuto, who briefly showed a hint of surprise before his expression turned resolute. Beneath his bandages, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. He nodded to Yagyu, saying, agreed. I'll do it. I'm not finished yet, Orochimaru, Yagyu smiled, continuing. After the previous Hokage's souls are released, I want you to use the Edo Tensei to revive them so that I can have a conversation with the first Hokage. Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he glanced deeply at Yagyu. He had already guessed Yagyu's true intentions. The conversation was just a pretext. What Yagyu really wanted was likely the more advanced would release techniques from the first Hokage. Could it be that the Forbidden Scrolls in Konoha didn't include the first Hokage's would release techniques, or perhaps they had been lost? This thought brought Orochimaru a brief moment of delight, and his wariness toward Yagyu diminished significantly. Outwardly, though, he maintained his calm demeanor and nodded, a trivial matter. I agree. Then let's begin, Yagyu said, his eyes now on Kabuto, who was holding the Shinigami mask. Orochimaru, too, looked toward Kabuto. Under their watchful eyes, Kabuto showed no fear. He removed his glasses, preparing to don the Shinigami mask. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly spoke, Kabuto, go fetch Karin. Kabuto hesitated briefly but then nodded, yes, Lord Orochimaru. After leaving the dimly lit room, Kabuto soon returned, bringing with him a woman with light purple hair. Yagyu recognized her, her name was written in his journal. She was Karin, one of the key figures in the Three Tails arc in the original series, and she possessed the crystal release Kekkei Genkai. She had once been a potential vessel for Orochimaru's next reincarnation. If not for Orochimaru's urgent desire to obtain Sasuke Uchiha's body, believing he could reincarnate in time, Karin would have been his new body. Lord Orochimaru. Karin knelt before Orochimaru as soon as she entered, her gaze filled with fervent admiration for the men on the throne. At this point, Karin hadn't yet realized her true purpose. Her dream, like Kimimaro's, was to become Orochimaru's vessel. She regretted not arriving in time for Orochimaru to choose her as his reincarnation vessel, instead using Yukimaru. She also resented Sasuke Uchiha for taking her place as Orochimaru's confirmed next vessel in 3 years. Looking at Karin kneeling before him, Orochimaru asked gently, Karin, has Kabuto explained everything to you? Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Karin replied without hesitation. I'm willing to give my life to restore your ninjutsu. No regrets. Orochimaru's tone remained gentle. If you're unwilling, I can choose someone else for the task. I'm willing, and I don't trust anyone else, Karin said firmly. She stood, snatched the Shinigami mask from Kabuto, and stared at Orochimaru with determined eyes. My life belongs to you, Lord Orochimaru. I'm already satisfied to have lived this long. If neither Kimimaro nor I could become your vessel, then let me serve you in this way, as he did. With that, Karin decisively donned the Shinigami mask. Witnessing this, Yagyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of respect for Orochimaru. When it came to manipulation, no one in the ninja world could rival Orochimaru. Even Uchiha Madara, who brainwashed his pawns, still left them with curse marks as a precaution. But Orochimaru relied solely on his charisma, inspiring his followers to die for him without question. Even Anko Mitarashi turned against him not because Orochimaru became a rogue ninja, but because he didn't take her with him when he left Konoha. Beyond Anko, there were loyal followers like Kimimaro, Guren, Kabuto, and later Mitsuki and Boruto. And those were just the key characters. There were surely many in the Sound Village who would die for Orochimaru. Compared to Orochimaru, Yagyu felt that his use of knowledge about the future and his own nurturing abilities seemed inadequate. Standing before Orochimaru, Yagyu didn't dare to call himself a master of manipulation. Even though Orochimaru had many willing to die for him, it was clear he didn't fully trust all of them. After Kimimaro's death, his trust extended only to Kabuto and Guren. More importantly, Guren herself didn't trust anyone else, choosing to sacrifice her life to ensure that Orochimaru regained his hands. Whoosh! The moment Guren put on the Shinigami mask, a blue chakra aura enveloped her body. The chakra quickly converged on the mask as if magnetically drawn to it. Soon, the blue aura faded, and a spectral figure appeared behind Guren. It rapidly expanded, forming the shape of a deathly figure with disheveled white hair, dressed in a wide white robe, and holding a small knife in its mouth. This Shinigami could only be seen by Guren, just like the Reaper Death Seal could only be seen by its user. Even so, Orochimaru could feel an icy, bone-chilling presence in the air. His mind replayed the moment when his hands were severed from his soul by the Shinigami. The unbearable pain of having his hands rendered useless, causing his body to deteriorate and forcing him to reincarnate early, seemed to return in full force. Since entering the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru had grown accustomed to the pain of battle. As a genin carrying out missions, he had become used to all kinds of injuries and had faced death many times. But none of those experiences compared to the pain dealt by the Shinigami's blade. Even the agony of tearing his own soul apart paled in comparison to the Shinigami's strike. Orochimaru, who feared neither Yagyu, nor Uchiha Itachi, nor pain, still harbored fear for this unseen Shinigami. Yagyu, oblivious to Orochimaru's thoughts, felt the temperature in the room drop. His red eyes flickered with a solemn gleam. He couldn't see it. Yagyu couldn't see the Shinigami. There was no doubt now that the Shinigami existed on the same level as the Sage of Six Paths, whose soul could move freely between the worlds of the living and the dead, a being from another dimension. But were the Shinigami and the Sage of Six Paths from the same realm as the souls of the dead? If they were, that would be good news. The Shinigami required the Reaper Death Seal or the Shinigami mask to manifest in the world of the living, meaning it had limitations. This suggested that the Sage of Six Paths soul might also need to pay a price to intervene in the world of the living and couldn't act freely. Moreover, Yagyu had already revealed his would-release abilities. If the Sage of Six Paths were truly as omnipotent as some believed, then he should have noticed Yagyu by now and possibly realized that Yagyu possessed Asura's chakra. Yet, the sage hadn't confronted Yagyu, meaning that he either couldn't or had been deceived, like everyone else. Either way, it was good news for Yagyu. All he needed to do was maintain his current image, and once he reached a Six Paths level power, he wouldn't need to fear the plans or scrutiny of the forces behind the scenes. Slash. At that moment, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed through the room. Though Guren hadn't moved, a deep gash suddenly appeared on her abdomen, and blood sprayed out. Aya. Guren let out a heart-wrenching scream as her body collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Above her, 5 blue spirits materialized. As soon as they appeared, 4 of the spirits vanished. The remaining spirit flew straight toward Orochimaru and merged with his body. In the next instant, Orochimaru's hands began to glow with blue light. They're back. My hands. Orochimaru stood, watching as his fingers regained their full mobility and the chakra pathways in his arms reconnected. His voice trembled with excitement. My ninjutsu has returned. Meanwhile, Guren, who had been writhing on the ground, fell still. A blue spirit drifted from her body and quickly vanished, confirming that her soul had been taken by the Shinigami. Yagyu walked over to her lifeless form, retrieved the Shinigami mask, and turned to face the now composed Orochimaru, who was watching him intently. With a calm smile, Yagyu said, "Our power levels are worlds apart. Don't seek your own demise, Orochimaru." Chapter 91, The True Konoha F4. You're too arrogant, third Hokage. I am Konoha's hope. It wasn't that Yagyu looked down on Orochimaru, it was simply that Orochimaru's weaknesses were too apparent. With his soul fragmented into two pieces, Orochimaru's mental state was his greatest flaw. Just like how Uchiha Itachi didn't even need to use his Mangekyo Sharingan, defeating Orochimaru with a simple combination of demonic illusion, shackling stakes and binding technique, Yagyu could similarly defeat Orochimaru with a mere glance of his Sharingan. Even without exposing his Sharingan, Yagyu's would release chakra absorption was the perfect counter to Orochimaru. Like his teacher, Orochimaru excelled at using the 5 basic nature transformations and forbidden techniques, but he had no abilities to counter or bypass would release. If Orochimaru revealed his 8-headed serpent form, things would only get worse. The wood release could entangle him just like it would a tailed beast, draining all of his chakra. Without chakra, Orochimaru's supposed immortality would merely make him a durable punching bag. As Yagyu had said, the difference in power between them was vast. If Orochimaru had any thoughts of betrayal, he'd be walking the path to his own demise. Seeing Yagyu's disdainful smile and even a hint of contempt in his gaze, Orochimaru fell silent. He had briefly considered attacking Yagyu after regaining his hands, thinking that even if he was severely injured or killed, if he could plant the cursed seal of heaven on Yagyu, it would be his victory. Then, Orochimaru could bide his time, waiting for the moment when Yagyu faced a strong enemy and became weakened, giving him the chance to possess Yagyu's body, a body that held the true would-release Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan or would release, which one should he choose? Anyone with common sense would know the answer. After all, the entire shinobi world knew the story of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, especially Orochimaru, who had conducted experiments on would release and now possessed Hashirama's cells. He understood better than anyone how powerful Hashirama was. The fact that a mere cell from Hashirama could cause a Jonin-level ninja to self-destruct was beyond Orochimaru's comprehension, and even now, he was still researching it. So, when he heard Yagyu's words, the brief swell of pride he felt after regaining his hands was quickly doused like cold water. Even at his peak, with all of his chakra intact, Orochimaru knew he wasn't a match for Yagyu. This young man, the same age as Sasuke Uchiha, was as formidable as Itachi Uchiha. They might just become the Hashirama and Madara of this era. With that thought, Orochimaru slowly removed the bandages from his face, revealing his scarred appearance. But in the next second, he simply wiped his face, and a flash of blue chakra erased the scars. It wasn't medical ninjutsu, it was the face-stealing technique. Orochimaru had been forced to rely on Kabuto's surgical skills to transplant a new face onto his body after losing his hands. But now, with his hands restored, changing his appearance was a matter of seconds. With his original face restored, Orochimaru flashed his usual sinister smile and said to Yagyu, "Follow me, Yagyu-kun." With that, Orochimaru headed toward the door, with Yagyu and Kabuto following behind. They exited the dim room and found themselves in a candlelit underground corridor. Turning left and right through various passageways, Orochimaru led them to an underground prison. This prison had once held many criminals, ninjas from the land of rice fields who had dared to oppose Orochimaru. But now, the number of prisoners had dwindled, most of them killed by Orochimaru's current host, Genyomaru. "Kabuto, fetch 4 sacrifices," Orochimaru ordered. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto replied before walking away. Orochimaru didn't descend into the prison but instead led Yagyu down another corridor. After passing through several more hallways, they arrived in a lavishly decorated, spacious room. A short while later, Kabuto returned with several shadow clones, each carrying an unconscious prisoner. Suddenly, Orochimaru made a retching sound, and his mouth grotesquely opened wide, vomiting out a scroll covered in slime. Though Yagyu had dismembered Kakuzu and Haiden without blinking, he couldn't help but wrinkle his nose in discomfort. This was a different kind of disgust. Orochimaru opened the scroll, which turned out to be a storage scroll. With a puff of white smoke, several items appeared on the scroll. These were the mediums required for the impure world reincarnation. Kabuto stepped forward to help place the mediums on the unconscious prisoners before stepping back a safe distance. Orochimaru, who hadn't used his hands for a long time, formed several hand seals, then crouched down and pressed his palms to the ground, chanting, "Impure world reincarnation." His chakra spread out in the form of black runes, snaking their way toward the 4 prisoners. Ayarg. As soon as the runes touched the prisoners, they awoke with agonizing screams, their faces contorted in pain as their bodies stood up uncontrollably. At the same time, white dust appeared from thin air, drawn to the prisoners and wrapping them up like mummies. In the next second, the white mummies began to take on the form of humans, and as color returned to their bodies, they turned into 4 men, each with different hair colors, eye colors, and ages, but all with the same distinct white scara and cracks covering their bodies. Even a child from Konoha would recognize them. They were none other than the previous Hokage, the true Konoha F4. Huh? Weren't we sealed by the monkey? Why are we here? Senju Hashirama asked, scratching his head in confusion. I thought I had returned to the afterlife. Was that all an illusion? It's no illusion, brother, Senju Tobirama replied, crossing his arms as he eyed Orochimaru. That little brat, Orochimaru, must have freed us from the death god's seal and used impure world reincarnation to bring us back. It seems the monkey lost. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a face full of shame. I never imagined that there was a way to break the Reaper death seal. I'm surprised as well, Minato Namikaze added, his expression equally astonished as he looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, how did you manage it? It's been a while, Minato, Orochimaru said, greeting Minato with a smile. He then looked at Yagyu, who had his arms crossed and was standing beside him. I didn't figure it out on my own. I owe it all to Yagyu-kun's assistance. Orochimaru's words instantly drew the attention of the Konoha F4 to Yagyu. The moment they laid eyes on him, both Senju Hashirama and Minato Namikaze were taken aback. Even the sharp-eyed, scrutinizing Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hashirama stepped forward, placing himself between Yagyu and Tobirama. He looked to the left and then to the right several times before returning to his place. Nudging Tobirama with his elbow, he grinned mischievously. Tobirama, did you secretly have an illegitimate child? This boy not only looks like you, but his chakra feels like yours as well. Could he be your descendant? Brother, don't say such mindless things, Tobirama snapped, his forehead covered in black lines. We share the same parents, yet we have different hair and eye colors, proving this is a matter of genetic mutation. If he's truly a Senju descendant, it's more likely he's yours. Oh, that makes sense, Hashirama said, clapping his hands together in realization. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up, his tone stern as he addressed Yagyu. Yagyu, why are you with Orochimaru? Do you realize how dangerous this man is? By working with him, you could bring disaster to Konoha. You're too arrogant, third Hokage, Yagyu replied coldly, glancing at Hiruzen. The ones who brought disaster to Konoha have always been you and the elders. I, on the other hand, am Konoha's hope. With that, Yagyu raised his hand, causing a small tree to sprout from his palm, powered by his wood-release chakra. That's wood-release. Sarutobi and Minato's eyes widened in shock. Senju Tobirama finally smiled and said, such powerful young chakra, brother. He really is your descendant. Seems that way, though something feels a little off, Hashirama said, looking excited but also confused. I have black hair and black eyes, and Mito has red hair and black eyes. So why does my descendant have silver hair and red eyes, like you, Tobirama? Tobirama's face darkened, and he grumbled, that's called recessive traits, brother. Our parents didn't have silver hair and red eyes either. Where do you think I got mine? Oh, right, Hashirama said, once again clapping his hands in understanding. Watching this exchange, Kabuto couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is the legendary god of shinobi. Why is he so different from what I expected? You really are a descendant of the Senju clan, Hiruzen said, his emotion settling. He then asked, given the way you look, it hasn't been long since the Chunin exams. Clearly, you didn't just awaken wood release. So why have you been hiding it? The answer is simple, I was afraid, Yagyu replied mockingly. I'm grateful that I didn't awaken it until I was 7 years old. By then, I had read about the Second Shinobi World War, learned about the White Fang, the legendary Sannin, and how they either died, defected, or left the village. I also witnessed how you bowed to the demands of enemy nations and handed over the body of the Hyuga clan head's younger brother. I saw how the Uchiha clan was wiped out in a single night, without anyone noticing. When enemy villages slandered Konoha, you bowed your head. But when it came to Konoha's own noble clans, you struck with force. Just recently, I found out about Naruto's connection to the fourth Hokage. I can't help but wonder who spread the rumor that Naruto was a demon fox, and why you issued a decree forbidding anyone from discussing it. It was all thanks to your warnings that I've been cautious, staying on guard, until the day you died. As Yagyu's final words fell, the room fell silent. The smiles vanished from Hashirama and Tobirama's faces, while Orochimaru's grin widened in amusement. Third Hokage, you. Minato looked at Hiruzen, his eyes filled with disappointment. Though Yagyu hadn't said much, Minato understood the price Naruto had paid as a Jinchuriki. He could now imagine what Naruto's life must have been like all these years, realizing that Hiruzen hadn't cared for Naruto as promised. A wave of guilt and self-reproach washed over Minato. You've let us down, monkey, Tobirama said, his expression mirroring Minato's. Hashirama's face grew serious as he asked, Monkey, did you really turn on your own people and Madara's clan? I. Faced with the stares and questions of the three Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just been moralizing Yagyu, found himself at a loss for words. More accurately, he didn't even know where to begin explaining. The accusations were too many. But Yagyu didn't give him a chance to defend himself, instead turning to Orochimaru and saying, Orochimaru, I don't want to see him anymore. Release the jutsu on him. As curious as I am about how Sensei might explain himself, since you requested it, Yagyu-kun, I'll do as you ask, Orochimaru said with a smile before forming hand seals to release the impure world reincarnation on Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing him to return to the afterlife filled with guilt and regret. Yagyu then turned to the remaining three Hokage and said seriously, I need your help, first Hokage. We barely possess a tenth of our original power now. We can't offer much in the way of combat assistance, Tobirama said bluntly. You've come for our jutsu, haven't you? Partially, Yagyu nodded. Lady Tsunade is now the fifth Hokage, and I've already studied the wood release scrolls and the sealing scroll. Huh. Hashirama blinked in confusion, his face quickly filled with concern. Tsunade became Hokage. Is the village all right? Don't worry, Yagyu reassured him with a smile full of affection. I'll keep Lady Tsunade in check. Seeing Yagyu's sincere smile, Tobirama became even more convinced that Yagyu was indeed Hashirama's descendant. He asked, if you've already studied the wood release scroll and the sealing scroll, what more do you need from us? I need your experience, Yagyu replied seriously. There's a group of highly dangerous individuals lurking in the shinobi world. Their targets are the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, and their leader possesses the legendary Rinnegan. The Rinnegan. Tobirama and Minato's faces grew grave. Minato asked in disbelief, the legendary Rinnegan, said to be the greatest of the three great dojutsu, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, it actually exists. Orochimaru, equally surprised, added, so you know about pain, Yagyu-kun. Chapter 92, Konoha's Strongest Foundation, Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands acquired. The targets are the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. Could that organization be related to the men with the mask? Minato Namikaze immediately made the connection to the masked men from the Nine Tails attack years ago, not waiting for Yagyu to reveal more information. As expected of the fourth Hokage, you're absolutely right, Yagyu nodded and continued, the Nine Tails attack years ago, and the Uchiha massacre when I was 7, were both orchestrated by that masked figure and a mysterious organization led by someone with the Rinnegan. I gathered this intel after killing 2 members of the organization and extracting the information from their brains. Yagyu-kun, which pair did you kill? Orochimaru couldn't help but ask, hoping to hear the name Sasori of the Red Sand. However, Yagyu's answer left him slightly disappointed. I killed Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure, and Haiden, an S-rank rogue ninja from Yugakure. Kakuzu. Hashirama Senju tilted his head, rubbing his chin as he murmured, that name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before. Could he be a ninja from our era? Kakuzu was an elite jonin from Takigakure, the village's top warrior. He once received a mission to assassinate you, Big Brother, but after failing, Takigakure feared our retaliation, so they blamed him. Afterward, Kakuzu stole Takigakure's forbidden jutsu, Earth Grudge Fear, and became a rogue ninja, Tobirama Senju explained. That incident was quite famous at the time. He must have used Earth Grudge Fear to survive until now. Oh, I remember now. Hashirama exclaimed, striking his palm with a fist in realization before looking regretful. Small villages have a hard time producing strong ninjas like that, so I didn't pay much attention back then. It's my fault I forgot to tell them not to blame him, or there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding. Orochimaru and Kabuto fell silent. Hashirama might have been absent-minded, but his words struck Orochimaru and Kabuto with awe. How strong must one be to consider forgiving the strongest ninja of an enemy village who was sent to assassinate you, and even feel guilty for not preventing their punishment? This was the might of the god of shinobi. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto-senpai. Yagyu's voice suddenly brought Orochimaru and Kabuto back to their senses. They instinctively looked at Yagyu, and their pupils shrank in shock. Once again, their bodies lost control, as branches crawled up from their feet. Yagyu chuckled lightly, "Sorry, but you'll need to take a nap." With that, Yagyu used Binding Illusion and Silent Killing Binding to drain all the remaining chakra from Orochimaru and Kabuto. At the same time, the branches wrapped around them glowed with blue light before turning into black seals, spreading over their bodies and sealing their consciousness. Within moments, both Orochimaru and Kabuto lost consciousness. However, the Edo Tensei bodies of the three Hokage remained unaffected. The beauty of Edo Tensei lay in the fact that unless the caster personally released the jutsu, the only way to end it was through sealing. Even if the caster was killed, the technique wouldn't end. If the reincarnated ninja knew the hand seals for Edo Tensei and could regain control before the caster stripped away their free will, they would essentially become immortal beings, invincible unless sealed. This was why Edo Tensei was considered one of the three greatest techniques in the Naruto world, alongside Flying Thunder God and Eight Gates. These techniques shined brightly during the Fourth Great Ninja War. After sealing away Orochimaru and Kabuto, Yagyu looked at Minato Namikaze and said, "Fourth Hokage, Jiraiya, and Naruto are currently on their way to the land of rice fields. Their target is Orochimaru. Do you want to meet your son, Jiraiya-sensei and Naruto?" Minato's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, "How many years has it been now? How old is Naruto? Has Jiraiya changed much?" "Naruto is 12 this year. He's my classmate. As for Jiraiya, I don't know him that well," Yagyu replied. "If you're curious, you can go meet them, but you'll need to give me your training insights first." "What exactly do you want?" Minato asked, trying to remain composed despite his interest. Without needing much thought, he realized that Yagyu wasn't allied with Orochimaru. Freeing their souls from the Shinigami and reincarnating them through Edo Tensei must have been orchestrated by Yagyu, with the aim of obtaining their knowledge and techniques. As long as Yagyu wasn't an enemy, Minato had no issue passing down his own knowledge, especially after learning about the masked men and the organization. If his son was their target, the stronger Yagyu became, the safer Naruto would be. "I need your insights on the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques." Hearing Yagyu's request, Tobirama Senju glanced at Minato with surprise. "You learned the Flying Thunder God technique as well?" "The fourth Hokage." Hashirama finally caught on, eyes lighting up. "So Konoha has a fourth Hokage now?" Tobirama, exasperated, reminded his brother, "Big brother, were you even listening? The boy already said Tsunade is the fifth Hokage. Konoha has reached the fifth Hokage." "Oh, right, ha ha ha." Hashirama laughed, scratching the back of his head. Yagyu and Minato, long used to Hashirama's eccentric behavior, paid little attention. "The Flying Thunder God was given to me by Jiraiya-sensei as a reward for my achievements. Thanks to second Hokage's technique, I was able to become the fourth Hokage," Minato said with a humble smile before turning to Yagyu. "Yagyu-kun, do you have blank scrolls and ink?" "I do." Yagyu pulled out a storage scroll he had prepared in advance, retrieving the blank scrolls and writing tools. He also used wood release to create a table and chair for Minato to sit and write his insights. Next, Yagyu turned to Tobirama Senju and said, "Second Hokage, I need your insights on forbidden techniques." "That's fine," Tobirama agreed but warned, "you should use caution when dealing with forbidden techniques like Edo Tensei." Before Yagyu could respond, Hashirama frowned and interjected, "Tobirama, don't pass down such disrespectful techniques that disturb the souls of the dead. I told you this before." "Big brother, shut up," Tobirama interrupted, chastising him. "Who knows how many people have learned my forbidden techniques by now? Passing it on to future generations as a precaution is necessary." "Fine." Hashirama sulked, crouching down and drawing circles on the ground. Yagyu couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly before speaking. First Hokage, I need your Sage Mode and the ultimate would release technique that isn't recorded in the scrolls, the one that created the Valley of the End. You mean true several thousand hands? Hashirama looked at Yagyu in surprise. How do you know about that would release technique? By understanding the Uchiha Susanoo and estimating the size of the Valley of the End, it was easy to deduce, Yagyu lied effortlessly. Such a massive area couldn't have been the result of tailed beasts, Susanoo, or even the wood human technique. In fact, compared to true several thousand hands, the wood human technique is like a child facing an elephant. Ha ha ha. What an excellent descendant. Not only do you share my hair and eye color, but you're just as clever as Tobirama, Hashirama laughed, standing up. Yes, true several thousand hands is a sage art technique I developed by combining an immense amount of sage chakra with my would-release chakra. Afterward, Hashirama scratched his head and said, but I don't really know how to teach Sage Mode. One time, while gathering chakra, I just suddenly sensed a natural energy in the world, absorbed it, and naturally developed this special energy. It was only later, after learning about the 3 great sacred lands, that I realized it was Sage Chakra. Yagyu's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. No wonder Hashirama's name wasn't on the summoning contract when Yagyu signed with Shikatsu Forest. It was indeed a passive ability unlocked by achieving mastery over the sage body. That's fine. I've already signed a contract with Shikatsu Forest. First Hokage, you just need to teach me the true several thousand hands technique, Yagyu said. All right, Hashirama agreed without hesitation, but he cautioned, the true several thousand hands technique requires an enormous amount of sage chakra. Until you can achieve a 1-to-1 ratio between your sage chakra and would-release chakra, I advise against using it. Otherwise, the natural energy might harm your body. I understand, Yagyu nodded earnestly. He then handed blank scrolls and ink to Tobirama and Hashirama, creating more tables and chairs using wood release. The 3 Hokage sat down, looking like schoolchildren as they focused on writing. The scene was so humorous and out of place that Yagyu had to resist the urge to take a photo. It would have made for some legendary blackmail material. It didn't take long for Hashirama to finish, as he only had to write down one technique, sage art, would release, true several thousand hands. Yagyu had already learned most of the other would release techniques, and as soon as his chakra ratio improved, he would naturally master the remaining advanced techniques. Looking at the scroll containing true several thousand hands, Yagyu's mood soared. With that technique, even without the Sharingan, he could become the strongest below the 6 paths level. And once his Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, surpassing Hashirama would be a certainty. At that point, his power might rival that of 6 paths Obito. Soon, Tobirama and Minato also finished writing. While their insights were extensive, they were nowhere near as daunting as the documents they had handled while in office. Thank you so much for your help, former Hokage, Yagyu said sincerely, bowing in gratitude as he took the scrolls. Be careful not to fall into the abyss of forbidden jutsu, Tobirama advised solemnly. Ninjutsu and forbidden techniques are simply tools we use against our enemies. I will keep that in mind, Yagyu replied seriously, nodding. He then smiled and asked, First and Second Hokage, would you like to return to Konoha to see Lady Tsunade? No need, Hashirama answered immediately. The dead shouldn't interfere in the world of the living. As much as I'd love to see Tsunade all grown up, a moment of joy would only bring greater sorrow later. Hearing this, Minato, who had been tempted to meet Jiraiya and Naruto, decided against it. As Hashirama had said, there was no need to disrupt their lives for a brief reunion with the past. Besides, Minato had already left safeguards within Naruto's seal. When the Nine-Tails seal weakened, both his and Kushina's chakra would reappear, allowing them to witness Naruto's growth. With this thought, Minato turned to Tobirama and said, Second Hokage, can you release the Edo Tensei Jutsu? That's simple, Tobirama replied confidently. This brat Orochimaru didn't strip away our control, so even with only a fraction of our original power, I can take back control of the jutsu. Big brother, 4th Hokage, come over here, Tobirama instructed. Once Hashirama and Minato stood beside him, Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, placed his hand on the ground, and said, Edo Tensei, release. Black seals spread over their bodies, glowing brightly. As white dust began to flake off, the souls of Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato floated into the air, leaving their bodies. Before departing, Tobirama turned to Yagyu and said solemnly, "We're leaving Konoha in your hands, descendant. Remember not to mention us to Tsunade," Hashirama reminded him. Minato, his voice gentle, made a final request, "Yagyu-kun, please look after Naruto for me." "I will, rest assured," Yagyu replied earnestly, nodding. As the three Hokage's souls ascended, Yagyu sifted through the dust left behind, retrieving the items used to reincarnate them and storing them in his dimensional pouch. He then walked over to Orochimaru, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Placing his hand on Orochimaru's head, he injected in-release chakra, quickly hypnotizing him before asking, "Do you still have any more of the materials for reincarnating the former Hokage?" "Yes," Orochimaru replied. "Where are they?" "There, inside me." "Besides your body, do you have them anywhere else?" "No. I don't." "Good, then spit them out." "Yes, ugh." Orochimaru groaned. Yagyu stepped back, watching as the dazed and vacant-eyed Orochimaru began to vomit up scroll after scroll, as if his body were a bottomless pit. Seeing this, Yagyu couldn't help but sweat drop. What has Orochimaru done to his body to fit so much inside it? Taking out a pair of gloves, Yagyu wiped the scrolls clean with a towel, then used wood release to create a box to store them before placing it in his dimensional pouch. With everything sorted, Yagyu's body sank into the ground as he used Mayfly to flee. Once Yagyu had disappeared, the branches binding Orochimaru and Kabuto crumbled away, and the black seals covering their bodies faded. When they regained consciousness, Yagyu and the former Hokage were long gone. Chapter 93, Yagyu's current talents. My name is 100 Faces. After using the Mayfly technique to leave the base, Yagyu didn't immediately depart from Odogekure and the land of rice fields. Instead, he returned to the spot where he had separated from his wood clone. Emerging from the ground, Yagyu formed a single-hand seal and used ice-release chakra to freeze the moisture in the air, creating an ice mirror that floated before him. Yagyu then removed his red contact lenses and formed another single-hand seal. A branch extended from his body, rapidly transforming into a wood clone with abundant chakra. Looking at the clone, Yagyu smiled and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." "No problem," the wood clone replied, forming hand seals as its appearance changed into that of a black-haired, black-eyed young man. Only its chakra remained to be disguised, and it would have no connection to Yagyu. The clone's black eyes suddenly turned into crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, and with a slight smirk, it declared, "From now on, my name is 100 Faces." "Take care of it, 100 Faces," Yagyu said, patting the clone's shoulder before once again using Mayfly to disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, the wood clone, now calling itself 100 Faces, also used Mayfly, sinking into the ground to find a ninja in the land of rice fields with chakra, absorb their chakra, and use the disguise technique to complete its transformation. Indeed, Yagyu's plan was not yet finished. The reason he had let Orochimaru and Kabuto escape in Tanzaku Town wasn't just to gain the previous Hokage's training insights. It was also to allow Orochimaru to continue training Uchiha Sasuke while Yagyu's wood clone used the disguise technique to impersonate someone and eventually extract Indra's chakra from Sasuke. This was the core of Yagyu's entire plan and the biggest reason he didn't stop Sasuke from leaving. But there was no need for Yagyu to handle this personally. This task was better suited for a wood clone. In fact, only a wood clone could handle this. Yagyu's current strength far surpassed Sasuke's, and since Indra's chakra was one of the highest level golden orbs he had encountered, Yagyu's chances of triggering it through direct combat were slim, unless he got as lucky as he did when he first awakened his gaming system. This was proven by his 6 years at the Ninja Academy. His own body's strength made it harder to gain rewards. A physical clone was the only way to increase the drop rate. The task of extracting Indra's chakra could only be entrusted to a clone. With the disguise technique, the wood clone could absorb another's chakra and perfectly mimic their appearance and chakra signature. Even if it used wood release, no one would link it back to Yagyu. If it encountered an undefeatable enemy, the clone could escape by using the Mayfly technique to flee underground. This mission was in safe hands with the wood clone. After entrusting the long-term task of extracting Indra's chakra to the wood clone, Yagyu quickly used Mayfly to return to Konoha. Though Jiraiya and Naruto had only been gone for a few hours, Yagyu had already traveled to the land of rice fields and back, showcasing the incredible speed of the Mayfly technique. The only technique faster than this would be a spacetime jutsu. By the time Yagyu returned to Konoha, it was already dark. Rather than immediately informing Hinata, Sakura, and Ino of the good news that Tsunade had agreed to take them as disciples, Yagyu first returned home. After enjoying a meal meticulously prepared by Karin, he took a bath, then sat cross-legged on his bed, starting to organize the training insights of the previous Hokage. In the past, Yagyu's aptitude for ninjutsu had been average. After gaining chakra control from Sakura, he became a genius at shape manipulation and found it easy to grasp basic nature transformations, but for more advanced techniques like the spiraling water blade, he had needed ice release to succeed. But now, Yagyu had become a genius in both shape manipulation and nature transformation. Especially in nature transformation, Yagyu's talents would continue to grow, eventually surpassing his skill in shape manipulation. During his journey back, Yagyu had created several wood clones and sent them across the ninja world. They absorbed chakra from various people and used the disguise technique to blend in, collecting intelligence and capturing ninja to help Yagyu improve his chakra attributes. As his chakra attributes multiplied, Yagyu's mastery over the 5 elements ninjutsu would soon surpass both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru. In addition to his progress in shape and nature manipulation, Yagyu's proficiency in yin and yang release was also impressive, thanks to the talents he gained from Kurenai's Genjutsu specialist, Ashura's chakra, and his Sharingan. At this point, Yagyu could be considered an all-around genius in ninjutsu. With such talent, he was more than qualified to learn all of Tobirama Senju's forbidden techniques. Yagyu had already begun practicing them, but he had made little progress. The explanations in the Scroll of Seals outlined only the principles and training methods of these techniques, with no detailed insights. It was clear that Tobirama had intentionally withheld this information, leaving only the bare essentials for true geniuses to master the techniques, just as Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God and Orochimaru had mastered Edo Tensei. Perhaps even Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique had been one of Tobirama's inventions. S-rank jutsu were techniques that couldn't be mastered through hard work and talent alone, they required a genius's touch. Although Yagyu's talents had evolved, it would still take years to master a single forbidden technique. And to master multiple or all of them within a few years was impossible. Even if Tobirama Senju were to be reincarnated and start over with no memories, it would still be impossible for him to master all the forbidden jutsu in just a few years. This was why Yagyu had sought their insights. With the insights from these legendary ninjas, Yagyu, whose talents were already extraordinary, would have a clear path forward. And if this path didn't work out, Yagyu still had an experiment in mind that, once completed, would offer him an even better shortcut. But Yagyu preferred to see if he could master these forbidden techniques through his own efforts, without relying on his special abilities. Only by doing this would he have the confidence to one day fuse the Kekkei Genkai into a Kekkei Tota. Before long, Yagyu had finished organizing the training insights into phases and planned to use shadow clones to assist in his training. With that, he turned off the lights and went to sleep. The following morning, Yagyu asked Karin to invite Ino, Hinata, and Sakura over to his house. It had been over half a month since Tsunade had taken over as the 5th Hokage. The Jonin were still busy, while the younger generation had finished their low-level missions and now had some free time. Teams 8 and 10 were waiting for their respective leaders, Kurenai Yui and Asuma Sarutobi, to return from their missions. Occasionally, they received notifications from the Hokage's office to complete solo D-rank missions or to take on joint missions like the B-rank mission Team 8 had recently done with Team Guy. But both Yagyu and Shikamaru were now Chunin, qualified to lead their own squads and take on low-level missions. However, with Choji still in the hospital and Yagyu staying inactive, both teams 8 and 10 were essentially on vacation. Sakura, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Since Team 7 disbanded, she had spent most of her time volunteering as a nurse at Konoha Hospital. Thus, when Karin invited the 3 girls over, they quickly arrived at Yagyu's house. "Tsunade-sama wants to take us as her disciples. Is that true?" Ino exclaimed in excitement, rushing over to Yagyu. Seeing Yagyu nod with a smile, Ino immediately jumped for joy. "This is amazing. I'm going to be a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin and the Hokage." Hinata and Sakura also beamed with joy. Tsunade was the idol of countless women, and becoming her disciple was the dream of many young girls. Now that dream had come true. If not for Hinata and Sakura's more reserved personalities, they might have shouted in joy as well. Even so, both were visibly excited, clenching their fists in anticipation. Watching the three girls overflowing with happiness, Yagyu smiled and said, "Tonight, I'm hosting a banquet at Tsunade Nichin's house to celebrate you becoming her disciples. From tomorrow, you'll be learning under Shizen Nichin, and whenever Tsunade Nichin has time, she'll personally teach you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Ino, Hinata, and Sakura all nodded vigorously, feeling as though they had been hit by a wave of happiness. Not only were they becoming Tsunade's disciples, but they could also rely on Yagyu for guidance. It felt like returning to the days when they trained together. It was a reality that had seemed too good even to dream about. Click. Seeing the three girls smiling happily with adorable expressions, Yagyu couldn't help but pull out his camera and capture the moment. "Hey, Yagyu, you took a secret picture of us again. Delete it right now. We probably look awful from that angle. Hee hee. I got the camera. Hold him down, and I'll take some embarrassing pictures of Yagyu. Karin, come help us." As the four girls surrounded him, Yagyu laughed and said, "How about we take a group photo instead?" "Good idea." Ino and the other girls immediately stopped playing around and tidied up their appearances. Two stood beside Yagyu, while the other two stood behind him, each striking a different pose for the camera. With the help of a shadow clone, the five of them beamed at the camera, capturing their first group photo. After the playful interlude, the group left Yagyu's house to shop for ingredients for the banquet. That night at Tsunade's house was bound to be lively. Meanwhile, having been urged by Naruto to move faster, Jiraiya had finally arrived in the land of rice fields. After contacting members of the Fuma clan, they quickly discovered the location of Orochimaru's base. At the same time, Orochimaru learned of Jiraiya's arrival. After careful consideration, Orochimaru decided to abandon his base, taking Kabuto and Sasuke to a new hideout, much like in the original timeline. Following the failure of his plan to destroy Konoha, the village had been relentlessly searching for Otogakure ninja on the border of the land of rice fields, either killing them on sight or capturing them for interrogation. At the rate things were progressing, it was only a matter of time before his base was discovered. With Kimimaro, the Sound 4, and Guren all dead, Otogakure was already a shell of its former self. Moreover, many of the clans from the land of rice fields, who had been subdued by force, were likely to rebel once Konoha's forces advanced deeper into the country. Even if Orochimaru could fend off Jiraiya this time, more ninja would inevitably come next time. So instead of dealing with that, Orochimaru decided it was best to relocate and focus on training Sasuke for his body transfer in 3 years. With that, Orochimaru and Kabuto packed up their most important belongings and left the base with Sasuke. By the time Jiraiya and Naruto arrived, Orochimaru had long gone, leaving behind only a few abandoned subordinates and the imprisoned clansmen of the land of rice fields. Just like in the original timeline, Jiraiya and Naruto defeated the remnants, including some subordinates still under Orochimaru's curse seals, and freed the surviving prisoners from the underground jail. From a member of the Fuma clan, they learned that Orochimaru had already transferred his soul into Fushire's body. Knowing that Orochimaru had a 3-year cooldown before he could transfer again, Naruto sighed in relief. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair and smiled. "Now you can focus on training with me, right?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded firmly, determination shining in his eyes. "In 3 years, I'll stop Orochimaru and bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Well then, let's head back so you can pack your things and say goodbye to your teammates and classmates." Meanwhile, as Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sasuke were heading to their new base, a figure appeared in their path. It was a young man around 20 years old, with black hair and black eyes, wearing a black cloak. Upon seeing him, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sasuke all reacted with caution. They hadn't sensed his presence at all during their journey. The three weren't weak by any means, and anyone capable of avoiding their detection was surely no ordinary individual. Sasuke instinctively activated his 3-tomo Sharingan to examine the young man but quickly relaxed. Though he couldn't explain how this person had avoided their senses, his chakra wasn't stronger than Sasuke's, certainly not stronger than Orochimaru's. "Are you Orochimaru?" the black-haired young man asked. He was, of course, Yagyu's would clone, now using the alias 100 Faces. "And who might you be?" Orochimaru asked cautiously, unlike Sasuke, who hadn't underestimated this mysterious person who dared to confront them. In the world of ninja, the unknown was always dangerous. This man knew who Orochimaru was, meaning he likely understood Orochimaru's abilities. But Orochimaru and his companions knew nothing about him, making it impossible to gauge whether he had a way to take them down in a single blow or possessed some ability that countered theirs. Sure enough, Hundred Faces' next words made Orochimaru's face change dramatically. "You have the Sky Ring, don't you?" Chapter 94, The Effects of Skill Fusion, Butterfly Effect. "You're from that organization?" Orochimaru's body tensed upon realizing that Hundred Faces had come for the Kukin ring. His expression turned serious as he asked. "I'm not right now, but I will be soon," Hundred Faces replied calmly. His black eyes suddenly transformed into crimson, three-tomo Sharingan, stunning Orochimaru and the others. "Sharingan!" The trio exclaimed almost in unison, with Uchiha Sasuke particularly excited, nearly rushing forward. However, with just a glance from Hundred Faces, Sasuke's expression turned dazed. Orochimaru, on the other hand, found his body immobilized, as the world around him twisted into a blood-red space. The ground resembled a calm lake, while a pair of massive, moon-like three-tomo Sharingan eyes floated in the sky above. Orochimaru felt the intense pain from several large black iron stakes driven into his body. This scene and pain were all too familiar to Orochimaru, as the memory of it was still fresh, despite several years having passed. It had left a deep impression on him. Since becoming one of the greats in the ninja world, Orochimaru had never been so easily defeated. Even against a younger Hiruzen Sarutobi, he could last a few moves. But in the past few years, as one of the legendary Sannin, he had been instantly defeated by two young men, both of whom weren't even adults yet. Those two were Uchiha Itachi and Yagyu. Itachi's method of defeating him was through the same combination, the demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique and the basic binding illusion. Despite not even being a Mangekyo-level illusion, Itachi had effortlessly taken him down. And now, Orochimaru had fallen to the same combo again. Just like years before, Orochimaru was instantly defeated, unable to resist. In fact, he was even less capable of resisting now than he had been back then. Years ago, he hadn't split his soul again or undergone another reincarnation. Now, however, having recently split off another fragment of his soul and undergone yet another reincarnation, his mental strength was far weaker than before. Even though Hundred Faces' Sharingan wasn't at the Mangekyo level, it could still easily control Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama, wake up." Kabuto's voice broke through the blood-red space like a shattering mirror. The illusion collapsed, and Orochimaru returned to the real world, drenched in cold sweat after Kabuto had disrupted his chakra flow. Looking at Hundred Faces, who hadn't attacked him despite controlling him, Orochimaru felt a mixture of envy and curiosity towards those eyes. "Are you an Uchiha who's been wandering outside?" Orochimaru asked. "Yes, I am." "Uchiha Yusuke," Hundred Faces replied with his arms crossed, his expression filled with disdain. "That was just a warning. If you're smart, hand over the Kukin ring now." Seeing the characteristic arrogance of the Uchiha, along with the illusion capabilities only they could fully harness, Orochimaru was now fully convinced that Hundred Faces was indeed an Uchiha. Glancing at Sasuke, who was still in a daze, having clearly been caught in the illusion as well, Orochimaru's wariness of Hundred Faces' strength remained, but he began negotiating. "I'll give you the ring, but Sasuke came to me willingly." "You can't take him." "I have no interest in the younger brother of the one who slaughtered his entire clan," Hundred Faces replied, clearly impatient. "If not for the fact that his goal is also to kill Itachi, I would have killed him long ago." Hundred Faces added arrogantly, "When that brat wakes up, tell him that I will personally kill Uchiha Itachi and bring the weasel's head to him." There was no doubt now, this man was a surviving Uchiha. Orochimaru, who was initially cautious, now found much of his fear dissipating. Most members of the Uchiha clan had notoriously bad attitudes, and many couldn't handle being around them. But that awful attitude was also a reflection of their authenticity. The way Hundred Faces acted now reminded Orochimaru very much of how Sasuke had been during the Chunin exams, so pure and straightforward. If this was the extent of his strength, then going after Itachi would be suicide. Realizing that Hundred Faces' true goal was the Kukin ring and not Sasuke, Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He spat out a scroll, unfurled it, and retrieved a decayed hand from which he took a ring and tossed it to 100 Faces. 100 Faces caught it, then vanished in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, his presence had completely disappeared from Orochimaru and Kabuto's perception, as though he had vanished into thin air. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto felt a chill run down their spines. His speed and ability to conceal his presence were both top tier, possibly on par with a secret technique. Could he really be a wandering Uchiha? Or had he used this secret technique to escape the Uchiha clan's massacre in Konoha? Maybe after hearing about Itachi's recent return to Konoha, he tracked down the organization through their uniforms. These thoughts circled in Orochimaru's mind. 100 Faces remained shrouded in mystery, but due to his chakra and Sharingan, neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto ever linked him to Yagyu. Even though Yagyu had only just left the day before, and 100 Faces appeared the next day, Orochimaru merely attributed it to the timing of Itachi's return to the village. This was the result of the fusion between the wood clone and the disguise technique, a seamless deception. Even though shadow clones can use the disguise technique, they couldn't achieve the same effect as the wood clone. Orochimaru, where did that guy go? Sasuke's voice suddenly cut through Orochimaru's thoughts. Sasuke, who had earlier appeared dazed, now looked anxious. Orochimaru understood Sasuke's reaction. After all, this Uchiha Yusuke was now his only living clan member aside from Itachi. Having believed he was the last of his clan, Sasuke's shock at discovering another survivor was understandable. Sasuke, he's gone, Orochimaru replied, relaying 100 Faces' message. He seemed quite displeased with you for being Itachi's brother. He also told me to let you know that he plans to kill Itachi himself and bring you his head. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression shifted, and after a moment, he regained his composure. That guy's too arrogant. His chakra isn't even as strong as mine. He has no idea how powerful Itachi is. Maybe, but his speed and stealth are impressive. Even if he can't beat Itachi, he might be able to escape, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. Let's hope so, Sasuke muttered, his mood seeming to lift. Orochimaru thought Sasuke was happy because he had discovered he wasn't alone, and he could understand that feeling. However, he was unaware that the 3-Tomo Sharingan could be used not only for casting illusions but also for communicating. Orochimaru assumed that Sasuke had fallen under 100 Faces' illusion because the latter didn't want to talk to the younger brother of the men who had slaughtered their clan. What he didn't know was that Sasuke and 100 Faces had actually conversed within the illusion space. As to what they discussed, only Sasuke and 100 Faces knew. After this brief interlude, Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Kabuto continued their journey to another hideout. Unlike the frantic rush of their departure, Jiraiya and Naruto took 5 days to return to Konoha after confirming that Orochimaru had not yet taken over Sasuke's body. During their journey, Jiraiya, as usual, found ways to squander Naruto's small frog wallet on his own pleasures. It wasn't until Naruto's mission savings were almost entirely depleted that Jiraiya finally brought him back to Konoha. Once Naruto had packed his belongings, he learned about Sakura's current situation from somewhere and went with Jiraiya to the Hokage's office. You're taking Naruto out to train. Tsunade, after sending Naruto off to the training grounds to find Sakura, looked at Jiraiya with a serious expression. Yes, Jiraiya replied, his usual playful demeanor replaced by seriousness. I had this in mind even before I went to find you. The disbanding of Team 7 just accelerated my decision. I was planning to continue investigating the Akatsuki, but there's no need anymore. The information Yagyu gathered has confirmed that the Akatsuki's targets are the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. Though we don't yet know why they're targeting the Jinchuriki or what they plan to do with them, those mysterious individuals will eventually come after Naruto. Before that happens, I want to take Naruto out to train, temper his character, and help him attempt to harness the power of the tailed beast. As the Jinchuriki of the strongest tailed beast, if Naruto can become a perfect Jinchuriki, he won't have to fear their ambitions. Tsunade, with her arms crossed, tapped her fingers against her arm, deep in thought. After a moment, she nodded. All right, but how long will you be gone? No more than 3 years, Jiraiya said, raising 3 fingers. The kid's full of drive right now, constantly pestering me to take him on this training trip so he can defeat Orochimaru and bring Sasuke back. All right, Tsunade agreed, then added, but if you're taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki out of the village for such a long time, you'd better inform those old geezers. Ha! This toad sage doesn't deal with those old fogies. That's your job, fifth Hokage. Jiraiya quickly made his escape, laughing as he left, leaving Tsunade fuming. Not long after, two figures, one tall and one short, carrying large backpacks, left Konoha. When Yagyu arrived at Tsunade's office later with lunch for her and the girls, he learned from Tsunade that Jiraiya and Naruto had left. This news took Yagyu by surprise. They left so soon. But soon after, Yagyu had a realization. In the original story, Jiraiya and Naruto had only trained for 2.5 years, not the full 3. The first 6 months had been delayed because Jiraiya had received intelligence about the Akatsuki and postponed the training. As a result, Naruto had remained in Konoha for an additional 6 months, carrying out missions with the reformed Team 7 and other teams. But now, the butterfly effect had taken hold. By eliminating the Immortal Duo, Yagyu had prompted Tsunade and Jiraiya to learn about the Akatsuki's plans earlier than in the original timeline. This meant they no longer needed to investigate the organization's motives. Without needing to chase down minor leads, they could focus on something far more important, training Naruto to harness the power of the tailed beast and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Thanks to Yagyu's influence, the new generation of the Sannin had already begun their training under the original Sannin. Who knew if their strength would surpass the original timelines when Shippuden came? One thing was for sure, though, Sasuke and Sakura would be much stronger than they were in the original timeline. Recalling the intel sent back by his wood clone, Yagyu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. 100 Faces had accomplished everything smoothly. Now it was only a matter of time before Sasuke took the bait. As he watched the new generation of Sannin begin their respective training, Hinata, Ino, and Karin were also, with Yagyu's guidance, charting a path completely different from the original story. Their potential was quietly evolving. Yagyu himself wasn't slacking off during this period of accumulation either. After delivering lunch to Tsunade, he quietly snuck into the forbidden jutsu archive to study the jutsu within. This time, he wasn't just reading the sealing scroll. He used his shadow clone technique to read through various types of jutsu scrolls, especially those related to fire-style and lightning-style jutsu. Once the shadow clones had memorized everything, Yagyu dispelled them and relayed all the newly acquired knowledge to 100 Faces in real time. In the land of rice fields, beneath a certain plain, lay one of Orochimaru's many hidden bases, a vast underground space. After abandoning his previous hideout, Orochimaru brought Kabuto and Sasuke here. He then sent Kabuto out to gather some subordinates from other bases. Meanwhile, Orochimaru handed Sasuke a few scrolls and left him to his own devices, asking him to wait patiently in the base. Unlike Jiraiya and Tsunade, who preferred to teach Naruto and Sakura the basics first, Orochimaru saw no need to teach Sasuke, the prodigy, those fundamentals. Once they had settled down, Orochimaru planned to improve Sasuke's strength through real combat. There was no better way to unlock a person's potential than a life-and-death battle. After sending Sasuke off, Orochimaru secluded himself in his lab, tinkering with who knew what. One day, in the dimly lit room where Sasuke was reading a scroll by candlelight, his expression suddenly changed. A figure emerged from one of the dark corners of the room, a figure that looked exactly like Sasuke. Sasuke activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan but couldn't detect any flaws. As if realizing something, Sasuke's shocked expression returned to its usual calm. He quickly put away his scroll and left the room, heading for one of the underground base's exits. As he sped out of the hideout and took off in a certain direction, he never once saw Orochimaru. There were only 3 possibilities for this. 1. Orochimaru had noticed but trusted Sasuke so much that he didn't try to stop him. 2. Orochimaru had already followed him but was so good at concealing his presence that Sasuke hadn't noticed. The third possibility was that Orochimaru hadn't realized Sasuke had left, still thinking he was in his room. Sasuke was sure it was the third. The Sasuke left behind in the room and his ability to slip away unnoticed were thanks to Uchiha Yusuke. Chapter 95, When the Poles Unite, the power of all creation shall be yours. It was nighttime, and the silver moonlight illuminated the plains. Uchiha Sasuke hadn't gone far from the underground base when he saw the figure who had blocked his path a few days ago, 100 Faces, the wood clone of Yagyu, disguised as Uchiha Yusuke. Was what you said the other day true? Sasuke asked immediately upon arriving, wanting to resume the conversation they had in the illusionary space. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out once you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and go to Naka Shrine to check the stone tablet yourself, or ask Uchiha Itachi directly, 100 Faces replied indifferently. I've spent years investigating this information. Besides, no one can explain why he suddenly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan or why he killed your parents but spared you. Sasuke clenched his fists, his expression shifting as he growled through gritted teeth. No wonder someone from the clan suspected him of killing brother Shisui. He killed Shisui to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan and spared me so he could eventually gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Are family and bonds really worth less than eternal power? For some power-hungry maniacs, the allure of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the chance to become the second Uchiha Madara, is too great to resist, 100 Faces said, pointing at Sasuke. Right now, it's just you two left in the Uchiha clan. If he seeks the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you have the same potential to claim that power, Sasuke. I don't want his cursed eyes. Sasuke, now in tears, had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his gaze filled with hatred. I'll kill him and bring his head to our parents and the clan's graves. That's exactly why you need to take his eyes and restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, 100 Faces said. You must become the second Uchiha Madara. Only then will you possess the power to fear nothing, control everything, and change the world. Then, 100 Faces threatened, if you refuse to take his eyes and gain the eternal Mangekyo, I won't teach you powerful jutsu or how to break free from that snake. Activating his own 3-tomo Sharingan, 100 Faces used a genjutsu on Sasuke again. Night turned to day, and the plains transformed into a battlefield. Scenes of fire-style and lightning-style techniques, and even combined jutsu, appeared before Sasuke's eyes. These jutsu included techniques that Yagyu had obtained from Kakuzu, as well as other advanced techniques from the Forbidden Jutsu archive. Staring at these powerful jutsu, Sasuke couldn't resist the temptation and finally nodded. All right, I agree. Good, 100 Faces said with a satisfied smile. Starting tomorrow, I'll use a secret technique to shield you from that snake's detection. Come here every night and train with my clone. I'll teach you everything I know through real combat. Yes. Sasuke's agreement marked the success of Yagyu's plan. All that remained was for him to extract Indra's chakra from Sasuke. When the ultimate yin and yang forces combine, they will give rise to the power of all creation. As the Uchiha stone tablet foretold, when the poles unite, the power of all creation shall be yours. At this time, Yagyu hadn't yet gone to sleep. As soon as 100 Faces succeeded in his plan, the information was transmitted to Yagyu in real time, filling him with joy. This plan, which Yagyu called the Indra plan, was one he had devised for Sasuke when he was still very young. If Yagyu didn't extract Indra's chakra during their academy years, he would activate this plan. This was why Yagyu didn't stop Sasuke from defecting and even looked forward to the Retrieve Sasuke arc. By letting Sasuke defect, Yagyu had many ways to approach him and extract Indra's chakra. As a transmigrator, Yagyu's narrative control was above everyone else's. When he was weak, he acted cautiously, always preparing for the worst. Naruto and Sasuke were special. Naruto was constantly monitored by Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Umbu, while Sasuke was watched by Danzo. This was why Itachi returned to the village immediately after Hiruzen's death. Even though Yagyu was just a civilian genius without a Kekkei Genkai, he didn't dare get too close to Naruto or Sasuke, nor did he dare challenge Sasuke in private. Because even the smallest chance of discovery was too risky. Thus, the Indra plan was born. Originally, Yagyu had planned to carry it out himself. However, after various unforeseen events during graduation and his bold ideas during the Chunin exams, Yagyu continuously revised and perfected the plan. What started as a task for his true body eventually became one for his wood clone, using the disguise technique as 100 Faces. During this process, Yagyu also freed the souls of the previous Hokage and obtained Konoha's most powerful legacy, the sage art wood style, true several thousand hands. This trip had been just as rewarding as the Konoha Crush arc. With the wood style, water style, and sealing techniques he obtained from the Konoha Crush, Yagyu's potential had been elevated to beyond Kage level. If this plan succeeded, Yagyu's ceiling would be reaching the level of the 6 paths. At that point, he would ascend to another dimension of existence. Just imagining this filled Yagyu with excitement, banishing any thoughts of sleep. If Karin hadn't already gone to bed after her exhausting training, Yagyu would have gone to her room to share his joy. Time flew by, and it was now late October of Konoha's 60th year. 2 months had passed since Tsunade became the 5th Hokage. In that time, the villagers had recovered from the grief and shadow of the Konoha Crush and adapted to life under Tsunade's rule. The backlog of missions that had accumulated between the 3rd Hokage's death and Tsunade's appointment had been cleared by the efforts of the Jonin, Chunin, and the new generation. During this period, many Jonin on missions outside the village also took the opportunity to retaliate against Orochimaru, wiping out the fledgling village of Odogekure. Now, Orochimaru only had a few bases and loyal subordinates left. With Odogekure under attack from all sides, Orochimaru instructed Kabuto to have their operatives remove their headbands and operate as rogue ninja. After all, anyone Orochimaru had entrusted with working at his other bases was either fiercely loyal or controlled by his curse marks. With or without headbands, they would remain Orochimaru's people. As more ninja returned to the village, the pace of life began to return to normal. Congratulations to Yagyu and Shikamaru on becoming Chunin. Cheers! That day, at Konoha's most famous barbecue restaurant, members of Teams 8 and 10 gathered together for the first time. Led by Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi, the group raised glasses of juice to celebrate Yagyu and Nara Shikamaru's promotion, the only 2 candidates from this Chunin exam to be elevated to Chunin rank. Being a Chunin sounds like such a drag, Shikamaru muttered, resting his face on one hand, his expression uncharacteristically shy. Thanks, everyone. I wouldn't have made Chunin without Kurenai-sensei's guidance and the help from Shino and Hinata during the second exam. I wouldn't have made it to the finals without them, Yagyu said with a humble smile as he raised his glass. Kurenai, beaming with pride, ruffled Yagyu's hair in a gesture reminiscent of Tsunade's playful mannerisms. After all, Yagyu had made her proud. She couldn't help but wish she could invite Team 7 and Team 3 over, just to show off in front of Kakashi and the other elite Jonin. When they had once excluded her from bets on whose students were the best, they hadn't anticipated that the most outstanding member of the new generation would be her disciple. Talk about a slap in the face. Just as the celebration was underway and Akimichi Choji was devouring plates of meat, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the air, reaching the ears of Teams 8 and 10. Kurenai and Asuma immediately froze, exchanged glances, and then got up to leave. Before departing, Asuma fished out his wallet and told Team 10, I've already paid. Once you're done, you can head home. Kurenai, doing the same, added, today's on me. Eat as much as you like, and we'll meet at the usual spot tomorrow. In no time, Kurenai and Asuma had left the barbecue restaurant and sped off toward the Hokage's office. They weren't the only ones, other Jonin who were still in the village were also heading there. Inside the restaurant, as Yamanaka Ino kept serving meat to Hinata, she couldn't help but ask, hey, did that eagle cry sound familiar to anyone else? That's the signal for an emergency summons, Shikamaru said slowly. The last time we heard it was right before the Chunin exams. Oh, right. I remember now, Ino said, her face lighting up in realization. Then she frowned. But what could be so urgent this time? Do you think something big is happening again? I'm not sure, Shikamaru said, looking thoughtful. For ninja, the most important event is the annual Chunin exams, and it's the only open event. Jonin promotions are handled privately, through missions assigned by the Hokage. If the eagle's cry was heard, it probably means something serious is happening that requires the Jonin to be mobilized. After hearing Shikamaru's analysis, Yagyu frowned, his eyes filled with curiosity. After the Retrieve Sasuke arc, the information in Yagyu's journal regarding the original story had stopped. The final entry stated that Naruto would leave with Jiraiya for training 6 months later. Everything else was related to the Shippuden era. So, Yagyu either had a vague recollection of future events or had completely forgotten them. As for not having seen them, that was unlikely. Emergency summons were never issued for minor matters. Unless this event didn't exist in the original story at all. Soon enough, Yagyu learned what had happened. Swoosh. As Choji ate with gusto and Hinata, blushing, began to enjoy her meal, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared. A member of the Umbu in a black cloak and white cat mask bowed respectfully to Yagyu. Yagyu-dano, the Hokage has requested your immediate presence in her office. Unlike the gate guards and other Chunin who addressed Yagyu more casually, the Umbu, who knew of Yagyu's elevated status, treated him with great respect. Understood, thank you for coming, Yagyu said, his eyes flashing with surprise. Then, turning to his friends, he added, "You all keep eating. If I don't come back, don't wait for me." With that, Yagyu and the Umbu vanished in an instant. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Yagyu didn't see any of the Jonin, only Tsunade with a deep frown on her face. Even Shizune and Karin were absent. "Hokage-sama," Yagyu greeted her formally, his voice and demeanor respectful due to the situation. "Yagyu, you're just in time. I have an urgent mission for you," Tsunade said, not wasting any time. Just now, there was a riot at the prison by the quarry outside the village. Many prisoners have taken the guards hostage, and we're not sure how many have escaped. To prevent them from fleeing Konoha or taking villagers hostage, I've already mobilized all the available Jonin to block the village exits and gather the villagers at the center of town. I've also sent Karin and Shizune to assist Kurenai and Asuma in surrounding the prison. But I'm still not fully confident. If the prisoners inside realize they can't escape or fear punishment later, they might harm the guards. That's why I want you to go there and use your wood style to put an end to this riot." As she finished, Tsunade's face lit up with a proud smile. "It's time for Konoha, and the whole ninja world, to know your name." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Yagyu responded, his own face lighting up with confidence. "I'll be back soon." With those words, Yagyu disappeared, leaving only a gust of wind to shake the open window. Chapter 96, The Arrival of the Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. The Senju clan rises again, Yagyu's fame spreads across the ninja world, and reactions from all sides. After leaving the Hokage office, Yagyu immediately activated his Kagura's mind-eye, expanding his sensory perception to cover all of Konoha. He quickly pinpointed several areas where large concentrations of powerful chakra were gathered. Refining his sensory abilities, Yagyu soon located the chakra signatures of Kurenai, Karin, and Shizune among the many others. Sizzle. With a sound like crackling electricity, Yagyu transformed into a blue-white streak of lightning, swiftly leaving the city. Within moments, Yagyu arrived at a quarry devoid of trees, where only traces of excavations remained. At the far end of the quarry stood a building, surrounded by a large number of ninjas clad in green flak jackets. This was Konoha's quarry prison, where some criminals were sent to atone for their crimes through labor, or to reduce their sentences. More dangerous criminals were sent to Hozuki Castle, a prison built by Kusagakure at the request of various nations, depending on their crimes and identities. "Yagyu-kun, you're here," Karin greeted him as soon as his chakra signature was detected using her Kagura's mind-eye. The moment Yagyu appeared, Karin immediately called out to him. Yagyu nodded in return and asked Shizune, "What's the situation?" "Not great," Shizune responded, shaking her head. "Although we responded quickly, many prisoners have already escaped. Those still inside have freed themselves from their restraints and are holding guards hostage. Kurenai-san and members of the Yamanaka clan are trying to negotiate with them or find an opportunity to control the situation." "Who is the ringleader?" "A Chunin named Mizuki. He manipulated two prisoners, Fujin and Reijin, who had killed their comrades over food, to attack the guards." "Are they still in a standoff?" "Yes." Yagyu glanced at the surrounding Jonin, then looked toward the prison and asked, "Does it matter if the prison is destroyed?" Hearing this, many of the surrounding Jonin turned their attention to Yagyu, their expressions full of surprise and skepticism. "Destroy the prison? How powerful a technique, or how much chakra, would it take to destroy an entire prison? Did he have that kind of strength? Moreover, wasn't he worried about harming the hostages inside?" Most of the Jonin present were skilled ninjas who had mastered at least 2 chakra natures. They could easily form a small team and eliminate all the prisoners inside. But they were holding back due to the hostages being taken by the prisoners. Shizune, aware of Yagyu's capabilities, quickly spoke up. "Building a new prison would require a lot of resources, so if possible, we should avoid destroying it." Upon hearing this, the nearby Jonin were even more surprised. Did this boy really have the power to destroy the prison? Even Jonin who had recognized Yagyu as a potential Senju clan descendant were astonished. After all, wasn't he just a newly promoted Chunin? How could he have grown this strong so quickly, even with the Senju bloodline? "I understand. Gather everyone," Yagyu replied, crouching down and placing 2 fingers on the ground as if sensing something. Beep beep. Shizune blew a series of signals using a whistle. Hearing the signal, the surrounding Jonin quickly gathered. The prisoners inside the prison, having also heard the whistle, became tense and tightened their grip on the hostages, seeking a false sense of security. In a short while, all the jonin who had been surrounding the prison gathered in front of Shizun, including Kurenai Yui and Inoichi Yamanaka. Before they could speak or Shizun could give any orders, Yagyu stood up and stepped forward, facing the prison. "I've already located the positions of all the prisoners inside, as well as those who've escaped," Yagyu said calmly. "Apologize on my behalf after this, but let's put them to sleep now." Clap. Yagyu suddenly clapped his hands, and a powerful surge of blue chakra flared from his body. The jonin, unfamiliar with Yagyu's identity, were stunned by the sheer amount of chakra he displayed. Those who knew him better and were aware of his recent activities around the Hokage's office were now certain he had awakened the Senju bloodline. Such a vast chakra reserve was characteristic only of the Senju clan and Jinchuriki. Unlike the astonished jonin, Kurenai, Shizun, and Karin smiled in anticipation, eager to witness Yagyu's next move and the reaction of the other jonin. The legendary wood style, a bloodline limit that had been dormant for decades, was about to be revealed to the world once more. As expected. After gathering his strength for a moment, Yagyu abruptly opened his red eyes and uttered the name of a jutsu that caused everyone's expressions to change drastically: wood style. These simple words sent a chill through the jonin, who were already overwhelmed by the power of Yagyu's chakra. Their bodies shivered involuntarily beneath their uniforms. Before they could voice their disbelief, Yagyu shouted, "Advent of a world of flowering trees." Boom. Just like the plains outside Tenzaku town, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. The sudden earthquake caught many jonin off guard, nearly causing them to lose their balance and fall. Inside the prison, numerous prisoners were already knocked to the ground by the tremor. The earthquake's magnitude was high, and its reach extended far, even to the village's outskirts. Crack! Crack! Large cracks soon appeared across the ground. Remarkably, these fissures avoided the prison itself, instead encircling it from both sides. From these cracks, massive tree branches, as thick as several men, erupted from the earth. They rose like giant serpents from Ryuchi Cave, quickly sprouting leaves until they formed towering trees, each tens of meters high. The enormous shadows cast by the trees plunged the prison into near-total darkness. Before the panicked prisoners could make sense of what was happening, giant red flowers bloomed on the trees, releasing a vast amount of pollen. The pollen spread rapidly, forming a mist that seeped into the prison through vents, windows, and any other openings. In the dim light, no one noticed the pollen entering the prison. Prisoners, just recovering from the earthquake and on high alert, inhaled even a little of the pollen and immediately collapsed, eyes rolling back and bodies limp. The same fate befell the hostages they were holding. Thud, thud, thud. In mere moments, all the prisoners and guards inside the prison had lost consciousness. The escaped prisoners being pursued by the jonin outside the prison were also caught in the technique. Once the earthquake stopped, massive tree branches sprang from the ground in several locations outside the village, forming forests or groves that trapped both the escaped prisoners and the jonin pursuing them. Before the jonin and prisoners could react, the trees also bloomed with red flowers, releasing pollen that quickly put everyone to sleep. After all the prisoners in the outskirts had been subdued, small branches and vines extended from the trees, binding them tightly and absorbing their chakra. A few minutes later, Yagyu lowered his hands, glanced at the prison, which had now turned into a forest, and turned to Shizun. Though still in shock, she had witnessed the technique before. Yagyu smiled and said, "The prisoners inside, as well as those who escaped, are all unconscious now. You can go in and arrest them, and rescue the hostages. The mission is complete. I'll head back to report to the Hokage." With that, Yagyu vanished with a flicker. Only after his departure did the jonin snap out of their stupor. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly, breaking the silence. Voices, still trembling from the shock, began to murmur. Wood style, why does he have the first Hokage's bloodline limit? Who is that boy? I've heard of him. He's the one who's been making waves lately, suspected to be a descendant of the Senju clan and capable of using Shirsue's body flicker illusion technique. I heard he just graduated this year as the top student. So it's him. I can't believe the rumors were true. He really is a descendant of the Senju, a descendant of the first Hokage. That's amazing. The legendary wood style has returned, and with Lady Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, Konoha will surely return to the glorious days of Senju rule. A jutsu of this scale, it's terrifying. No wonder the first Hokage was called the god of shinobi. This is power from another dimension. I've seen this jutsu before. It's the advent of a world of flowering trees. The red flowers release a type of pollen that knocks out anyone who inhales it. It's even more powerful than a genjutsu. Let's check on the prisoners and hostages. The Jonin were first shocked, then incredulous, and finally, ecstatic. Unlike lower-ranked ninja, Jonin occupied a special tier, with classifications within their rank. There were specialized Jonin, who excelled in certain fields, generalist Jonin, who had mastered at least 2 chakra natures, and elite Jonin, who served as a village's trump card and were candidates for Kage. Jonin were the backbone of the 5 great ninja villages, the strongest shields of their respective military bases. There weren't many Jonin, but there weren't few, either. Many of the heads of major ninja clans were Jonin. So, within this circle, certain matters were transparent. Although they didn't voice it, many had been disappointed with the third Hokage. The incidents involving the Hyuga and Uchiha clans over the past 12 years had shown the third's weakness and ineffectiveness, though no one dared speak out. Veterans of the First and Second Shinobi Wars had witnessed Konoha's decline, from being the strongest village capable of fighting 3 or 4 other villages at once, to one that had to bow to Kimimaro. This is why they had unanimously supported Tsunade when the third died. Konoha needed a younger, more capable leader, and no one was better suited than the granddaughter of the first Hokage. During the 60 years since the founding of Konoha, the first Hokage's reign was marked by invincibility, and during the second's rule, Konoha could stand firm even when facing 4 other villages. Both the first and second Hokage were Senju. The Senju were Konoha's rightful rulers, and the greatest clan in Konoha, a well-known fact throughout the ninja world. Now, with the first Hokage's granddaughter as the 5th Hokage and the legendary wood style re-emerging, it was clear to everyone that Konoha was on the path to revival and that the Senju clan would rise again. With Tsunade and Yagyu's presence, Konoha would never need to bow to any other village again. Once Yagyu fully matured, Konoha would reclaim its position as the strongest in the ninja world, and no one would dare disrespect or challenge them again. The Jonin, trembling with excitement, couldn't wait for the news to spread. Once it did, Konoha and the Land of Fire would rally behind Tsunade and Yagyu's future as the 6th Hokage would be all but guaranteed. This was the power of the Senju and the weight of the wood style. Inoichi Yamanaka, one of the Jonin, was among those overwhelmed by excitement. He muttered to himself, "Ino's taste in men is impeccable." The news spread at an unbelievable speed. Within just a few days, the story of wood style's reappearance had spread beyond the ninja world, reaching the general populace, the towns and cities of the Land of Fire, and finally the entire ninja world. Thanks to spies stationed in the Land of Fire and even Konoha, the name Yagyu quickly reached the desks of the 5 Kage and the leaders of certain organizations. Even in Kirigakure, located far away in the Land of Water, they received intelligence and photographs of him. Yagyu, age 12, Chunin of Konoha, Ninja ID, 012601. Bloodline limit, wood style. Bounty, 100 million Ryo, dead or alive. A bounty appeared quietly on the black market's wanted list. The amount was astronomical, reaching 9 digits. Some elite Jonin with distinguished backgrounds had bounties as low as 50 million Ryo. Even the top 3 combatants in the 5 great nations rarely saw bounties above 50 million. But Yagyu, a mere Chunin, had been marked for 100 million Ryo by an unknown force. It wasn't a bounty on Yagyu, but on the wood style. Clearly, some forces were frightened, terrified that Konoha was about to produce another god of shinobi. Their fear also prompted numerous merchants, tycoons, and nobles to turn their gaze toward Konoha with renewed interest. A village with the descendant of the god of shinobi and the wood style must be incredibly powerful. Doing business there or commissioning missions from them would surely be safe and secure. And this was only one of the many benefits Yagyu's newfound fame brought to Konoha. Neighboring countries and ninja villages near Konoha quickly sent their congratulations to the Land of Fire and Konoha. Ninja from hostile nations ceased their border skirmishes and retreated. This was the influence of wood style. Few knew that the Mangekyo Sharingan was the bane of tailed beasts. But it was common knowledge, written in textbooks, that wood style was the ultimate counter to tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. After all, the first Hokage had distributed the tailed beasts among the villages. Now, knowing that Konoha possessed the power to subdue tailed beasts and cast massive, landscape-altering jutsu, no village dared provoke them. Who knew when their own village or bustling city might suddenly turn into a forest? The thought of the destruction, manpower, and resources required to rebuild chilled even the most powerful village, Kimimaro. This was the deterrent power of the wood style, greater even than that of a tailed beast. After all, every village had a tailed beast, what was there to fear? But the ability to subdue tailed beasts. That was something else entirely. With the enemy wielding a more potent strategic weapon, who would dare be the next to make a move? Only a fool. The influence of the wood style continued to spread. Advent of a world of flowering trees. This is true wood style. Deep within Konoha's underground root headquarters, Danzo Shimura gazed at a photograph, fixating on the towering trees with their giant red flowers, the bound prisoners hanging from them, and the unconscious Jonin in the picture. His eyes gleamed with envy. He had wood style, too, but its power paled in comparison to the advent of a world of flowering trees in the photograph. It wasn't even in the same league as Kino's wood style, and Kino's wood style wasn't even close to Yagyu's. Regret welled up in Danzo's heart. In this new generation, he had missed not only Naruto and Sasuke but also this true gem in Yagyu, failing to recognize or prioritize his potential. If only he had known that Yagyu was a Senju descendant with the wood-style bloodline limit. Even if Hiruzen had forbidden Danzo from touching the new generation, Danzo would have found ways to orchestrate Yagyu's mysterious disappearance and death. An orphan at school age was the perfect candidate for brainwashing. With Yagyu under his control, Danzo would have undoubtedly risen to the position of Hokage. He might even have accomplished something the first Hokage hadn't, unifying the entire ninja world. The thought that he had missed this chance gnawed at Danzo's heart, filling him with even deeper regret. And what disgusted him even more was that Yagyu now had the support of the people. When Tsunade eventually stepped down, Yagyu was sure to be the sixth Hokage. If that happened, Danzo would never have the chance to become Hokage. Good, good, good. In the Hyuga clan's compound, Hiashi Hyuga, usually stoic and serious, stared at a photo in his hands, his face breaking into an uncharacteristically wide smile, repeating the word good over and over. He had originally thought Yagyu was a decent match for Hinata, a connection that could change the fate of both her and Hanabi. But now it seemed Yagyu was far more than a good match, he was a golden match. A descendant of the Senju clan, a wielder of the legendary wood style, and with such an identity and strength, Yagyu wasn't just destined to become the future sixth Hokage but also the next clan head of the Senju clan. Marrying Hinata to Yagyu would elevate the Hyuga clan above even the distant relatives of the Senju, the Uzumaki clan. After all, the Uzumaki clan wasn't based in Konoha, whereas the Hyuga clan was one of the village's last noble houses. If Hinata and Yagyu's children inherited both the wood style and the Byakugan, it would shatter the current limits of the Hyuga clan. Hiashi was so excited by this prospect that he hurried to gather the clan elders to share his thoughts. Now that Yagyu's wood style had been revealed, the elders would surely be overjoyed and supportive. Big brother, you're so cool. Meanwhile, in a room in the Hyuga clan's mansion, Hanabi lay on her bed, her feet swinging in the air. She gazed at the photograph in her hands, her white eyes sparkling with admiration, looking every bit like a love-struck fan. Chapter 97, The Superstar, Yagyu's Fear, and the Wind Country's Plea for Help. These past few days, Yagyu experienced firsthand what it felt like to be a superstar, similar to Naruto after saving Konoha and the ninja world. Upon learning that there was someone in the village, besides the Hokage, who was a direct descendant of the first Hokage and possessed his legendary wood-style bloodline limit, crowds of villagers gathered outside Yagyu's house daily. Not only were Konoha's villagers present, but many common folk from the Land of Fire and even neighboring countries traveled long distances to either gather outside Yagyu's home or to visit the forest created by his advent of a world of flowering trees. It was just like when people traveled far to witness the Sharingan during the Chunin exams. Wood style was even more famous than the Sharingan, as it was a bloodline limit that only the god of shinobi had before Yagyu. Now, with Yagyu as the sole known wielder of wood style, and being a descendant of the Senju clan, he had essentially become a national treasure. Even Karin was so overwhelmed by the attention that she had been staying at Tsunade's house for the past few days. Yagyu was in the same situation. Until the public frenzy subsided, he had to use transformation jutsu just to go out in public. As a result, Tsunade arranged a mission for Team 8, hoping it would give Yagyu some time to relax until things calmed down. And the person who made the mission request was none other than Shino Abirame. Shino, what's going on? Kurenai Yuhi placed her hand on Shino's shoulder and scolded, if you need help, just tell your teacher. Why go through the trouble of making a mission request? Yeah, Shino, we're all teammates. We're here to help you, Hinata added with a nod. Yagyu frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Shino, do you not see us as your comrades? No, it's not like that. Let me explain. Shino, usually cool and mysterious, seemed flustered as he shook his head and hands. This mission was actually requested by my clan. I need to find an extremely rare insect known as the dream scent bug. These insects are incredibly scarce, only laying eggs every few years, and there's only a 10% chance of finding them. I didn't want to waste your time. Even so, it would just be a little time wasted. We could use it as a chance to relax, Kurenai said as she playfully tapped Shino on the head. She then turned to Tsunade, who was frowning in thought, and said, Lady Hokage, please cancel Shino's mission request. Team 8 would like to request a few days off instead. After speaking, Kurenai looked at Yagyu and Hinata. You two don't mind, right? Of course not. Both Yagyu and Hinata smiled and nodded in agreement. You guys. Shino felt a warm surge in his heart, though it was hard to tell his expression behind his glasses and high collar. Tsunade didn't immediately approve Kurenai's request. She still wore a thoughtful expression, as if something had just dawned on her. Suddenly, she looked surprised and asked Shino, this rare insect you mentioned, is it the microscent bug? Yes, Lady Hokage, Shino replied respectfully. Microscent bug. Hinata looked at Shino in confusion, while Yagyu and Kurenai, like Tsunade earlier, fell into deep thought. Before they could recall anything, Tsunade began to explain, the microscent bug is an endangered insect. Due to its extreme rarity, the Abirame clan stopped using it and now protects it. The last time the Abirame clan used the microscent bug was during the Third Great Ninja War. It's said that its sense of smell is thousands of times more sensitive than that of ninja hounds, earning it the nickname, the dream scent bug. Thousands of times more sensitive than a ninja hound's sense of smell. Kurenai and Hinata were both stunned, and even Yagyu was quite surprised. If that was true, it suddenly made sense why the third Hokage chose to remove Kiba from Team 8 rather than Shino. Konoha had 3 great sensory clans, with the Hyuga clan ranked first, followed by the Inuzuka clan and the Abirame clan. Both the Inuzuka and Abirame clans specialized in sensory perception based on smell. It was hard to determine which clan was superior in sensory abilities. However, ninja often relied on ninja hounds from the Inuzuka clan for tracking because they were affordable and easy to train. Dogs, after all, are man's loyal companions. Unless someone was an Abirame, most ninjas, both men and women, would prefer using dogs over bugs. By breeding and raising ninja hounds for others, the Inuzuka clan, while not the most powerful, maintained their status as one of Konoha's great ninja clans. In sensory perception, the Inuzuka clan had a slight advantage. However, in combat, the Abirame clan's insects were far more dangerous and tricky, with many even possessing venom, giving the Abirame an edge in battle. On the surface, it seemed the two clans were evenly matched, each with its strengths. But now, with the appearance of the dream scent bug, the Inuzuka clan couldn't compare. The depth of the Abirame clan's resources was on a whole different level. A bug with a sense of smell thousands of times greater than a ninja hound's, what did that even mean? It wasn't just about the range of detection. The bug could probably detect things a dog couldn't even sense. It could possibly track faint traces that had long since dissipated. Realizing this, Yagyu couldn't help but feel a chill. He genuinely had no idea such a creature as the microscent bug existed. Had he known, he certainly wouldn't have only washed away his scent in the Naka River during the Konoha Crush Plan. Fortunately, the Abirame clan had stopped using and protected the bug. Otherwise, Yagyu might have left a fatal flaw. As this thought crossed his mind, Yagyu realized that he might have underestimated the ninja clans. Konoha might no longer be the strongest in terms of overall power, but it definitely had the deepest foundations. The Abirame clan alone possessed both nanoscopic poisonous insects and the dream scent bug. Who knew what other secrets the other clans had hidden away? Seeing Team 8's stunned expressions, Shino adjusted his glasses but remained silent. Though his mood had been heavy, it lightened considerably. In truth, Shino had no choice but to seek out the microscent bug. Because he was under a lot of pressure. Kurenai's abilities had already reached their peak, so when she saw how exceptional Yagyu was, she could afford to take it easy. But Shino, being in the same class as Yagyu and Hinata, couldn't afford to slack off. Yagyu, now revealed to have wood style, was the superstar of the ninja world and almost guaranteed to be the future 6th Hokage. Hinata wasn't just the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan's main branch, she had recently become a disciple of the 5th Hokage. If she learned Tsunade's monstrous strength, Hinata would become an incredibly well-rounded taijutsu master, with her small frame hiding an enormous amount of chakra, which even insects would envy. Hinata was destined to become a major figure in Konoha. In the context of the exceptional 60th generation, Hinata could potentially be in the top 5, just behind Yagyu, Sasuke, and Naruto. Compared to these two monsters, Shino felt painfully average. He was far weaker than Yagyu in combat, and even in sensory perception, he was inferior to the more versatile Hinata. If he didn't improve soon, he feared he would only drag them down. So, after reviewing his clan's records, Shino made a rare request to his father, to allow him to search for the microscent bug. If he could find it, Shino would be among the top sensory ninjas in Konoha and wouldn't be a burden to Yagyu and Hinata. Aware of Shino's pressure, his father, Shibi Aburame, agreed. And so, here they were now. Had Yagyu known Shino's thoughts, he would have burst out laughing. Who would have thought that his mere presence would put so much pressure on Shino, the most reliable and mysterious undefeated champion of their generation? I see. I approve your request for time off, Tsunade said after confirming that Shino's quest for the microscent bug was genuine. Originally, she had just wanted to give Yagyu a mission to let him relax, so she immediately granted Kurenai's request for a vacation. With that, Team 8 returned to pack their things and, for the first time in several months, left the village together. This time, Yagyu was in a great mood. Unlike their previous outings, they didn't encounter any formidable enemies. There were no 7 swordsmen of the mist, no Akatsuki's deadliest duo, and no Immortal Duo. Without Yagyu, Team 8 might have been annihilated already. Of course, without Yagyu, they probably wouldn't have run into such powerful enemies in the first place. On this journey, it wasn't until after Hinata helped Shino find the microscent bug that they encountered a few weak ninja also searching for the bug's eggs. These enemy ninja-controlled bees to ambush Team 8, but before Yagyu or Kurenai could act, Hinata used her rotation to block all the bees. Then, with incredible force, she unleashed several chakra blasts, far more powerful than anything she had shown during the Chunin exams, forming air cannons that instantly killed the enemy ninjas. Her attacks were so powerful that the ninja were sent flying, coughing up blood, with their internal organs ruptured. They quickly died where they landed. This was how much Hinata had grown. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist was already an advanced form of chakra control. After becoming Tsunade's disciple, Hinata didn't immediately start learning Tsunade's super strength, as Sakura had, but instead incorporated the basic principle of the technique, chakra bursts, into her gentle fist. This caused the power of her 8 trigrams vacuum palm to skyrocket. Hinata, now studying the healing palm and some sealing techniques, had already achieved chakra control worthy of learning the rotation. Aside from a few secret gentle fist techniques, Hinata had mastered nearly all of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. In fact, Hinata no longer needed to learn any more secret gentle fist techniques. What she needed was to carve her own path, breaking through the Hyuga clan's limit, which made it difficult for them to produce Kage-level shinobi. By mastering a balance of hard and soft taijutsu, offensive medical ninjutsu, and possibly some sealing techniques, Hinata could raise her potential. Seeing the dead bees and the defeated ninjas, Yagyu's memory stirred. He remembered now. He had seen this arc with the microscent bug. But what had stood out to him was the image of Hinata training her gentle fist under a waterfall at night, her movements as graceful as a dance. It was one of her few iconic scenes. If he remembered correctly, Hinata had even been captured by these ninjas. But seeing these corpses, all killed by Hinata, Yagyu smiled in satisfaction. Under his guidance, Hinata had already become far stronger than her original self. Once she mastered Tsunade's super strength or further integrated chakra bursts into her gentle fist, like she had with her vacuum palm, by the time Shippuden came around, Hinata could very well surpass Sakura in strength. Even if she didn't learn the strength of 100 seal, she wouldn't be much weaker. Hinata's transformation was so significant that it also meant Ino was rapidly progressing. By the time Shippuden arrived, Konoha might very well have 4 Tsunade knockoffs. Thinking about this filled Yagyu with anticipation for Shippuden. After this minor incident, Team 8 helped Shino collect the microscent bug eggs and began their journey home. Knowing that Yagyu was still homeless, Team 8 didn't rush back to Konoha but instead continued their leisurely return, just as they had on their way out. This time, Kurenai took them on a different route, leading them through various small towns, where they sampled local delicacies and drinks. Whenever they passed through a scenic area, Kurenai had Yagyu take out his camera and snap photos of her and Hinata, or have Team 8 pose for group pictures. Before they knew it, their time away from the village had stretched to over 10 days. Poof. One day, while Yagyu was taking photos of Kurenai and Hinata, he suddenly vanished in a puff of white smoke. A shadow clone. Shino and Hinata both instinctively assumed the Yagyu with them had been a clone. No, it wasn't a shadow clone, Kurenai said, her expression turning serious. That was a reverse summoning technique. Yagyu has been summoned by a summoning beast. Yagyu-kun's summoning contract is with the Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 great summoning regions, Hinata said. I'll summon a slug and ask what's going on. As she spoke, Hinata prepared to form hand seals for the summoning. Poof. Before she could summon anything, a puff of white smoke appeared out of nowhere. Yagyu reappeared in his original spot, camera in one hand and a scroll in the other. With a serious expression, he handed the scroll to Kurenai. Sensei, we've received an emergency mission. Kurenai opened the scroll, her face becoming just as serious as she read. She turned to Team 8 and said, the Land of Wind has come under attack by an unknown enemy. Tsunade has requested help from Konoha, and Lady Hokage has ordered us to go and support them immediately. Let's move. With that, Kurenai led the way, disappearing in a blur. Team 8 followed closely behind. Yagyu couldn't help but feel resigned. He had hoped this trip would be a relaxing getaway, but it seemed fate had other plans. Could it be that having Azura's chakra really did come with the protagonist's curse? Chapter 98, suddenly feeling like the Ten-Tails is a bit weak, a hero saving the beauty. Sensei Kurenai, has the Land of Wind been invaded by an enemy ninja village? As they continued to move rapidly through the landscape, Abirame Shino couldn't help but ask, noticing the key phrasing in Kurenai's earlier words. She had said that the Land of Wind was under attack, not Tsunade specifically. If the country's territory had been invaded and Tsunade, the military base of the Land of Wind, was asking for Konoha's help, it meant the situation was beyond the Sand Village's ability to handle, forcing them to call on their ally. Yagyu also had a contemplative look on his face, surprised that such a major event was taking place before the start of the Shippuden arc. He hadn't expected such a large-scale crisis after Uchiha Sasuke's defection in the earlier part of the story. You can read it for yourselves. Kurenai tossed a scroll to Shino as she continued marking points on a map of the Land of Wind. Shino opened the scroll and quickly became surprised after reading its contents. The cities of the Land of Wind are being attacked by armored soldiers, large steel warships, and a massive mobile fortress bombarding them with cannon fire. Steel warships and mobile fortresses. Has the outside world's technology advanced this much? These attackers came out of nowhere, and they aren't using ninjutsu. If it weren't for the fact that they have a mobile fortress that can walk on land, I'd think they were invaders from some unknown island beyond the ninja continent, Kurenai speculated. But the continent is vast, and the warring states period lasted for millennia. These people could be descendants of some ancient kingdom, or they might have stumbled upon treasure from an ancient civilization. Yagyu's expression suddenly became strange as a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was just like when he encountered those ninjas trying to steal the microscent bug. Clearly, this wasn't a result of the butterfly effect caused by Yagyu's actions but rather an event from the original storyline. Such a major incident, Yagyu figured he might have seen before but had simply forgotten. With that thought, Yagyu made a single hand sign, sending out instructions to his wood clones scattered across the ninja world. Instantly, the wood clones disguised through the transformation technique activated the Mayfly technique and made their way to the Land of Wind, beginning to search for those steel warships and the mobile fortress. One day later, Team 8 arrived in the Land of Wind after traveling at full speed. During that time, Yagyu's wood clones continuously fed him real-time information. With the strongest body flicker technique, the Mayfly technique, along with the sensory abilities of the mind's eye of the Kagura, the Byakugan, and the Sharingan, the wood clones cooperated to pinpoint the locations of the steel warships and the mobile fortress. This allowed Yagyu to finally recall the details of this particular arc. No wonder it felt so familiar but hard to place. It wasn't from the manga or anime, it was from a movie. This movie was called Naruto the Movie, Legend of the Stone of Jell. The reason Yagyu remembered it wasn't because it was famous. On the contrary, it was one of the most boring Naruto movies, often regarded as the dullest of them all. Ironically, its dullness made Yagyu remember it more distinctly. Thanks to the information collected by his wood clones, Yagyu recalled some important plot points. The group attacking the Land of Wind wanted to build a utopia, but their leader was actually searching for a special energy-filled stone mine, intending to absorb its power to make himself stronger. That mine contained a terrifying amount of energy, and if it were to explode, its power could destroy half a continent. Thinking about this, Yagyu couldn't help but inwardly mock the situation. It seemed like the most over-the-top threats always came from the movies. The Ryumayaka chakra that could destroy the entire land, the chakra cannon capable of firing from Earth to the moon, and the Tensigan that could split the moon, these were all from the movies. Now there was this energy-filled mine that could blow up half a continent. If Yagyu didn't already know that 6 paths level powers represented a transcendence of existence, he might have thought that the Ten-Tails was kind of weak by comparison. After all, the Ten-Tails tailed beast bomb could only destroy a few mountains or a command center at most. It couldn't even wipe out a small country in a single attack. On the other hand, this mine, the Ryumayaku, and the chakra cannon all had starting destruction ranges of half a continent. However, more than the mine that could destroy half a continent, Yagyu was most interested in the solution to this crisis, the time-space void. This was a bottomless void that could suck everything into it and could only be triggered by a special bloodline. It was located in the underground ruins in the movie. By finding the key to trigger the summoning formation, the bottomless void could be summoned, sucking both the caster and the mine into it. Yagyu's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. The time-space void was essentially a special space-time summoning technique for mutual destruction. But Yagyu was eager to witness such a unique summoning technique. Since obtaining the strongest techniques from the first Hokage and second Hokage, Yagyu had been focusing on his training, with his shadow clones assisting him. The technique Yagyu valued the most wasn't Edo Tensei, but the Flying Thunder God technique, which only Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze had mastered. Of the 3 great techniques in Shippuden, the most powerful in combat was the 8 Gates, but the most broken wasn't Edo Tensei, it was the Flying Thunder God technique, which had no range limit and could be activated instantly without seals as long as the user left behind a spacetime mark. Even more terrifying was the fact that once the Flying Thunder God mark was placed on someone, it couldn't be removed unless the person became a 6 paths level being or removed the marked flesh. As long as the mark remained, the user could teleport to their opponent at any time. This was the first time Yagyu had attempted to master such a high-level technique without his system's help, and so far, he hadn't made any progress. Now, with the time-space void appearing, Yagyu had an epiphany. He decided to experience this spacetime power firsthand, hoping it might help him grasp the Flying Thunder God technique. Having made his decision, Yagyu gave his wood clones new orders, instructing them to carry out his freshly devised plan. Of course, Team 8 had no idea what Yagyu was planning. Once they crossed into the Land of Wind, Kurenai quickly said, "We don't have any intel on the attackers yet. Let's head to Tsunade first and see what help they need." Before Shino and Hinata could nod, Yagyu spoke up, "No need, sensei. I've already sent my wood clones to assist the attacked cities. Tsunade is also searching for their whereabouts, and they've already found some clues. We can just meet up with them." Wood clones? Kurenai stared at Yagyu in surprise. "When did you send out wood clones?" "A long time ago," Yagyu admitted. "Wood clones are special. They aren't limited by distance from the original, can absorb others' chakra to recover, and can act as my eyes and ears outside the village." "Oh, I see." Team 8 nodded in realization, and Kurenai sighed, "No wonder you know so much for someone so young. It's not just that you're a prodigy." "Let me lead the way," Yagyu said before speeding off. Team 8 quickly followed. Zzz. Whoosh. Boom. In a desert in the land of wind, the sounds of electricity crackling, wind howling, and explosions echoed through the air. The scene zoomed in to show Gaara and his siblings fighting a group of armored soldiers near a broken-down ship that had just emerged from underground. Leading the soldiers were a man and 3 women, all dressed in different colored knight armor. The men wasn't fighting, but the 3 female knights were battling Gaara's siblings, each possessing unique abilities. "Who are you people?" Gaara asked coldly, his arms crossed as he faced Rank, the woman in purple armor who could release lightning without hand signs. "These unknown abilities and advanced equipment, what force are you with, and why are you attacking the land of wind?" But Rank didn't answer. She continued to unleash lightning, trying to break through Gaara's automatic sand defense while shouting at the men, Timusi, who stood idly by, conflicted. "Timusi, what are you doing just standing there? Go after them and complete Lord Hato's mission." "But what about you 3? Don't argue. We'll find you soon enough. Your job is to capture that person and find the place. Lord Hato's mission is the priority." Suddenly, Rank's body began to glow green, her skin turning purple and her body swelling into an ape-like form. The blue-white lightning she wielded grew even more violent, its power and speed surging. Seeing his companion use the power of the Jell Stone, Timusi hesitated no longer. His face darkened, and he nodded. "Understood. Be careful." With that, Timusi pulled out a device and smashed it on the ground. A flash of golden light followed, and when it faded, he had disappeared. It was a flash bomb. Seeing this, Gaara's expression shifted under his sand armor. Although he didn't know their exact goal, it was clear that the man was on his way to accomplish something crucial, something likely dangerous to the land of wind. Realizing this, Gaara quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Desert coffin. In an instant, the desert seemed to collapse, as the soldiers being slaughtered by Kankuro and Temari found the ground beneath them giving way. The sand formed giant hands, pulling them underground before squeezing tightly, wiping them out. In the desert, Gaara was as formidable as Kisame in the ocean, Kimimaro in a forest of bones, or Yagyu within his tree world. Within seconds, the entire army had been wiped out, leaving only the 3 female knights. By now, all 3 had entered their beastly forms. Rank, who fought Gaara, had transformed into an ape. Camilla, who battled Kankuro in green armor, had become a bat. And Fengwai, the blue-armored knight fighting Temari, had turned into a werewolf. "For Lord Hato's utopia, you will all die." The 3 beast knights roared like wild animals, their personalities becoming more violent. Fengwai, who fought Temari, unleashed a sonic wave with twisted air currents, catching Temari off guard. Instinctively, Temari swung her 3-star fan, summoning a powerful wind jutsu that kicked up a cloud of sand. But the sonic attack pierced through the wind and sand, causing Temari to lose her balance. Her ears rang, and sand got into her eyes. She instinctively covered her ears and closed her eyes, preparing to expand her sensory abilities. However, she underestimated the speed of a werewolf. Before her sensory abilities could be activated, a shadow darted through the dust storm, claws reaching for her. Temari. Both Gaara and Kankuro's expressions changed in panic. Gaara desperately controlled his sand, regret filling his heart. He hadn't expected these enemies to be so much stronger in their transformed states. If he had known, he wouldn't have held back in his attempt to capture them alive. Splat, splat, splat. Just then, the sound of something sharp piercing flesh rang out, reaching Gaara, Kankuro, and the remaining 2 knights, Rank and Camilla. Gaara and Kankuro's faces paled, while Rank and Camilla grinned savagely, as if they could already see Fengwai tearing Temari to pieces through the storm. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew away the sandstorm, and the smiles on Rank and Camilla's faces disappeared instantly. Gaara and Kankuro, on the other hand, were filled with relief. "Are you okay?" Temari's ears, no longer ringing, suddenly caught the sound of a gentle voice. Opening her blurry eyes, she saw a tall figure standing before her, backlit by the sunlight. Slowly, the figure became clearer. Silver hair, a black cloak, one hand in his pocket, the other gripping the neck of the werewolf knight, who was covered in wooden spikes, as he turned his head toward her with ruby-red eyes. "Yeah. Yagyu." Looking at the boy whose name had recently spread across the entire ninja world, just as she had expected, Temari called out his name. Gazing at his incredibly handsome profile and his ruby-like eyes, her heartbeat suddenly quickened, as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her blood rushed, her temperature rising, and even without touching her face, Temari knew it had to be bright red. Chapter 99, Stones Containing Natural Energy, a shortcut to quickly mastering the sage body. Good thing I wasn't too late. This time, it's our turn to help you. Yagyu casually tossed the body of the werewolf, which he had swiftly killed with his spiked jutsu, to the side. He smiled at Temari, whose face was flushed red and who was staring at him with an entranced expression. Then he turned his gaze to Camilla and Rank, who had transformed into a bat and an ape, respectively, and swiftly formed a hand seal. Wood style. Thorn kill technique. Vine-like green tree branches burst from the dry desert ground like snakes, binding the shocked Rank. The vines quickly drained her of both her physical and spiritual energy, causing her to lose the ability to fight instantly. Camilla, either due to her heightened reflexes or her bat form's echolocation abilities, managed to avoid the vines by flying up into the sky. However, the branches seemed to have a tracking function and extended endlessly toward her. Yet, the vines couldn't keep up with Camilla's flight speed. Seeing this, Yagyu formed another hand seal. At the tips of the extending branches, another color appeared, and they quickly transformed into wood clones with only their upper bodies visible, the lower halves seemingly fused with the branches. As soon as the wood clones materialized, they formed hand seals and spat out a water arrow aimed directly at Camilla. Slash. The water arrow transformed into a high-pressure water jet, as sharp as the world's finest blade, slicing through the agile but slower than the water jet Camilla, cutting her cleanly in half at the waist. Her two halves fell to the sandy ground below. In less than a minute, 2 of Heido's 3 female knights had been killed, and 1 had been captured by Yagyu. There's still 1 left alive. She seems to be a high-ranking member, so she should provide you with useful information, Yagyu said, smiling at Temari. Kankuro walked over, his expression filled with gratitude. Thank you for your help, Yagyu. He wasn't just thanking Yagyu for the support but for saving Temari's life. If Yagyu hadn't acted in time, both he and Gaara might have lost their sister. Hearing Kankuro's voice snapped Temari out of her daze. She quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for saving me, Yagyu-kun." "Just call me Yagyu," Yagyu replied with a smile. "It's only fair, considering you helped me before." "I'm sorry, Temari." At that moment, Gaara approached the group, his face filled with guilt. "It was my fault for being too careless earlier." "It's all right. You were trying to capture them for the sake of the village, and that was the right decision," Temari reassured him, regaining her usual composure and smiling confidently. "Once we bring this woman back to the village, we'll get the intel we need and can launch a full counterattack." "Yeah," Gaara nodded, then turned to Yagyu, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your assistance, Yagyu." "You've changed a lot, Gaara," Yagyu said with a smile. "If all goes well, you'll probably be the 5th Kazekage of Tsunade. I hope I can attend your inauguration ceremony." "Kazekage, huh?" Gaara blinked in surprise, recalling the figure who had once changed his life. That person had also constantly talked about becoming Hokage. As the image resurfaced in his mind, Gaara, having undone his sand armor, smiled softly and murmured, "Becoming Kazekage, that seems like a worthy goal." Seeing Gaara, who had completely transformed from the bloodthirsty boy of months ago into a reliable young man, both Temari and Kankuro couldn't help but smile. In the distance, 3 figures were approaching rapidly, the rest of Team 8. After some polite conversation, Team 8 and Gaara's siblings headed back toward Tsunade with their prisoner and 2 bodies. Meanwhile, Tamusi had managed to capture the target he had been searching for in the Land of Wind, the leader of a traveling merchant caravan, an old man with a white weasel perched on his shoulder. The old man, already aware of the attacks on the Land of Wind and the identities of the invaders, looked at Tamusi with a complex expression. It wasn't that his cover had been blown, but rather that Tamusi looked almost identical to how he had in his youth. This man was likely a descendant of his family or from a branch of it. Thus, under Tamusi's pressure, the old man agreed to lead him to the underground ruins they sought. The two, along with the white weasel, soon left the caravan behind. Unbeknownst to them, an imperceptible presence beneath the earth had been silently following them the entire time. A few days later, they left the Land of Wind and entered a mountainous region whose national affiliation was unclear. After 2 more days of traversing the mountains, the old man led Tsunade to a cliff. Below the cliff lay an ancient ruin shrouded in mist, shaped much like the pyramids from Yagu's previous life. Upon seeing the ruin, Tsunade immediately drew his knight's sword, intending to use the technology within the blade to release a green signal to communicate this discovery to Lord Hado, who was far away. But just as he was about to do so, both his and the old man's bodies suddenly froze. Vine-like branches had wrapped around them without their notice. The vines didn't drain them of their energy but instead emitted blue chakra, transforming into black runes that spread across their bodies, stripping them of control and sealing their consciousness. In the blink of an eye, both men fell unconscious while still standing. The white weasel perched on the old man's shoulder squeaked in alarm, trying to wake its master. But a second later, it too fell into a daze. A figure then emerged from the ground, as if riding an elevator. It wasn't the wood clone that had been following them all along but Yagyu himself, who had switched places with the wood clone a few days earlier. Gazing at the ruins below, a red glow flickered in Yagyu's eyes. With his Sharingan, Yagyu could see the structure inside the ruins, as well as the vast mineral deposits buried deep beneath them. The next moment, Yagyu's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in rare shock, "What the hell is this?" Immediately after, Yagyu placed his hands on Tsunade's and the old man's heads, channeling in-release chakra into their brains, swiftly putting them into a deep hypnotic state. Turning to Tsunade, Yagyu asked, "Why did you bring this old man here?" The Jell Stone mine. Upon hearing this, Yagyu finally recalled the name of the special energy-storing stones and then asked the old man, "Do you know about the Jell Stone?" "Yes." "What kind of power does this stone hold?" These stones contain immense life energy. Our ancestors discovered them and used technology to refine them, naming them the Jell Stones. They built a vast empire with them, creating wells that never ran dry, livestock that grew in a single night, crops that bore fruit endlessly, anti-aging research, and ecological integration." As the old man explained, Yagyu's smile grew wider and wider. He finally understood what the energy in the mines below was. It was natural energy. Just like the Earth's chakra in the dragon vein, these stones had absorbed natural energy and transformed into special, yang-release minerals. Even without touching them, Yagyu could sense how familiar this energy felt to him. It was the same life force as his own yang-release chakra, or more precisely, the chakra of Asura. Moreover, there was another type of energy within the stones, one that ordinary people couldn't absorb directly without undergoing a mutation. Although Yagyu had not yet mastered Sage Mode, he was 100% sure that this was natural energy. At that moment, Yagyu finally realized why those female knights could transform into beasts. It turned out that the ancient kingdom had refined these stones and used technology to allow its people to absorb the natural energy within, much like how Orochimaru had diluted the natural energy from Hyuga and turned Sage Mode into curse marks. "I've struck gold," Yagyu muttered in excitement, his body trembling slightly with joy. For most people, the energy from this mine would be poison. Even with technology to help absorb the energy, if their bodies couldn't handle it, they would collapse immediately. But for Yagyu, the energy in this mine was like the ultimate supplement. By absorbing this energy, Yagyu's sage body would develop at an accelerated rate. Not only would his yang-release chakra grow stronger, but his life energy would become even more vast. Once his life energy crossed a certain threshold, his sage body would gain automatic healing without hand signs, allowing him to absorb natural energy freely and enter Sage Mode without relying on any of the 3 great sanctuaries. His stamina would be so immense that he could sustain Sage Mode until his chakra was fully depleted. Even if his consciousness died, his body would remain alive, with cells as aggressive as the energy in this mine. Anyone who tried to transplant Yagyu cells would either die from cellular overload or gain immense power. These were abilities that Hashirama Senju had possessed. But even Hashirama hadn't fully developed his sage body until he was in his 50s. And now, Yagyu had found a shortcut to quickly mastering his sage body. For Yagyu, who had only 3 years left until the start of Shippuden, this was an enormous gift. With that thought, Yagyu immediately dismissed his earlier plan. Initially, Yagyu had planned to let Tsunade activate the ancient ruin special summoning circle and summon the Void Hole, a spatial anomaly capable of consuming everything around it. Then, he had intended to create multiple shadow clones and send them into the Void Hole to experience the power of spacetime, hoping to find a clue to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. But now that he had discovered the true nature of the mine, Yagyu's only desire was to claim it for himself. Thus, Yagyu formed a hand seal, and 2 branches extended from his body, transforming into 2 wood clones. One of the wood clones lifted the old man onto its shoulder and quickly disappeared with him and the white weasel. The other wood clone bound to Musi tightly with wood release and similarly carried him away. Yagyu didn't kill either of them. He sealed one's abilities and kept the other under surveillance. Both were descendants of the ancient kingdom, and their bloodline could trigger the void hole. Once Yagyu had finished absorbing the mine's energy, if he still hadn't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could always use them to summon the void hole. With wood clones that could regenerate chakra watching over them, Yagyu felt completely at ease. Wood release, multiple wood clone jutsu. Yagyu formed another hand seal, creating a large number of wood clones. The wood clones immediately sank into the ground, using the mayfly technique to infiltrate the ancient ruin and protect the mine with layers of wood release and earth release barriers. Even if someone discovered the ruin, they wouldn't be able to access the mine. Even if they destroyed the ancient ruin, their ninjutsu wouldn't penetrate the wood barriers below. Furthermore, Yagyu would have his wood clones patrol the mountain range. If they detected anyone approaching, they would use genjutsu or wood release to neutralize the threat. If a powerful enemy that the wood clones couldn't handle appeared, Yagyu would deal with them personally. After leaving these precautions in place, Yagyu used the mayfly technique to return to the land of wind. At the same time, Yagyu instructed the wood clones monitoring the mobile fortress to create various incidents that would help the Tsunade forces find Heido's location. Within a few days, Tsunade had obtained intel about Heido. A ninja battle is a battle of information. Once Tsunade knew their enemy's location and abilities, Heido and his army were taught a lesson in the power of shinobi. Under Gaara's leadership, with Yagyu and Hinata assisting, Heido's hidden fleet was reduced to scrap metal by Tsunade's wind release and other ninjutsu. The mobile fortress hidden in the mountains between the land of wind and the land of rivers was also soon discovered by Yagyu and Hinata. Water style, water-severing wave. Yagyu didn't even bother using wood release. He simply unleashed a high-pressure water jet, which sliced through the mobile fortress, leaving a massive gash in its side. With just a few swings of the water jet, the massive fortress was dismembered. Soon after, Gaara's siblings and a large number of Tsunade ninja swarmed in. However, despite taking down all the armored soldiers and elite warriors who could harness the power of the Jell Stone, they couldn't find Heido. When they showed Heido's photo to Hinata and asked her to track him, she voiced her surprise. "I saw him earlier, but now he's not here. No, he's not within a kilometer of here. Did he escape?" Temari's face darkened. Another piece of unknown technology. Yagyu remained silent, but he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Heido's disappearance was, of course, his doing. The only people who knew the true power of the Jell Stone were the old merchant and Heido. Everyone else only had a vague understanding of it. Long before the wood clones had helped Tsunade locate the mobile fortress, they had already eliminated Heido and recovered the remaining Jell Stones. The Heido that Hinata had seen was just one of Yagyu's wood clones disguised using the transformation jutsu. After Hinata deactivated her Byakugan and the fortress collapsed, the wood clone had simply used the mayfly technique to escape. Chapter 100, Sage Chakra, this time I hit the jackpot. Take care, everyone. Thank you for all your help during this time. A few days later, at the entrance of Tsunade, Gaara and his siblings were bidding farewell to Team 8. Unlike several months ago, Gaara had now become polite and refined. Along with his brother and sister, he bowed deeply to thank Team 8. "No need to be so formal, or we'll feel like we're the rude ones," Yagyu joked. "After all, we didn't get this kind of treatment when we saw you off last time." Hearing this, the serious expressions on the faces of Gaara and his siblings melted into smiles. Looking at Yagyu, who was the same age as her brother but already taller than her and whose strength, wisdom, and social grace she deeply admired, Temari felt her heart race uncontrollably again. She instinctively said, "Yagyu, Tsunade and Konoha are allies. You're always welcome to visit us." "Ah." Yagyu nodded with a smile. "We'd love to have you visit Konoha too. I'll personally show you around." "It's a deal then," Temari responded with a radiant smile, prompting Kurenai to raise her eyebrows and glance at Hinata. But Hinata remained calm, her usual gentle smile still on her face. Seeing this, Kurenai couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. She wondered what kind of charm Yagyu had used on Hinata and the others. Their relationship was so strong that they didn't even seem to mind if Yagyu attracted attention from other girls. Weren't they afraid of him being taken away? After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Gaara and his siblings, Yagyu waved goodbye. Well, we'll be off. I hope you'll choose your 5th Kazekage soon and get back on track. And if Gaara does become the 5th Kazekage, be sure to send me an invitation so I can attend the inauguration ceremony. His tone lightened toward the end. Temari playfully added, same here. If Lady Tsunade suddenly decides to retire, don't forget about us, future 6th Hokage. Haha, I'm still just a Chunin, it's way too early for that. Alright then, farewell. After bidding farewell to Gaara and his siblings, Team 8 disappeared in a flash. Having been away for quite some time, Team 8 didn't dawdle on their return to Konoha, moving at a steady but swift pace. Along the way, they passed through several bustling towns. Yagyu bought a large number of souvenirs for Tsunade, Shizune, Karin, and even Hanabi. Money was no longer a concern for Yagyu. Though Kakuzu hadn't been carrying the Akatsuki's funds, his personal fortune accumulated over decades of bounty hunting was substantial. Both he and Haiden were S-class rogue ninjas, with bounties in the tens of millions. Although Yagyu had dismembered their bodies, it didn't stop him from collecting the enormous bounties. Now, Yagyu was a multimillionaire. Even if he retired from being a ninja, he would never have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Oni-chan, thank you. Moi. Hanabi, now having the privilege to freely enter and exit the Hyuga compound, kissed Yagyu on the cheek after receiving her gift. This affectionate gesture showed that Hanabi had fully embraced her role as Yagyu's little fan. After spending a few hours at the Hyuga clan, Yagyu sparred with Hanabi at the training grounds, helping her understand the basics of the Yin Seal technique. Given her age, it would take Hanabi a few more years to master the Yin Seal. But if she managed it by the end of the Shippuden era, her strength would be more than enough to lead the Hyuga clan as its head during Boruto's timeline. Once Hanabi had fully mastered the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, Yagyu could start training her as he did Hinata, granting her the same level of attention. That evening, after enjoying a dinner prepared by Karin, Yagyu spent a long time talking with her in the living room. Nearly 4 months had passed since the second Chunin exams. In that time, Karin had undergone a remarkable transformation, and her life had become much more fulfilling. Several months ago, her life had been bleak, her chakra reserves so low that it seemed as if her lifespan might be cut short at any moment. But now, Karin's chakra reserves had grown to the point where even those with basic sensing abilities could feel her immense energy. Her striking red hair and vast chakra made it easy for anyone with some knowledge to deduce her true identity. In addition to her physical changes, Karin had grown more outgoing after becoming friends with Hinata and the others, no longer feeling so self-conscious. Though she hadn't joined any teams, Karin had become Tsunade's assistant alongside Shizune. Surrounded by Konoha ninjas and vests, and being the disciple of the Hokage, Karin's demeanor and confidence had grown immensely. Even the version of Karin seen in Shippuden, serving as a leader in a certain base, was not as confident or strong as the Karin of today. Although she had yet to awaken the adamantine sealing chains, Karin's innate chakra control, sealing jutsu potential, and chakra reserves, greater than those of Hinata, Ino, and Sakura combined, meant their proficiency in water release was growing as rapidly as Yagyu's. She was also excelling in advanced medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. At this rate, Karin was destined to be the first among the 4 to master the strength of 100 seal, making her the undisputed strongest, even more closely resembling Tsunade's true disciple than Shizune. Seeing Karin's growth, Yagyu couldn't help but feel proud. After offering her some words of encouragement, Yagyu returned to his room, created a wood clone, and used the mayfly technique to quietly leave Konoha. Within hours, he arrived inside the ancient ruins. His wood clone had already prepared the area, lighting candles that illuminated the ground, revealing the green glow of the Jell stones that had been unearthed. These stones were still unrefined. Emerging from the ground, Yagyu eagerly picked up one of the head-sized Jell stones. Blue chakra enveloped his hand, and an invisible force began drawing out the special energy within the stone, which seeped into Yagyu's body. Just like the Preta path of the Rinnegan, wood release also had an innate ability to absorb energy. Whether it was the chakra within a jutsu or the physical and spiritual energy within a person, would release could absorb it all. Yagyu didn't need to learn any lesser chakra absorption techniques, as he already possessed the highest form of chakra absorption. Ugh. However, the moment the unrefined energy entered his body, Yagyu immediately stopped absorbing it, letting out a low groan. If one looked closely, they would see Yagyu's expression contort for a brief moment, a flash of red, filled with malice, flickering through his eyes. If someone could sense emotions, they would notice Yagyu's emotional state had changed, filling with negativity. It took Yagyu a while to recover, and he muttered, "So this is the effect of natural energy. My emotions became suddenly violent, my mind out of control, but I didn't turn to stone. It's like Yugo's sage transformation." Just absorbing a small amount of this energy revealed the consequences of overabsorption. For ordinary people, absorbing this energy would cause them to transform into beast-like forms, with personalities becoming uncontrollably savage until their bodies eventually collapsed. Even when absorbed in diluted form, the user's skin would turn brown-black, and their personality would become as violent as a wild beast. Prolonged use would still result in the body breaking down and death. Even for someone like Yagyu, who possessed the sage body, or Yugo, who could naturally absorb natural energy, absorbing too much could result in losing control and transforming into a berserk sage. However, the Jell Stones not only contained natural energy but also vast amounts of life energy. This life force had no negative effects on Yagyu. It flowed into his body as smoothly as a hot spring, refreshing him. If Yagyu could absorb enough of this life energy, his yang-release chakra and would become exponentially stronger. He might even reach the point where he could instantly convert massive amounts of chakra into would-release chakra, allowing him to create a large wood golem in an instant, rather than needing time to gradually convert chakra and unleash techniques like the deep forest emergence. The energy within these stones was both positive and negative. If Yagyu could fuse the negative natural energy with his chakra to create sage chakra, these Jell Stones would become the ultimate supplements for him. With that thought, Yagyu formed a hand seal, and a branch extended from his body, transforming into a wood clone identical to him. Yagyu then grabbed another head-sized Jell Stone with both hands and began absorbing its energy once more. This time, Yagyu didn't hold back, draining the stone of all its energy. As the special energy flowed into him, the Jell Stone, which had glowed brightly under the candlelight, dimmed and turned into an ordinary rock. It was like jade turning into a common pebble. At the same time, Yagyu's expression twisted into a grimace, his body radiating a savage aura. His fair skin rapidly darkened to a brownish-black hue, and his crimson eyes gradually transformed into yellow, beast-like pupils. A terrifying aura emanated from Yagyu, making him seem like a demon emerging from the depths of the abyss. Just as Yagyu was about to fully transform into a berserk sage, the wood clone beside him placed a hand on his shoulder and absorbed the energy from Yagyu's body. Yagyu's mind, on the verge of losing control, instantly cleared. But the wood clone, now filled with the special energy, began its own transformation. In an instant, several shadowy figures appeared, each placing a hand on the wood clone, dividing its special energy into several parts. Before long, these clones also began to change, their skin turning brown-black, their eyes becoming yellow, beast-like pupils. However, unlike Yagyu earlier, they did not immediately lose control. The clones all sat down cross-legged, attempting to fuse the special energy with their chakra. Yagyu, having regained his composure, created more wood clones to monitor their progress. If any of the clones lost control, the others would absorb part of their energy. Soon, the number of clones increased, splitting the energy from one Jell Stone into nearly 100 parts. Even so, one of the clones lost control. Before Yagyu could make another clone to help absorb the energy, the rogue clone used the mayfly technique to escape the ancient ruin. Rumble. The violent shaking caused Yagyu to wobble slightly. Activating his red eye, Yagyu gasped in shock and excitement. In a distant part of the mountain, a giant tree over 100 meters tall had emerged from the ground. This enormous tree was the result of the rogue clone's transformation. When a wood clone is dispelled, it can either revert to a seed or grow into a small tree. But this was no small tree. The clone, having absorbed both the wild natural energy and the immense life force of the Jell Stone, had grown into a towering tree over 100 meters tall. This was why the Jell Stones could create endless water wells and livestock that matured overnight. Fearing that more clones might inadvertently destroy the ancient ruin, Yagyu quickly created more clones to divide the special energy further. Once the energy had been split into hundreds of parts, all of the clones' transformations subsided. After a short while, many of the clones opened their eyes and shook their heads at Yagyu, saying, "The energy's gone. We failed." Clearly, they had failed to merge the energy with their chakra to form Sage Chakra and had exhausted all of the natural energy. Yagyu wasn't surprised by this. He didn't expect to master Sage Mode from just one stone. But after seeing one of his clones transform into a 100-meter-tall tree, Yagyu knew he couldn't rely on wood clones to assist in Sage Mode training anymore. Natural energy was only part of the equation. If he failed to master Sage Mode, he could always learn it at the Shikatsu forest. However, the life force contained in the Jell Stones was too valuable to waste on the wood clones. This was the key to rapidly advancing his sage body. Just then, an unfamiliar sensation surged through Yagyu's mind. In an instant, Yagyu's eyes lit up with joy as he gazed at one of his clones, who was now smiling. It worked. The clone opened his eyes, which were still yellow but no longer beast-like. A red marking had appeared around his eyes. Though the yellow pupils and red marking vanished after a few seconds, the clone had successfully fused natural energy with chakra, forming Sage Chakra. Out of hundreds of clones, one had finally succeeded in mastering the technique to merge natural energy and chakra. Clearly, Yagyu had hit the jackpot this time.